Hi, good morning, everyone. Welcome to Left Undone Incomplete Investigations. It is May 31st, 2024, and a good day for justice, I believe. How are you guys all? It's been a long month, huh? 2 months of this. So welcome to Left Undone Incomplete Investigations. I'm Kathy. Hello, Funda Cruz and Ruby Ray and Allison. How are you guys? Welcome, welcome. Is everybody exhausted? I'm kind of tired from just yesterday and the anticipation of waiting for that verdict, even though I really had thought it was going to go the way it did, but you never, ever know until you know, right? So welcome to Left Undone. Hey, Chris Arnett. If you are new here, please say hello in the chat. We are friendly. Think about joining the Left Undone community. And we appreciate everyone that comes in here and is in our chat. And we love our chat because we can talk and it doesn't fly by. And there's a lot of time to put for input and conversation. Hey, Trishy, how are you? Welcome. Oh, Allison, you have some meetings this morning. We'll catch up when you can. Okay, well, we'll be here. We'll be here. Life does go on, huh? You can't put your brakes on it. Yeah, I'm missing CrimeCon, but it's okay. It's kind of a double, like, I'm okay with it and I'm not, But anyway, I'm glad to be here with you guys and not spending $3,000 anyway that I was going to have to spend to go there between the hotel, the airfare, the CrimeCon ticket, and, whatever you have to spend while you're there. I was adding it up. I'm like, ooh, that's a vacation back to Greece by the time I pay for that for this weekend. So I justified it, missing it. I justified missing it, so I'm not as sad. Hi, Cloud Walker. Good morning. I do have Judge Boyce's courtroom up on the screen. I'll share it just in case they pop on, that we can be ready to go. It's just showing the outside of the courthouse right now. And it's just showing, let me fix this. Is this on full screen? I think so. I have, let me fix this. There's something up here. Let's see. It is, make sure I have it full screen. My computer has, I have a huge computer screen. So when I share the court, I'm sharing, but it's always off kilter here. So I can never see where the edges are. If that makes any sense. Like you see how you can see the bottom, but I can't tell if it's on full screen. Full screen. Okay, I'm going to X out and come back. Just give me a second. 1 second. So that's the proportions or whatever it is okay. YouTube. My cat thinks he's been abandoned, I suppose. Share this. And okay. Still weird. It's like oh. You guys hear my cat? He's out there acting like he's lost and nobody's here. Okay. Huh. Maybe when they flip over to the regular one, we'll see the actual screen properly, because this seems like something's off. Doesn't make sense. It's like it's not their video, it's just their background. Do you know what I mean? Like usually it says the court will resume. So we'll just leave it at that for now. Once they come on, I can probably fix it so the screen looks better. Normal, whatever. All right. Good enough for now. Did you hear rumors that Chad peed his pants during verdict? No, I didn't hear that. Somebody saw that in the courtroom. Let's see. Okay. Go back. Hi, Carrie B. That meeting was canceled. Oh. I don't know. You said you had a meeting, but it would have got canceled. That means you can be here. Great day for justice. Somebody with mess of tears. Glad I don't have anywhere to be today. Do you guys think that the Daybell kids are going to come in and talk about their dad to save him to try to attempt to save him? You think anybody's going to speak in Chad's defense to save him from the death penalty? He was pissed. So you're going to be here, Allison. You think you're going to be here for a little bit? Chad stepped fine. Yeah. Who knows? He's like, this is still part of the bigger plan. No worries. Emma Robot might, yeah, she is kind of the spokesperson, isn't she? Yeah, he tried to really, there was some good pictures from the Associated Press taken of him. Let's see. They brought in the Associated Press last time when the verdict was read for Lori, and they're the ones that get really good pictures. And it looks like these pictures, they got a whole series of pictures were from them again, because they're here. Let's see. I can share this for a second. You can see them. They take awesome pictures. Let me share this screen and tested. So they get really good. They've got excellent camera and they get right on in there. Maybe we could see his peed pants if we do this right. Okay. Go away. I hate this, like, things, everything has to, sorry. What? Go away. It's these things right here, these extra little ads. Make me nuts. Well, I guess I'll just have to leave them because every time I hit it, I mess with it. Where are the pictures? Oh, here we go. Ah, look at that. That is super duper annoying. Can we just not have to see all this other stuff for a minute? Go away. Just go away. Just go away. Everything go away. Okay, whatever. Looking a little solemn there, chatty boy. This thing keeps popping around, though. It's making me nuts. Like it's spinning, you know, because it wants to load its ads. Okay, hold on. Are you praying there, Chad? You praying? I think Pryor's aged about 15 years in the last 2 months. Oh, not looking happy. So these are some good pictures. Looking a little solemn. Pryor looking a little, This must have been right when they were going to read it. CHAD Daybell, right, stands with defense lawyer John Pryor after the jury's verdict in his murder trial is read at the Ada County Courthouse in Boise, Idaho on Thursday, May 30th. Daybell was convicted of killing his wife, his new girlfriend's 2 youngest kids in a strange triple murder case that include claims of apocalyptic prophecies, zombie children, and illicit affairs. That pretty much puts the exact right on. 3 of 10. CHAD Daybell sits at the defense table after the jury's verdict in his murder trial was read at the Ada County Courthouse in Boise, Idaho on Thursday. Daybell was convicted of killing his wife. We know all that. That was right after. What am I going to do now? I really am Harry Potter under the stairs. Larry Woodcock gets a hug after the verdict in the CHAD Daybell murder trial was read at Ada County Courthouse of Boise, Idaho on Thursday, May 30th. Daybell was convicted of killing his wife and his new girlfriend, 2 younger kids. Okay, it repeats the same thing it just says with the pictures. CHAD Daybell, right, talks with defense lawyer John Pryor before his verdict was read. He's got that evil look. That sometimes you see this weird evil look that Chad has. I got another really good picture of him from a long time ago with that one on, that weird evil look. That's his like, he morphs into this like really weird. That's right before, and that's way back when. That's 2020. We aged a little bit there, Chad. 4 years, little aged just a little bit. Okay, so this is all after the verdict. Okay, here, this one. Chad sits and closes his eyes after the jury's verdict. Yeah, so nothing right before, huh? Nothing right before the verdict. We didn't see an anticipatory, like, please help me, God. That's right before. This is the before. Guess what, boo? You should have maybe made a plea deal if it was on the table, because guess what now? Today ain't going to be pretty for you. I really don't think it's going to be pretty. Your Barbie doll is locked up, and you are locked up too. So, all right. That was that. Let me get the other one back up in case they come on. Oh, yeah, Michelle Troconis is being sentenced today, too. Now, there was some talk that she's going to be able to be on house arrest or something. I read something a while back, and I need to go check and see what I read because I was like, wait, what? Money. Yep. Same motive. Money, power, sex, money, sex, money, whatever. That guy was crazy, and he got the easy way out, and she's standing trial. See how dumb it is? Like, don't go for the stupid ass guys that are going to like bail on you in the end anyway. The voice. The voice. Oh, do you think he'll wear prison clothes today? I don't know. Maybe. They should make him wear prison clothes today. I think that would be appropriate. You're convicted now, buddy. The jury knows exactly where you're at. Now, this says 7 a.m. Did anybody get anything differently? Because in Discord, PLM said that it said 10, but I'm thinking she's thinking 10 her time because she's on East Coast time. Your sister was looking for evidence. Well, they didn't show his bottom half here, so I don't know. Oh, maybe his mother. Hard to tell with the answer. It says 7 their time, and it's already past that, right? Or it says 7 my time, so 8 their time. Although, you know, you never know with them. Because now today they got to bring a lot of people in that are going to probably be talking. I'm sure the logistics of where people sit is different today. Now, I'm confused because yesterday I was watching the news and people were saying that the judge gets to make the decision on the sentencing. But I'm under the impression, because it's a death penalty case and it's going to this new phase, that the jury gets to make that decision. So who's right? Who's wrong? Why is it different in Idaho? I don't know. Hi, BC girls. It says right here, waiting for Judge Steven W. Boyce, May 31st, 2024 at 7 a.m., which is 8 a.m. in Boise. Right now it is 8:18 a.m. in Boise. Wist is correct. but it shows that it's scheduled for 7 a.m. That's what it says right here. Right here. See it? See it right here in the corner? So they're late. They are late. But late doesn't mean late there because they know what they're doing in the courtroom. Just means we don't have it turned on yet on our end. They haven't started streaming. And everybody, I don't know how long this is going to go on for. Today, Monday, we'll see. Anyhow, I'm going to grab my coffee. I'll be back in 2 seconds. Well, maybe 3 seconds, maybe a minute. I'll be right back. If it starts, it's ready to go. Okay, it looks like they switched their screen over, so I should be getting ready. There we go. There we go. I think Chad took advantage of that estrangement as a persecution kind of thing. She told me the family is appalled and just horrified beyond belief. Wait a minute, I missed some. Who told you what? I missed something. Oh, here we go. My BFF in Rexburg knows Chad's brother Matt, Heather's husband, and says that the bulk of the family has distanced themselves from him years before due to his crazy beliefs. I'm sure I heard the judge say 8:30 yesterday. Maybe he told Chad be here at 7. Well, it just said 7 on the live stream. It said it was supposed to start at 7. I just go by whatever they have the live stream scheduled for, and then whatever happens, happens, you know. But better to just go with what they have on the live stream. But they've been starting court every day at 8:30, but they did have it as 7 my time, not their time. So Chad looks sick. These pics make him look like an end-stage kidney or cancer patient. I think he needs some sunshine. He needs some vitamin D. Probably not getting any. With all the cortisol and the stress that he's gone through, I wouldn't be surprised if he has something horrible going on, which I would not be sad. Chad will be getting shipped to state prison. I believe he's been held at the county jail for now. Yeah, he'll be gone. Bye-bye real quick, because there's no come back and get sentenced, you know, in 6 weeks or 2 months, like Lori, because the death penalty, it'll be like off to death row. What was that case? That woman that stole the baby out of the mom, killed the mom, stole the baby when she was still pregnant out of her uterus. And oh my God, I did a whole video on her. Anyway, the judge at the end says, take her to death row, like right there in the courtroom that day. Yeah, he did. He turned ghost white, didn't he? Oh, wait. Probably so. So let's see. It is 7:27. So something should be happening soon, one way or another. I'm interested to hear if Kay is going to say anything different than like in Lori when she put all those numbers. I bet she came up with something different for this one too. She's very creative like that. Like all the numbers she read off. That was good. Number 1,400, whatever, 25. She just like read all those numbers and then she said what they all meant to her. Now, I wonder, I don't know, what would go first? The people in Chad's support group or the people in the victim support, you know? I couldn't tell if he turned ghost white. He's ghost white normally. He's ghost gross. Grossy gross. Oh, I gotta open the blind for the cat, otherwise he's gonna come up here and destroy my, here he comes. Hold on. Go in the window. Go look out the window. Yeah, so yesterday was a good day, man. Full circle all the way. 4.5 years later since they started looking for the children. Those children disappeared. Okay, it's going to be June tomorrow. And this is a month literally before Charles was shot in 2019. They disappeared a month and a half later. Nobody knew for sure that they were gone. And then by the following June, their bodies were found. And it's unbelievable. They're fine. They're safe. They're happy. Okay, Lori, you're evil. Your husband's a crazy evil. Ugh. Now I wonder if they'll stay married or if they'll get divorced or if it's even worth it either way. Does it matter? All the victims speak first, Trishy, and the defendant side. That makes most sense, really. Because they're going to let the victim speak, and then they're going to bring in the people that would be like, but my dad, you know. And I wonder if Chad will talk. Now he can talk, huh? Lori did. If I were him, I'd speak at this point. Might as well go down in history. Today, okay. So Monday was a holiday, so today's trash day. Now, seems like every time I'm live, it's trash day. So the dog's gonna go crazy. So I apologize in advance. He has to chase the trash men away. And then hopefully it'll be quiet after that. It is Gardener Day too, though. That's later. Usually comes late afternoon. We'll be done by then, hopefully. Anyway, okay. After seeing those AP pictures, I suspect Chad won't live that long in prison, maybe 5 years or so. I wonder what he and Emma talked about on her daily jail visits. Justin Lum reached out to Lori in prison to see if she had any comment. Read Chad's verdict. So far, he hasn't heard anything back, according to his Twitter. Oh, good for him, Justin Lum. Yeah, we do. FOIA docs, people need a request now. Now you can probably get a lot more info requesting the FOIA stuff. That's funny. The people who died speak through the system. True. Very true. Very true. I'm ready. Now, if you haven't listened to my Afterglow podcast, you should, because it really does go deep, deep, deep into a lot of things that you probably don't even know if you haven't been following this case from day one, or if you think you know everything, you probably don't. So check it out on. There is a playlist of it here on YouTube, but there's also on Apple, Spotify, Stitcher, podcast, all that stuff. Only Chad knows Tammy's last words. Horrible. Poor Tammy. I can't imagine. It's hard to just imagine these people's last moments. It's really heartbreaking to think of what their last moments were like when they saw the betrayal, and knew a child, 2 children, and a wife, a dedicated wife who carried your dumb ass for years and had your 5 children. Thank you, Trishy. I need to get it up. I need to get more episodes up. Life should hopefully get a little bit more calm. I keep saying that. I've been saying that for years. It's not happening, but it should. Well, no, Carrie, you can request anything that's in evidence. FOIA documentation doesn't mean just what's in court, because my friend's case never went to court, and I requested the FOIA docs. I was able to get the 911 call transcripts, everything like that. It wasn't even it never even went to court. It was never even considered a crime. It was ruled a suicide, but it wasn't. But we were able to get all that stuff. So that's not necessarily true. You can get whatever's in evidence. Doesn't matter what was admitted in court. It has nothing to do with that. I don't know. She was in Discord this morning. She said something about 10 o'clock. I wonder if she was thinking 10 o'clock Boise time. I think it meant she saw 10 o'clock East Coast time. Okay, not here according to him. I don't know who him is, but I know you can get FOIA documents of anything that's in evidence. We got all those documents before it was even on trial, all the Charles documents, all the text messages. They all came from Arizona. There wasn't a trial yet. And that is the FOIA. It's Freedom of Information Act. You can get all that stuff. It doesn't have anything to do with what was in trial. Anyway, hopefully they'll get busy started. We don't have any first line people in the courtroom today. Everybody went to CrimeCon, so. Sorry, I had to send a message. Was Colby in court yesterday? Someone said they thought it was him standing by Larry. I couldn't see it. I didn't hear anything about Colby being there. I'm not sure. I didn't. It was so hard. It's so hard to see who's back there, because the camera's so bad in that courtroom. We didn't have any connections. I didn't have any connections in the courtroom yesterday. How's everybody's weather wherever y'all are? Is it as spring sprung everywhere? I'm looking at my weather today. It's supposed to get to 103. It's currently 81 at 7:38 a.m. I think it might get hotter than that. Beautiful day in Boise. Ooh, nice. Idaho would not release FOIA while the case is ongoing, unlike Arizona, who released them early. I wonder if he gets charged in Arizona, will they wait or not? Right, but yeah, exactly. But I'm talking about like now that the case is over, you can probably request all the FOIA docs, right? That's what I was saying. Arizona just was like, here you go. Have fun with that. Ruby, good question. What's your thoughts, everyone, on life or death penalty? Probably because it's not a regular court day, right? Now they got to get everybody in order of who's going to come up and speak and the impact statements and everything like that. So it makes sense that it might run a little bit slower today. What's your thoughts, everyone? Life or death penalty? I don't, honestly, at this point, I don't really have a preference. I wouldn't care either way. I'm just glad he's been found guilty and he'll never get his vitamin D again. Well, wait a minute. We just clarified which kind of vitamin D. Had a frost last night. Colby and Brandon just walked into court. Okay. Then Colby might have been there yesterday. That makes sense. They're going to speak. Nice. Good, 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 good. A little sunshine in Liverpool. Rain expected as usual. Rain. I love rain. I never see it hardly ever. Raining and hot, but green in Spring, Texas. Spring, Texas, girl. That is where my friend was living when she died mysteriously by her husband's hands. That didn't become a thing. His kids might turn and show lots of anger. Yeah, I don't know. That would be good, but I don't bet on it. I wouldn't bet money on that one just because they're so brainwashed by his dummy ass. Christian. Oh, yeah, you're in that. You guys have had some weather down there, Christian. Monday, you're supposed to hit 100. Missouri. Cloudy but nice here in west central Missouri. Missouri. I say Missouri. You say Missouri? Spring and heat is coming to Northern California. Hey, Lori Day. Good morning. How's CrimeCon? Lori's at CrimeCon. But Chad's FOIA docs be held if he's charged again in Arizona. Will Idaho still hold them up until after? Not sure. I don't know. It's so weird. All the states, all the districts, all the places are so different when you request FOIA docs, you know? Some will give you everything. Here you go. Have fun with that. Good luck. Thank you, Red Car Girl. Oh, you got some time. Starts at noon. I know I looked at flights again today, Lori. I'm like, well, maybe I could go today and be there Saturday and Sunday, come home late Sunday. But then I'm like, the flights are even more expensive now, so forget it. No. Because my sister said she could come to today, not tomorrow, so it doesn't matter. I'm stuck. Doesn't matter. Idaho Falls, beautiful day. Sunshine in Utah. Yep, it was hot yesterday. Afterwards, I went in the pool for a while and just floated. I just don't like the fact that bees keep coming in the pool and getting water. They freak me out. Can't like just close my eyes and relax in a raft because I'm afraid a bee's going to land on me. I have a thing with bees. First of all, I'm allergic, but not deathly allergic, but I am allergic. Those are from the Associated Press. I posted them a little bit ago. The Associated Press was called in when Lori was the verdict was read, And so the Associated Press was able to take some really good pictures. And then I used them on the thumbnail today, 2 of them. I have a twin. And so they get some good pictures. They got some great pictures of Lori too during that moment. They snap. They give the best camera, obviously, and they let them come in during that to get some good newsworthy photos during the verdict. Be right back, cats and kids. I hear you, West. Cats, kids, mine's dogs and cats and moms. Caitlin says they're having tough technical difficulties. What else? Of course they are. Right? That's all, Chad. You thought it was me? That's funny. I just snuck in and hid from you at the pool, Lori. Yeah. That's funny. Hey, Shirley. Day off, peanut butter, M&Ms, Lay's potato chips, Diet Mountain Dew, and Left Undone with Kathy. Life doesn't get any better. Oh, look at all the goodies I get mixed up with there. That's pretty nice. Well, Kathy wishes she was at Crime Con, but she's not. So maybe next time. $3:35 p.m. Claire, hello, Claire. One of my predictions is that Chad won't say anything today. Too much of a coward. Also, I don't know about death penalty, but this jury seemed really sure it was guilt, and so maybe. Yeah, maybe they'll be sure of the penalty too. They didn't take very long, did they? They were probably so relieved to finally get to talk about it with each other. Oh my gosh, can you imagine? I took a portal to the pool in Nashville. I wish. It's probably a lot cheaper than an $800 round trip ticket. A portal. Where's the portal button? It's almost as expensive to go from Palm Springs to Nashville as it is to go from Palm Springs to Athens, Greece. Literally close in price if you plan right. Keep out of them portals. I know you could get stuck in there with somebody like Chad. Oof. Oof. Can you imagine? Ah, crap. How'd I get in this portal? Help. Let me out. Welcome to my portal. I'm CHAD Daybell. You are a dark 4.9. Get out. Guess who's dark now, buddy? Mr. Exalted Being Light, translated dark, dark, dark. Loins of fire. Loins of fire. Burnt weenie roast. That's what I say. Airfares, I know, they are all over the place. Problem is, if I wanted to drive to LAX, I could get anywhere for cheaper, but do I want to drive to LAX? You know what I mean? Like, it's 2 hours. Ugh. But, I mean, sometimes it might be worth it, right? I have a my new car is a hybrid, so it doesn't use hardly any gas to go anywhere. Although it does use more when you go on the freeway and stuff. But I bought the car in December. I think I've only put gas in it like 4 or 5 times. But when I was working hospice, I was putting it in more because I was driving all day. Now I'm not again. But then LAX is so huge. Palm Springs is just so nice. You just park, you walk in, there's TSA, there's a little food court, there's the gates. LAX is like park, take a bus, go everywhere, got long TSA crap, long lines, people, long corridor, long, from one gate to another. You know, sometimes it's worth it, I guess. Sometimes. He's a million percent dark. He is darker than dark. Who's going to write a book? Chad? Mr. Daybell is a yellow-bellied coward. Did you see the indignation on his face after the verdict? Yep. He's a horrible person. And he's a coward. And he took advantage of these women that thought he was something special. Now he thinks he's a martyr. Rotten loins. It's been a long time coming. Yep. Yeah, Larry. Larry's so nice and approachable. So is Kay. Yeah, I think he came out, all the microphones were set up there. Tick tock, tick tock. He was very dedicated. To JJ. We need another case too that we can help make a difference with, bring attention to. Keep your ears and eyes open for anything new in the next couple weeks here. Love to all the people all over the world who have followed this case, wanting justice for the kids. Good morning, Gayla. Hello, hello. I'm leaving for Greece in literally 27 days, so it's going to be here before I know it. The one I'm following right now is Sebastian Rogers out of Tennessee, 15-year-old autistic boy missing from the house in the middle of the night. No trace. Yeah, that one I've kind of had my ear out. I haven't been following it, but definitely something up there. A deep dive on Micah Miller's case. JP, creepy weirdo dude, man. I'm still not convinced that he didn't do this with like AI voice calling and stuff. Well, we changed everything, but the wedding is in outside of Athens in Lake Lugomani. And then we are going because a bunch, like 50, I don't know, I have cousins, my family, and their kids, my cousins, their kids, their spouses, their kids' friends, everybody. There's like 50 people going to Naxos. So we're going to go to Naxos and spend the night for 4 nights. And then my friend Patty and I, she's my plus one. I've known her since I was 16. We're going to go back to Athens for the last night. And we bought tickets to see Sting at Hodian of Herodes Attica Theater, which is the open outdoor amphitheater at the Acropolis. So it should be really good. We bought tickets for that. Super excited. Yes, you shall. Yes, you shall. Get on a plane. We'll be in Naxos from Monday to Friday. And then back in Athens. But we'll be in Athens first. But the wedding, we get in on Friday. The wedding stuff is Saturday and Sunday. And then Monday, we're flying from Athens to Naxos. And then we're there until Friday. Yeah, I'm super. Oh, Goja, thank you for the super sticker. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it very much. Very, very, very much. Every penny helps, and I really do appreciate it. Very kind of you. I know. And do you guys know what the Odeon of Herodes Amphitheater is in Athens? It sits on the side of the Acropolis on the hill. And I've always, ever since the first time I went there, I've wanted to see a concert there. And I thought, I keep looking every time I'm going to Greece. I'm like, whoa, there's got to be somebody good playing there. And then sure enough, I was like, oh, we can get back to Athens the night before our flight and we can go to this concert. Let's say images. There we go. I always show you an image. Oops, of course, there's going to be an ad here. Let's see. Let me see, go back here. So here it is. So Sting's going to play here, and then here's at night. And then here it is. So when you're climbing up to the top of where the Parthenon is, you can look down. So it's right at the foot here in the hill. Cool, huh? I'm excited. You've been there? Yeah. Listen to Dork Bell giggling in calls. Oh, I hate when he giggles in those calls. Lori. Oh my God, it bugs me so bad. So bad when he giggles in calls. I'm following the Sebastian case too. So suspicious. I need to pay attention to that. I saw Police in the early 80s front row. He's a great performer. I've never seen him in concert. The Police, I've never seen Sting. The Police, I've never seen them. So it should be really good. All kinds of good old music too, you know. You asked about weather here in Dublin. It's overcast and 65. I want to go to Dublin. I want to go to Ireland. That is on my list. The first time I saw the Acropolis in person, I had goosebumps all over my body. I know, it's so surreal, huh? You've seen pictures your whole life, and then you go there and you're like, wow, it is definitely something amazing. Are you close to there, Ruby? How far is that? She's in Liverpool. I have such a list. I need to quit working so I can just travel and do Left Undone and my vlog. That would be ideal in my world. Who needs nurses anymore? Can I be done now? Can I still have my paycheck though? That's the problem. I need the paycheck to do the travel, to pay the bills. Yeah, CJ, doesn't it bug you? The giggling, Chad's giggling bothers me so bad. Like, I want to throat punch him. I'm going to get booted off of YouTube for saying that, but violence. Liverpool, the real capital of Ireland. So is that close? God, I need to look at a map. My geography is bad. I never thought that. My friend married and moved to Dublin. All of her health issues cleared up. Oh, wow. Be sure to go to Galway. I can help with any travel tips. That's your homeland? So I always thought there was kind of like between the British accent and the Irish accent, there's a little weird twang in the middle. And Ruby, you do kind of sound like you have more of a something in the middle accent there. Sammy, get down. American food. I missed something. Oh, American food. Yeah. Boo. You know what? I'm telling you guys, when I am in Greece, my stomach bothers me in the US all the time if I eat anything outside of like my own cooking. And when I am in Greece, my stomach is amazing. Like, I have no issues. I can eat anything anywhere. Here, I cannot eat gluten. If I eat gluten, I pay a price. But there, I don't care. I eat everything. I eat bread and pita bread and spinach pie and cheese pie and more bread and olives and feta, which I can't eat here. That's not a problem. One of my favorite things to eat in Greece is tata masalata, which is a caviar dip. Favorite with bread. Bread in the tata masalata. So good. And then tzatziki. I'm getting hungry. Stop talking about food. Ed Sheeran has a song about Galway. Well, sounds like I got some places to visit on my list. Come on, Court. Let's go. It's not until 10. Well, maybe our little friend PLM was right all along. She said that this morning, and I was like, no. I went on here, and I'm like, it shows 7. I was in the hospital on life support after a bad ski accident. I was in a coma for 3 weeks. My nurses were fantastic, and really helped me understand my situation, helped me get home to heal sooner. I know nurses are great, most of them. I always appreciate my nurses, good ones. They definitely can be your angel when you're in a situation like that, for sure. I know, Claire. 8:30. I don't know. Everybody keeps changing stuff. But they're all in the courtroom. Like everybody just said that Brandon and Colby walked in. So they're in there. So what's the problem? What's the problem? Somebody get Judge Boyce on the line for me. Oh, I got to open another window or the cat's going to destroy my blinds. 1 second. Blinds, not window. Here. Yay. Okay. Yeah. The lights keep flickering in the hallway, but we haven't gotten any word to what the holdup is. Oh God, Chad's demons have been released. I'm telling you, it's Chad. He's got a straight shot to the demons. Dilemma. I think it's Chad. It's probably Emma. She's probably got the witch hat on now. Boil. What do you say? What's that? What's that witch saying with the cauldron? Boil, toil, and trouble. What is it? They need much better cameras. Yes, they do. Dilemma. She should be on the other side now. That courtroom needs holy water. Zaluma. I miss Pryor's constant fumbling of the English language. Emma would get the wrong courtroom. Emma with not much electricity. Robot. Emma's battery needs to be plugged in. She's short-circuiting the while she's trying to charge it. Kitty cat. Why are you doing that? Emma. Poor Emma's children. That's all I'm gonna say. She's got 3 now, right? Three poor children being raised by her. Poor kids that are in her classroom. Dude, has anybody pulled their kids out of that classroom? I'm pretty sure she just had her 3rd not too long ago. Gotcha. Gotcha. You would think, but the stupid courtroom cameras that I've even heard the news people like Nate said that they offered to bring in better cameras, and Judge Boyce was like, Nope. We like our crappy cameras. Actually, you know what though? That one day they didn't have court, they actually upgraded their cameras. So these are upgraded from when it started. They got some better upgraded cameras at like week 1 of Chad's trial. They still suck though. They should have even like 1080p is just even not the greatest anymore, you know? They can do 4K 4K. Come on, get some good cameras. Let us see. I am a vegetarian goat farmer, so it's goatja. Okay, I had it right then. I had it right first. Unlike Pryor, who would have got it way wrong. Oh, here comes Left Undone Helper. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I make goat milk soap. Yes, you are right. Oh, I've made soap. But you know what? I made soap, and I swear it's, oh my gosh, it's like making freaking, it's like a meth lab. Put the goggles on and be careful with all that. So then I switched to candles. So now I make candles, but I have a bunch of homemade soap that I made. Love homemade soap and goat milk soap. Oh my gosh, it has to be so like make skin feel super soft, I bet. Mr. Daybell wanted visibility for his ministry and he got it. Now everybody knows him. Look where he ended up. By their fruits, you will know them. Yup. Absolutely. I put that quote in several videos because it fits so well. So well. No, I didn't put meth in mine. I didn't. I said it felt like I was making meth. Like I put my goggles on, and then what's that main ingredient in the soap that's like totally acidy? It'll burn your skin off. What the heck? Why am I thinking? Why is my brain? I was like, oh my god, I got my goggles on. I felt like I was making meth. Not that I've ever made it. Yeah, lie. Not that I've ever made meth, believe me. But I was like, oh, it's gonna splash me. I was super paranoid. So candles, all I have to do is worry about getting burned by the heat of a waxy paper. I know. Do you have an Etsy store or something, Gocha? Do you have a link to your soap? Is there a way we can check it out? Look, Lori's on it. Yeah, the lie. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah. I sell at a small farmer's market. No meth in my. I didn't literally mean meth. Yes. So if you have a link, you can email it to me at LeftUndoneOfficial@gmail.com if you sell it anywhere, and I can share it here. I don't think you guys can just put links in the chat, but I can. Can you hear my animal noises when they're making all their weird noises next to me? Like Percy's rolling around on the carpet in front of the cat. They're both laying on their backs, but he's making like, pugs. They sound like little piggies. I use my own potash. LOL. Oh, that is so sweet. But I am only one person, so I only sell it on Saturdays at the Waxahachie, Texas Farmers Market. Well, forever there, we will come. Whoops. That's what I need. I need to go to like a farmer's market or something and sell my stuff. My little diffusers. I make those car diffusers now, and I make the candles. And I do have soap, but it's in a drawer because it was complicated to make. Okay, good. Trishy. It's hard though. You're right. When you're a one woman, you know, production of stuff like that. Saturday. So tomorrow, you'll be there tomorrow selling it. Do you sell it by the ounce? Do you have cute little labels that you have on it? Yes, you have to be careful. I was Googling which ones were okay. There's a lot that are not okay around animals. A lot. I was looking them up. I was like, oh, can't have that one. Can't put that one on. Can't put that one on. You know, because of the diffusers, the smoky diffusers. I have a couple of those in my house, but you have to be really careful. You carve the soap. So you make like a whole big brick of it and then you carve it. Important stuff going on here, people, while we're waiting for the CHAD Daybell day in court. Hopefully he'll be in handcuffs and shackles when he comes in a black and white striped jumpsuit. But in the meantime, we're killing time here at Left Undone, waiting for court to go live. It appears they are running late or behind, or they were scheduled to run late, and now that they are, we are being told that 10 o'clock Mountain Time, 10 o'clock Mountain Time. So we still have another 45 minutes, apparently. But we would love to see your soaps. Anybody have any other firsthand information of who's there? We heard that Colby's there and Brandon's there. Yes, essential oils around animals, would be very careful. Everybody thinks because they're natural essential oils, but you can really hurt your animals and yourself. Be careful. All right, I'll be right back. I'm stepping away for just a minute. Just a minute. Okay. um, Stacy wants to know how you carve. We have a lot of interest in your soap, ma'am. I usually buy in Hawaii. They have farmers market there. My stock up on it when I go there. I love it. It's hard to do stuff online. Maybe he will. I hope he does. We were wondering about that yesterday. I was saying, like, who's there for Tylee and where's Annie? And I'm very disappointed in Annie. I'm not going to be nice about it anymore. I mean, I'm not going to be mean about it, but I just am disappointed in her. She has made a big deal out of being Tylee's person and spokesperson and everything, but she's not there. Okay, well, you're not there for the court, but you said you were going to go there for this hearing, to be there. She's been very, very vocal on her channel. So I'm hoping she does go in there and speak for Tylee, which is also speaking for Tylee's father, Joe Ryan, whose life was gone too early, who I'm super suspicious about as well. So it would be nice to see somebody that's related to Joe and Tylee speak. But if Colby's there, that's awesome too, of course. As technical issues start at 10 a.m. Thank you, guys. 37 minutes from now. Perfect. So everybody can have a right. And that's the other part of that Funda Cruz. She wasn't close with Tylee. She didn't spend a lot of time with her. But then as soon as Tylee was found missing, Annie came and did the media circuit and was interviewed and was very emotional and very sad and was there. And I remember one interview they were saying, you're here to be Tylee's spokesperson because Tylee doesn't have anyone. And she cried about that and was very heartfelt, I felt. And then as time went on, I know Annie's had her own health issues and stuff, but she's become very, she lashes out at the Woodcocks, which I think is so just not okay for any reason. Keep it to yourself if you have a problem with them. And then just the fact that she got in the middle of the mess with the Woodcocks and the money to Charles's sons, it's like, not my circus, not my monkeys, Annie. It's not it's not your business. No matter what Cheryl said or the kids said, or they felt like Kay should have given him all the money. It really wasn't Annie's business. It's not her family. That part is not her family. So, and she got really in that. So, she wanted to represent, but it became this like pissing match, and I don't like it. She made a big division. They should have come together, not apart. Those poor children were murdered, and Tylee was one of them. And to get all on the Woodcocks, who have this case would not even Annie. If it was up to Annie, this case would have never gotten to where it is. Right? The Woodcocks are the ones that made things happen. They were the ones that made things happen. They were the ones that were the squeaky wheel. They are the ones that have been there. They are the ones that went there every single day. They've spoken up for the mess this became. They've spoken against Chad and Lori and really became the spokesperson for what this case became. And I am 100% Team Woodcocks on that. I do not think that Annie was being fair at all. And again, initially, my heart broke for Annie when she was initially found out that her niece was missing, and she was doing interviews and stuff, and it was heartbreaking. And then for us to look into Joe Ryan and be like, oh my gosh, Lori and Alex maybe had something to do with this. And the fact that Alex attacked Joe Ryan way back when. I was 100% on everybody's side. But to lash out at the Woodcocks, especially this late in the game, I just felt was horrible. Just so insensitive. And they haven't tried to hurt anybody. They haven't tried to hurt anybody. And to make it about money like that is just not okay. And it's none of our business. Literally, it's none of our business. That's between Kay Woodcock and her own nephews. Annie is not part of that family. Extended, yeah, but not part of that family. So I don't know. There's a lot of people that are still, big supporters of Annie. And I don't know. I just thought it was cruel. Yeah, very cruel. No, shush, no. Oh my gosh, please. Eastern. Okay, noon Eastern. That's okay. Oh, you scared me. I was thinking Pacific. Oh, noon Eastern is 10 Mountain. Okay, heart attack over. Sue. Yeah. And any money with the Woodcocks is going quick with travel, those travels. Oh, absolutely. They're coming all the way from Louisiana. I mean, just think about it. And I am sure that, yeah, maybe the court helps in some way, but come on. They're not, they have to eat, they have to travel, they have to make arrangements for whatever at home. They have going back and forth. And just the toll it takes on your actual physical body and stress and to be there. And Larry has been in that courtroom every single day. I know initially he was sick a couple times. The stress got to him. But you know what? That man has picked himself up and brought himself to court literally 99.9% of the time. So I have nothing good to say about Annie when she gets pissed at the Woodcocks. It's just disgusting. Yes. And, I agree with you. Her research and organization are amazing. But yes, her observations cross the line. And I have credited her a million times when I've looked at her stuff and her notes and her research. And I've credited her. I say it, Annie Cushing, Annie Lennox, I shout her out. And I still will if I look at anything that she's put out there. But the fact that she's been mean to the Woodcocks like that is just sad. Because they've been there for Tylee. They've been there for Tylee more than she has. I'm just going to say. She might be there today. She did say that she was going to go there and speak. So that would be good. She did say she was going to. So that would be good. Right. That's true. Reward money. They used it for that. I know. Gayla, the time zone, like, wait, what? She said Eastern. Okay, it's okay. I'm on the Pacific time zone. I was like already thinking, tomorrow in my head by the time she said that. So my bad. I'm sad I'm not at CrimeCon, but I do like being here with you guys too. It really does help a lot to be here following this case from beginning to end. My very first video was in January of 2020. And we are now in June tomorrow of 2024. It's crazy. Met a lot of really nice people through my channel, and I appreciate you guys so much over the years here. And I hope we can continue. Just because this case is going to be put to rest, it's not over. There's always more cases to bring attention to and to follow, and our community is awesome here at Left Undone. Don't even want to be a huge channel because I appreciate the aspect of it being a community, and I think you lose that when it gets really, really big. The person Annie should be upset with is Lori. Yes, she's the one that forgot Annie's brother's life. Yep. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly true. If you want to be mad about anybody taking life insurance from anybody, there you go. It's Lori took Joe's. Thank you, West. You just do what you want, and it's good for your channel. We'll be here with you. Thank you. I'm glad you're here with us. Sorry, CrimeCon didn't work out, though. Thank you. What's meant to be is meant to be, right? Thank you, Claire. And yes, Wish, look at you. You've been a member for 26 months. That's a long time. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You're an OG. My OG. That's why I should change that level too, right? The ones that have been here for long, more than 2 years, the OG level. Okay, what time is it? Thank you, Kayla. I went back to the beginning of Afterglow this last weekend, and you have had so much inside info I had not heard before in this case. Highly recommend everyone reviewing the Afterglow podcast. Thank you. And Christian, 41 months. OG, OG, OG. It's crazy thinking about it. 41 months we've been together. Wow. Appreciate you. Yeah, the Afterglow podcast is actually a really, came up with that idea. Thought my original intent on Afterglow became something completely different than it was. I wanted it to be like a co-host talk show kind of thing. And Carrie, 41 months. OG, OG, OG. You're tied with Christian from the beginning. You guys, a lot of you have been here for a really long time. Really appreciate that. Not long ago, Annie hinted that Larry didn't need his cane. There's someone that doesn't understand cane use. Wow. Believe me, he's not using it for sympathy. God. I wanted to go to CrimeCon. However, I'm driving back to Arkansas to meet my new great-grandson in September after he's born. Oh, great-grandson. How exciting. He's due in September. September is the month. Babies are born in September. September is a big baby month. All those holiday babies are born. Holiday conceptions. Thank you. We're just killing time here, waiting for the old. Oh my gosh, you listened to each episode twice. You know what? Even me recording it, when I go back and listen to one, I hear something. I'm like, oh yeah, that's right. Thank you, Ruby. Right. Right. And, going in and out of those courthouse steps and up and down and being on your feet. Yes. She has no business saying anything about that. I don't know. Something happened to her. I mean, I know she had a rough upbringing, foster care children and everything. There has to be some psychological component to being so attack moded to good people. It just seems like there's something there. Some therapy needs to be done. Sometimes I need a cane, bad days. Sometimes I can power through. Whose business is it anyway? What good does it do for this case to comment on Larry's cane? Nothing. You're going to be a great grandmother too in October. Your son's daughter-in-law, hubby, and nieces are all September babies. Yeah, I have 2 of my kids are September babies. One of my children is a September baby. I have an October baby, I have a July baby, and then my other granddaughter is in August. So August, September is really busy. I'm like, oh my gosh, because my grandson's born the day after his mom, my daughter. My granddaughter is born the day before her dad, my son-in-law. I don't know. I can't even keep it straight anymore. All these birthdays right on top of each other. But yeah, lots and lots and lots of, and statistically, when I work labor and delivery, we could look at the trends in September. Boom. More babies are born in September, August than any other month in the year, consistently. Kept warm in the holidays, little cozy, little baby making. Larry and Kay Woodcock are the sweetest couple you could meet. And they are the reason we saw justice being served here and with Lori. Absolutely. 100% agree with that. 38 months here because I have trust issues, huh? Well, I'm glad we brought you around there, Stacy, which was my introduction to YouTube crime channels. Oh, funny. We are lucky to have her, and she cracks me up. You are the only people in my life that understand any of this. Oh, yeah. I hear you on that one, too. I started a new job, and I was telling one of my coworkers the other day about my YouTube channel, and she was like, "Wait, what? What's it called? What do you do? Oh my gosh, I love true crime." Blah, blah, blah. It's kind of weird when I start telling people at work, oh yeah, by the way, it kind of feels funny, but she was all into it. So she's out there. Hello, hello. New Year's Eve to blame. There you go. New Year's Eve. Happy New Year. Let's make a baby. My mom used to push pram everywhere to lean on. Yeah, my mom makes me a little mad because she grabs her cane instead of her walker, and she really needs the walker more than the cane. Because she walks like shuffles. She needs something on both sides, but she prefers the cane over the walker. I have no idea why, but at least she takes something, I suppose. What time is it? 8:40 my time. So another 20 minutes or so here. Twenty minutes or so. Tick tock, tick tock. Any updates? Let me look here. Doomsday Prophet. You're a doomsday. Oh, here's Jocelyn. I've reached out to Lori Vallow via MCSO for comment on the Daybell verdict. Hello, reaching out to see if inmate Lori Vallow has any comment or wants to interview regarding the guilty verdict of her husband, CHAD Daybell. Thank you. I hope he gets that interview. I hope he does. That would be good. Caitlin Hart says 10 a.m. Be back then. So I guess we can deal with another, 20 minutes. 19 minutes. Uh-huh. What's the OG stand for? Oh, guilds. The OG. Why is my dog out there barking at something now? He was just laying here snoring. Lord have mercy. It's animals. What can we find out is happening here? All right, I'll be right back because I got to go get my dog. He ran out of the room and he's out there barking at something that doesn't exist. I'll be back in a second. Percy! Get over here. Yeah, what's the matter with you? I don't know what's the matter with him. He literally left the room and I don't know what's the matter with him. He left the room, went to bark at Lulu. Lulu's out there in her dog bed, in the office, living her life. And Percy ran out there to just start barking at her face. She must have a treat or something that she found or a toy that he wants. I'm young, but got sick last year and my body just keeps failing me. I hate using a cane, but some days I have no choice. Needing it today and not tomorrow doesn't mean it's not needed. Mine folds up. Exactly. Exactly. All the time you dedicated to these children, Charles and Tammy. Absolutely. We all have here, you included. I was thinking she might try some orange Kool-Aid so she can look like a clown. She really is. I think he's a dark too. Percy. Percy, you're getting labeled. You're getting labeled. He's just like a do-do-do. I'm Percy. I'm not as smart as Lulu, but I'm cute. Oh, there you go. Free soap to anyone that's a loyal Lou lover tomorrow. Only if you come to see me at the how do you say that? Waxahachie Texas Farmers Market tomorrow. Go there and tell them you're a loyal Lou friend of Loyal Lou's, and she will give you a free soap. Boy, too bad I'm not close enough because I'm a friend of Loyal Lou's. I am me. Pick me. Exactly. Yes. Lots of prayers for you, B. The B. People don't realize, how sometimes you just can't be all that you want to be. Health makes such a difference. And for somebody to have to use a cane or to use something that should never be called out like that. That's just so wrong of Annie to do that about Larry, so bad. Something's going on here. Let me get rid of this. Okay, back to full screen. Oh no, you were in the hospital? Are you okay? It certainly does. Certainly does. Nobody wants to appear that they're not 100%, I mean, it takes a lot of courage. We have cats. Oh my goodness, this cat, I think she channels her previous owner who passed away, who I liked a lot. She was my patient. I really enjoyed her, but there's a little personality thing going on here that they seem to be very much alike. But this is Sammy's a boy cat. But my patient was a girl lady, but she was pretty feisty little old lady. If you get in your car in California, you're going to drive all the way for your soap. Oh, well, I'm so glad you're back. And I'm happy that you were able to get in and get your health issues dealt with. Makes a difference. Mental health, physical health, that all matters. And I'm proud of you for doing what you had to do. My 90-year-old grandmother refused to use her walker around her neighborhood for fear her neighbors would think something less of her. Oh my God, that's my mother. She's 86. She's like, she is so vain when it comes to that, which is so dumb, in my opinion. I'm like, you're walking like you're going to fall over anyway. You might as well. I mean, honestly, people probably think the opposite of her. Like, lady, why don't you have a walker? You're going to fall on your face the way she walks and leans forward. But she won't do it because she's too proud. Whatever. You do look old, lady, so it's okay. Like, seriously. Exactly. When someone's 98, everyone wants them to use a walker to make sure they don't fall down. I know when my sister's here, my mom is like, she'll go, there's like no stairs in my house, but just to go into the garage, there's a little step down. And puts her foot, she doesn't put her foot over it. She puts her foot on it, like on it. So her foot's not flat. And she makes me so nervous. I'm like, put your foot over it and onto the floor flat. And she won't do it. And we're always like, she's going to fall. That's where she's going to fall. Because she's so wobbly. Put your foot over, not hanging off the edge. Oh my God. We do it. We just sit there and hold our breath. But if she had a walker, she could put the walker up. Then she could step behind it. But nope. Okay, let me see. I'm going to go bathroom and take a couple minutes, talk amongst yourself. They should be starting soon. So I have to do a couple things before they start because I won't want to miss any of it. I'll be right back. Okay. All right. Nothing yet, for crying out loud. What is happening here? I'm back. Sorry, had to do a couple things. And I'm like, wait, they're probably got to be doing like, nope, they're not back. Ugh. Anybody, any updates anywhere? I haven't looked. All right, let's see what's happening here. Where are you guys up to here? Let's see. I need to clean my glasses. They're all messed up. I'm scrolling back to see what I missed while you guys were chatting here. Oh, creepy stalker on Discord. I never leave our group in Discord, so I don't know. The only channel I'm in Discord is Left Undone. So I've never seen anybody weird. It's just all of us in there, but that's crazy. It actually is an app, Fun to Cruise. I think you have to download the app if you do it on your phone. And I know I have to download the app on my Mac. Oh, there you go. PLM's gotcha. Okay, on a laptop, it's a site. On a phone, it's an app. Thank you. She is our tech savvy star. Thank you guys for sharing those. I'm going to start a next year CrimeCon fund so I can actually go next year. I'll just start like, here's the CrimeCon fund and just edit. You guys, when you donate, put things in it. The voice called you here. The voice. Voice. Hey, PLM, we need like we need an MP3 of the voice in the brand sounds that I can just play. I gotta figure that out. So yeah, you downloaded it. Okay. No, now the link should work. Kay just told me technical issues. She hopes it won't be much longer. Thank you, Marilyn. Thanks for the update. Appreciate that so much. How are you? It's been a long time coming, huh, Marilyn? I'm super excited to hear everybody's statement today. Oh my gosh, really? You heard that? I mean, you had a dream about that? Ooh, creepy, weird. Could be, though. Oh, wouldn't be sad. Good, good, good. Good morning, Joey Skates 100. Yes, and then I can play it during the live stream. We can just, when somebody mentions the voice, we can do the voice. I don't do as good of an impression of the voice as the voice does. The voice is the best. Especially the echoey voice. What could the technical difficulties be? They've been running the show in this courtroom for 2 months, and today there's technical issues. What on earth? Of course there is. Flash fan may have overslept this morning. You may have. Well, you didn't miss anything. Today was a good day to oversleep. That's for sure. Oh, did you watch the CHAD according to CHAD? CHAD according to CHAD. CHAD is just the most fabulous thing ever, according to CHAD. CHAD looking a little glum yesterday, wasn't he? Is the whole courthouse having issues? Good question. The court is in distortion. Ah, thank you, Marilyn. That foot drop is freaky when that happens. And of course, see, he's putting off his own health needs due to all of this. So people like Annie can just shut the you know what up. Foot drop is interesting, Stacy. It's like, you know how like you can flex your foot normally and like have it sit straight up? Well, with foot drop, you can't do that. Your foot literally drops. Like if you were laying on a bed, your foot couldn't come up. It just dropped. It's it's something that happens to a lot of people. It needs to be fixed. And then PT and stuff. Foot drop, sometimes called drop foot, is a general term for difficulty lifting the front part of the foot. If you have foot drop, the front of your foot may drag on the ground when you walk. It's not a disease, rather it's a sign of an underlying neurological, muscular, and anatomical problem. So sometimes neuropathy, a lot of people get it if they're bedbound for a while, just different things, injuries. It can often be temporary, with many people recovering within a few months. However, it can be permanent in some cases, especially if it's caused by nerve damage, or treatment options depend on the cause. So if he's supposed to have surgery for it, there's probably like a nerve that needs to be cut or fixed or whatever in there. Marilyn's a nurse. She knows how that works. I don't know. I don't think so. I think we're pretty careful about who comes in, so we can ban people. So if your stalker finds you, I don't, there's nobody in there right now that's been in there that I don't recognize. Blame it on Chad. Oh, Annie is there. Annie is at court along with Colby and his wife, Tammy's dad, Ron, Samantha, cousins, and Brandon. Thank you. Oh. Sure, she isn't going to be pleasant to the nice, sweet Woodcocks. Oh, did you, Christian? Yay! Fun to Cruise made it to Discord. Yeah. It's hard. You can't do a really PT on the road, right? Well, hopefully now that this is done and over with, maybe between now and Lori's trial, he can get his health in order and focus on himself, which is important. That's right. Larry, you know, good people. He's good people. I have to go into Discord to welcome our new friend. Yay, Fun to Cruise just landed. Hey, yay, you made it. You made it. It's been a few years coming there, Friend to Cruise. Does anyone think that Summer has told Lori that the defense said that he was going to be Lori's next victim? I would love for Lori to hear that. I need to pour my Diet Pepsi. Sorry if you hear anything. I had to get more caffeine, but I was over coffee. Okay, well, Marilyn said that case said it shouldn't be much longer. So of course things don't work today. That is just so bizarre, right? Now if Utah has an earthquake, we're really in trouble today. Yeah, I saw that. I saw Justin's post that he reached out to Lori but hasn't heard yet. So we'll see. That'd be cool if she replied. We're not bad mouthing Annie. Annie has bad mouthed the wood clock. So we are very disappointed in her. And we've also said very nice things about Annie, how organized she is, how much she has given to this case as far as like information and help. But the saddest part for me is the Woodcocks have been there every step of the way. And without them, this case wouldn't be where it's at. And I just think it's really unfair. She can say it to privately, but to be saying it publicly, what she thinks, and to make videos about how horrible the Woodcocks are is just devastating to me. I think it's horrible. I think it's unfair. And they haven't done that to her. So nobody's bad mouthing her, but we are just saying that we think it's really unkind of her to have put that out there against the Woodcocks publicly. That's all. Yes, we are speaking and standing for the Woodcocks. And personally, I've met them and I appreciate everything they've done. They're kind, they're good people, and they don't deserve to be treated in a bad way. I mean, she could talk to her daughter, she could talk to people that don't, but publicly, it's just not cool, you know? We had an earthquake in March of 2020, 5.7 as Chad predicted. Oh, wow. No one acknowledged Chad's prediction when it happened, though. I'm going to predict there's going to be an earthquake in California in the next month. I'm going to predict that. Now, let me go look at my earthquake calendar because there's probably one today somewhere, right? Rumor is that Lori has tricked reporters into giving her commissary funds before, then she ghosts them with no interview. Oh, she has done that. They've put money on her books before and then she just disappears. She accepts and then she doesn't, right? What bad could she say about Carrie and Larry? A lot. She made a whole video about it. Was not kind at all. Yes, stay. It's the money. It brings money can truly be the root of evil. I'm convinced of that. Turn good people into bad. Even small bits of money. Let's see if the judge determines at time limit on statements. And remember, for Lori's trial, victim was clearly defined. Not everyone hurt by Lori got to speak. True, 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 true. Gigi got scammed. Oh, Lori, you know it, Lori. I didn't know that. I didn't know Gigi got scammed. You know Lori's going to take the money and you know it, right? I didn't know Gigi got scammed. I didn't hear that. I just remember that Justin Long had put money on her books and stuff too. And Colby too. I feel sorry for Colby. He's a kid trying to get his family together. Yeah, he made some mistakes, but he's paying for him and she forgave him. We should too. Yep. I totally missed that Gigi got scammed by Lori. That's hilarious. Poor Gigi. But I mean, she probably in the back of her mind kind of expected it too, I imagine. For stamps? Okay, I haven't heard that story. I need to hear this. I missed that one. No, she wasn't surprised, I'm sure. She's so sweet. I met her at the Boise trial, Lori's trial. Very approachable, very kind. You know, does not act like she's anything more than just a regular person, one of us, and very nice Very nice lady, Gigi. Also, Chanley Painter, when I met her, very nice. She's gone though. She's a Fox News person now. She's like on big time news. Very kind. Talked to her in line and stuff. Very approachable. You're right, Gocha. She does. That's what I said earlier. Just therapy. Some deep rooted things going on there. And you know how that works. Oh, yeah. A lifesaver. Larry was passing out his candies. Oh, he even gave one to Pryor. That's funny. Pryor, he makes me nervous, I swear. He turns red like a tomato. I feel like he's going to fall over and have a stroke. Scares me. I'm like, where's the AED? Does anybody got an eye on it just in case we need it while we're here? I'm just saying. If Pryor fell over, I would go ahead and help. But if Chad fell over and needed the AED, I'd be like tripping the people trying to go find it. Just kidding. Just kidding. Good point, B. The B. The B. The B. So today's going to be a good day. We are going to keep all the good people in our prayers, and Tylee and JJ and Charles and Tammy. And we also need to hope and pray that Chad's kids come to the conclusion that their mother deserves their love and attention at this point, even though she's gone. They've abandoned her, and it's really sad. So hopefully, because you know Tammy loved her children.
All rise.
Oh, here we are. Yay.
Close now session on Steven W. Boyce, Judge presiding.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, Mr. Bailiff, if you'd like to have our jurors brought in, please.
Sure.
I'm sorry, we do need to take up one matter outside the presence of the jurors. If they're ready, it will take a few moments. Apologies.
Is that Colby in the front right there? It is, huh? And Kelsey?
Okay, we are going to go on the record on case CR 22-21-1623, State of Idaho versus CHAD Daybell. We began a special sentencing proceeding under Idaho's death penalty statute yesterday. At the conclusion of the return of a verdict in this case, the court gave some preliminary instruction to the jurors. They convened for the evening. We're starting again with that hearing today on this special sentencing proceeding. The court has been advised by defense counsel of an intent to potentially not present mitigation, and I have in a closed sealed hearing inquired with counsel on a proffer to cover that. However, I also want to go through and determine whether or not there's a knowing and voluntary waiver of that right on the record and do that outside the presence of the jurors. So, Mr. Daybell, let me just outline your rights here for you briefly. In this special sentencing proceeding, you do have the right to both present mitigation and also a right of allocution that can be exercised at the conclusion of the proceeding before the jury deliberates. There are a couple of instructions that would be provided to the jurors. I'll read an instruction called mitigation, and it reads as follows. A mitigating factor is any fact or circumstance relating to the crime or to the defendant's state of mind or condition at the time of the crime or to his character, background, or record that tends to suggest that a sentence other than death should be imposed. A mitigating factor does not have to constitute a defense, excuse, or justification for the crime, nor does it even have to reduce the degree of the defendant's blame for the crime. My instructions given at the end of the trial phase that you are not to allow sympathy for the defendant to enter your deliberations do not apply at this sentencing phase. Mitigating factors may include any fact or circumstance that inspires sympathy, compassion, or mercy for the defendant. Evidence supporting the existence of a mitigating factor may come from the trial phase or this sentencing phase, whether produced by the defendant or the state. One other instruction that will be given is the defendant's right to allocution, and that reads, the defendant has the right to personally address you. This is called the right of allocution. Allocution is not made under oath and not subject to cross-examination. The law provides that these statements are something that the defendant is allowed to present to you as mitigation. You may consider these statements in your deliberations. So, Mr. Pryor, I've discussed this with you on the record already, but you have explained the right of mitigation and allocution to your client. Is that correct?
I have, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Daybell, the purpose of these rights is to potentially present evidence to the jury that could result in them finding that the death penalty should not be imposed in your case. Do you understand that?
I do.
All right, and I'm also advised then that you do not intend to, despite the preparation of mitigation from your attorney, you don't intend to present that evidence at this hearing. Is that your choice?
That is my choice.
Has anyone coerced or pressured you personally to make that choice?
No.
And do you feel like you're thinking clearly this morning as you make that choice?
Yes.
Okay, well, that is your right, Mr. Daybell. So thank you for putting that on the record for the court before we brought the jurors in. At this time, then, we are going to proceed with the remainder of this special sentencing proceeding, and we'll have the jurors brought into the courtroom, please.
All right, please.
So weird, right? He's okay with just going to death row. He doesn't want him like, okay, what happened to you in your life that could cause us to think that maybe you don't deserve the death penalty? You got hit in the head with a rock in La Jolla. I don't know. Maybe you could go with that one. You know, you
Okay,
were
thank you. Please be seated.
treated like crap as a child in school and you couldn't play sports as well as you needed to because you were in the wrong year. I don't know. There's all kinds of reasons you could come up with.
All right. Good morning, everyone. We're on the record on case CR 22-21-1623, State of Idaho versus CHAD Daybell. I understand we are now on the record with the public here and the jurors much later than anticipated, but the court's been taking up several administrative matters to get to this point. At this time, then, the court's intent is to read some additional instructions to the jurors before any opening statements are made. Is the state prepared to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
And let me just inquire, will the state intend to make an opening statement for this procedure?
Yes, Your Honor.
And will that be you, Ms. Blake?
Will be Mr. Wood.
Mr. Wood, thank you. Is the defense prepared to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, and does the defense intend an opening statement?
Yes, Judge, and that will be me.
Thank you, Mr. Pryor. All right, at this time then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I am going to read you some additional instructions. I'll note that you'll get copies of these to take with you as you deliberate. I read you an instruction yesterday, which was instruction number 3, and the way I read the instruction yesterday had an error in it, so that's been corrected. I'm going to reread it, and the one you get with you will have the correct language. So these instructions are not in any particular order, but they'll come to you in a packet. And again, the order doesn't necessarily matter, but you'll receive each of these. So the first instruction I'm going to read you this morning is as follows. The state of Idaho is seeking the death penalty in this case, alleging aggravating circumstances exist under Idaho law that may allow the death penalty to be imposed. The statutory aggravating circumstances are simply allegations. They are not evidence. You should not be influenced or prejudiced for or against the defendant because the state is seeking the death penalty. The state has alleged the following statutory aggravating circumstances. A, the murder of Tylee Ryan was committed for remuneration, or the defendant employed another to commit the murder for remuneration or the promise of remuneration. B, the murder of Joshua Jackson, hereinafter J.J. Vallow, was committed for remuneration, or the defendant employed another to commit the murder for remuneration or the promise of remuneration. C, the murder of Tamara, hereinafter Tammy Daybell, was committed for remuneration, or the defendant employed another to commit the murder for remuneration or the promise of remuneration. D, the murder of Tylee Ryan was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, manifesting exceptional depravity. E, the murder of J.J. Vallow was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, manifesting exceptional depravity. F, the murder of Tammy Daybell was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, manifesting exceptional depravity. G, by the murder or circumstances surrounding their commission, the defendant exhibited utter disregard for human life. H, the defendant, by his conduct, whether such conduct was before, during, or after the commission of the murders at hand, has exhibited a propensity to commit murder, which will probably constitute a continuing threat to society. If, after considering all the evidence, you unanimously find that one or more of the aggravating circumstances exists beyond a reasonable doubt, you must indicate on the special verdict form by specifically stating what aggravating circumstances or circumstance exists. If, after looking at all the evidence, you unanimously find that there is a reasonable doubt about the existence of a statutory aggravating circumstance, or you cannot unanimously agree on the existence of a statutory aggravating circumstance, you must indicate on the special verdict form that the state has not proven the aggravating circumstance. You must indicate this finding by checking the appropriate line next to such aggravating circumstance or circumstances on the verdict form. Your presiding juror must sign the verdict form. Next instruction. It is presumed that no statutory aggravating circumstance exists in this case. This presumption remains throughout the sentencing phase and during your deliberations. The state has the burden of proving the existence of a statutory aggravating circumstance, and that burden remains on the state throughout the sentencing phase. The defendant is not required to prove the absence of any aggravating circumstance, nor is the defendant required to produce any evidence at all. The state must prove the existence of a statutory aggravating circumstance beyond a reasonable doubt. A reasonable doubt is not a mere possible or imaginary doubt. It is a doubt based on reason and common sense. It may arise from a careful and impartial consideration of all the evidence, or from lack of evidence. So you are not convinced about since it is duty to find that a statutory aggravating circumstance has not been proven. On the other hand, if after careful and impartial consideration of all the evidence, you are convinced beyond a reasonable doubt about a statutory aggravating circumstance, it is your duty to find that a statutory aggravating circumstance has been proven. Next instruction. A mitigating factor is any fact or circumstance relating to the crime or to the defendant's state of mind or condition at the time of the crime, or to his character, background, or record that tends to suggest that a sentence other than death should be imposed. A mitigating factor does not have to constitute a defense, excuse, or justification for the crime, nor does it even have to reduce the degree of the defendant's blame for the crime. My instructions given at the end of the trial phase were that you are not allowed to have sympathy for the defendant or to enter that into your deliberations, and that does not apply at this sentencing phase. Mitigating factors may include any fact or circumstance that inspires sympathy, compassion, or mercy for the defendant. Evidence supporting the existence of a mitigating factor may come from the trial phase or this sentencing phase, whether produced by the defendant or the state. Next instruction, a defendant has a constitutional right not to be compelled to testify. The decision whether to testify is left to the defendant, acting with the advice and assistance of the defendant's lawyer. You must not draw any inference of guilt from the fact that the defendant did not testify during the guilt phase of the trial or during the sentencing phase, nor should this fact be discussed by you or enter into your deliberations in any way. The next instruction, victims have the right to personally address you by making a victim impact statement, which is a statement concerning the victim's personal characteristics and the emotional impact of the murder. A victim impact statement is not made under oath and is not subject to cross-examination. A victim may not make any statements that are characterizations or opinions about the crime, the defendant, or the appropriate sentence, and you should disregard any such comments you may otherwise consider victim impact statement. We start with the opening arguments is instruction number 7. The defendant has the right to personally address you. This is called the right of allocution. Allocution is not made under oath and is not subject to cross-examination. The law provides that these statements are something that the defendant is allowed to present to you as mitigation. You may consider these statements in your deliberations. All right, that concludes the court's preliminary instructions. At this time, Mr. Wood, I understand you'll be making an opening statement for the state.
Yes, Your Honor. May I approach the jury, and is there a microphone we can use?
Yeah, we'll get you a wireless mic.
Ladies and gentlemen, when we first met during the jury selection process, we spoke with you about what could happen if we this phase of the discussion. We talked with you about what happens if a defendant is convicted of first-degree murder or conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. And we talked with you about some of your feelings and your thoughts on that. The discussion we had involved the jury questionnaires that you filled out. And those questionnaires in our conversations dealt with acknowledging that murder in and of itself is not sufficient for the death penalty. That there has to be something else beyond a finding of guilt if you are to impose the death penalty. And the thing that has to be proven to you beyond a reasonable doubt and beyond that finding of guilt, conspiracy to commit murder, are these aggravating circumstances or aggravating factors the judge just mentioned. And we have alleged in this case, in a document that was filed a long time ago, there are multiple aggravating factors that we are going to ask you to find. And the judge read those to you. I'll go back over them in just a moment. In considering those factors, however, we don't have to start all over again. Yesterday, the court read you an instruction. It says you may consider and you shall consider all of the evidence presented so far. And so you have to consider everything that you considered in coming to your verdict on the charges of murder and conspiracy to commit murder. We will not be presenting additional evidence to you in this hearing. However, you will hear from multiple victims in this case. Again, you are entitled to consider everything that has been proven to you beyond a reasonable doubt so far. And the judge read these, but I'm going to read them one more time. These are the aggravators that we are going to ask you to find exist beyond a reasonable doubt. The murder of Tylee Ryan was committed for remuneration. Murder of J.J. Vallow was committed for remuneration. The murder of Tammy Daybell was committed for remuneration. The murder of Tylee Ryan was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, manifesting exceptional depravity. The murder of J.J. Vallow was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, manifesting exceptional depravity. The murder of Tammy Daybell was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, manifesting exceptional depravity. That by these murders or circumstances surrounding their commission, that this defendant exhibited utter disregard for human life. That the defendant, by his conduct, whether such conduct was before, during, or after the commission of the murders at hand, has exhibited a propensity to commit murder, which will probably constitute a continuing threat to society. Again, we're going to ask you to make these findings based on the evidence that's already been presented in this case and anything you hear today. And so going forward, as the judge told you, the trial will work like this. If you decide that the state has proven one or more of those aggravators beyond a reasonable doubt, this case then goes back to you. And it is your decision whether one or more of these aggravators has been proven. And if it has, then you must decide if under these circumstances, imposition of the death penalty would be just or unjust. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Wood. That concludes the opening statement from the state. Mr. Pryor, if you'd like to present an opening statement on behalf of your client, you may do so at this time.
Just once more, Judge, may I approach the well?
Yes. Yeah, we're going to adjust a camera as well first. Thank you, Mr. Pryor. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Pryor. Yes.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. You know, there's a saying that says you can define someone about who they are now and in the future by what they've done in the past. And only a unusual trajectory usual or startling event can change that trajectory. CHAD Daybell. I want to talk to you a little bit about Sheila Daybell taking the stand and talking about this quiet, reserved, shy young man growing up in Springville, Utah. Springville's a town outside of Salt Lake City, about 50 miles south of Salt Lake City. Chad growing up there was a town of about 15,000 people.
Mr. Pryor, I really much apologize. We're barely picking you up on the mic. I don't know if we want to maybe swap mics or. All right. Thank you, Mr. Pryor. Apologies.
Skill with electronics is showing and has shown throughout this, I guess, correct? Springville, Utah, small town, was at the time. I understand now it's 50,000 people. Chad growing up in this small town, quiet, shy, reserved, town of faith, town of religion, grew up in that. We heard Jason William talk about that. Tight-knit community. Maybe everybody knew each other. And then Chad goes on his mission. I don't know very much. You've gathered that. I don't know very much about the LDS faith. Goes off on a mission, comes back. This is not a mission where you gain worldly experience. It's not a mission where you gain insight into all of the unusual things or the challenges that people have in society. Things that many of us experience who maybe grow up in larger metropolitan areas or maybe even big cities or other parts of the country where you get an opportunity to experience other things. This is small town living. And he meets Tammy Douglas, and they get married. And they're married for 29 years. And by anybody's definition, anyone's definition, Tammy and Chad raised 5 wonderful children. 5 beautiful children. In their faith, very deep in defense. Same as Tammy was the glue that created these wonderful children. But it doesn't just take one parent to do that. You don't raise 5 wonderful children, 5 amazing children with just one parent's input. It takes 2 parents to do that. It does take 2 parents to do that. And they did that, much like they shared in the Springville Publishing Company together. They did all of those things together and built this life. And Chad wrote these books. And again, I told you before, you don't have to agree with what he wrote about, but he wrote books about things that interest him. And Jason William, Steve Schultz, Emma, Jason talked about Chad, and Steve Schultz talked about Chad, deeply involved with the Boy Scouts, deeply involved with his church, a member, a secretary to, and I cannot remember the words, and I will hack him if I say that, but deeply involved with the integral part of his church and his belief. And as Jason William talked about it, he said, remember this when he said, December, Christmas time, something changed. Something changed. What changed in December? Chad got this trajectory that was changing his trajectory. You can judge someone by their past and predict how they're going to be in the future, unless there's an interjecting trajectory that maybe changes the plan. And that trajectory that bomb that came into his life was a woman. That bomb brought chaos to CHAD Daybell's life. And this worldly man, no, not a worldly man, no experience, the only girlfriend, the only woman, 29 years, from the mission to marriage to 5 kids. He doesn't have a lot of experience dealing with relationships, dealing with how to interact with people, maybe being manipulated. And we can argue this all day long. But when it comes to personal relationships, he wasn't a worldly man. And on the other hand, the trajectory that's coming through, the trajectory that's flying into this 29-year marriage is a woman who didn't have 1, 2, 3, 4 marriages. That's worldly experience. That's a lot of things. There's a lot of things going on there. And then it all changes. The amplification of these religious beliefs, these crazy thoughts, this crazy trail of things. And you've made your decision, and I'm not going to go back on that. But look at where he was. And in Jason Williams' own words, Christmas 2018, what changed? What caused this change? We know what caused the change. You've seen all the evidence. And when I went through the voir dire process with you, I used an expression, and some of you may remember this. I don't know if I used it with all of you. I said, everything that glitters is not gold. Lori Vallow glittered. She was not gold. She was the trajectory that changed the plan. You don't go back on 29 years of marriage with nothing as far as a speeding ticket. Raising 5 wonderful children, that takes 2 parents to do that. And then this trajectory comes in and chaos hits. And all of these things start cascading. And this thing becomes very complicated and difficult, easy. And this small town boy from Springville, Utah, who's residing on a farm with his wife and his family close by in a wonderful community of Rexburg, has this bomb dropped. Suddenly chaos ensues. We have to look back at that, because when you start talking about how do you predict the future, you go back looking at what the past was, and you examine what CHAD Daybell's past was prior to the bomb being dropped, the Lori Vallow bomb being dropped on CHAD Daybell's life, and suddenly all of this stuff changing. And you evaluate that and you look back and say, is this a person? If it wasn't for that trajectory coming in and changing the path, is this where we would be going? It's not where we'd be going. Path's changed. But you judge what's capable in the future but what you've seen him do with his family, his friends, and this small knit community of Springville, Utah, and raising these 5 absolutely wonderful children. Thank you.
All right, that'll conclude the opening statements. At this point of the proceedings, then, the state is entitled to put on evidence in support of aggravating factors. Does the state intend to put on any evidence in support of aggravating factors?
No, Your Honor.
All right, is the defense going to put on any evidence in support of mitigation, Mr. Pryor?
No, Judge.
All right, at this time, the next stage of these proceedings then would be for the state to introduce any victim impact statements it may have. Is the state going to do that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Very well, you can commence with victim impact statements. The court would note they are governed by statute, somewhat limited in scope, and I believe counsel has tailored these to comport with the statute. So with that in mind, Ms. Blake, if you'd like to call in order your first impact statement victim.
The state would call Ron Douglas.
Very well. You'll give us just are situated so that they are not recording victims in this case. I'm also going to note and reiterate that instruction. These statements are not under oath, nor are they subject to cross-examination. So Ms. Blake, once you're ready, you can elicit any statement Mr. Douglas may have.
Your Honor, may the state remain seated.
Yes, you may, Ms. Blake.
And Mr. Douglas, I'll just let you know, the microphones are directional. So if you angle it kind of up under your chin, it will probably pick you up the best. And my intent, Your Honor, is simply to ask a few questions and have him then read his statement.
I think that's appropriate. Thank you, Ms. Blake.
Would you please state your name for the record?
Ron Douglas, that's Douglas.
Mr. Douglas, which victim in this matter are you related to?
I am Tammy's father.
Have you prepared a statement today?
I have.
Would you please read your statement for the record?
Before moving to Idaho, she lived 1 block away. It was difficult for us when she moved. We'd had daily interactions with her and the children. After they moved, we drove to see them for all of the children's weddings and graduations. Our last visit in Idaho with them was in March of 2020. My wife made me promise to return and visit the kids after she passed away. My wife passed away last June. The tragedy of the case has harmed our family's relationship with the kids. I will remain open to know Tammy was treated how she was. I find it comforting to know that Tammy is resting peacefully in Utah, buried alone, and near her beloved mother.
Thank you, Mr. Douglas.
All right, you can go ahead and step down, Mr. Douglas, and I'll have the state call its next victim for an impact statement.
Your Honor, the next victim to present an impact statement will be Kay Woodcock.
Very well.
Thank you.
Mr. Wood.
Thank you. Ms. Woodcock, we know you've already testified in this case, but can you remind the jury which victim you were related to?
Am related to J.J. Vallow. He was my grandson, and Tylee Ryan is my stepniece.
Thank you. Did you prepare a statement, a victim impact statement today?
Yes,
Will you please read that for the jury?
sure. Today is an incredibly difficult and bittersweet day. I am filled with pride as I remember and speak about what an amazing grandson we had, and grief-stricken at speaking about how devastated I am at his loss. I sit here today, try and explain the immense pain that me and everyone in my family continues to endure daily. But how do I do that? What words carry the strength and impact to really ensure you feel the joy and love that JJ created and the impact of his death? There aren't any. No words can truly describe and fully demonstrate the depth of pain his death has created in our hearts and our lives. It is immensely painful under normal circumstances for any grandparent. The death of a grandchild at the hands of another brings pain that is indescribable. If you remember, JJ was born with the name Kanan Todd Trahan. He was born May 25th, 2012. He would have celebrated his 12th birthday just a few short days ago. I will call him Kanan while I talk about his first year of life, because that is who he was then. He was born a fighter, 10 weeks premature, weighing in at a tiny but mighty 2 pounds and 14 ounces. Minutes of being born hospital with a neonatal intensive care unit where he spent weeks fighting to grow. He was about 2 hours old when I saw him for the first time. Seeing him, I knew he was my grandson. He was the mirror image of my son, Todd, his biological father. Todd has always loved him and always will. Kanan's death has changed his life forever. While he was in the NICU, I was only able to see him for a few minutes at a time until I was notified he would be released to us within days. 25 years since I had a new baby at home, and never a preemie with all their special needs. Larry and I didn't hesitate immediately. We said yes. The only place we wanted him to be was home with us. The night before he was discharged, I spent the night in a little room next to the NICU, talking to nurses, learning things that our little preemie grandbaby would need. The next day, it was time to leave. The nurse brought a wheelchair in and said, "Have a seat, we'll get you out of here." I looked at her, perplexed. I said, "I don't need a wheelchair, I can walk." She let me know that it was hospital policy. I sat in the wheelchair, took Kanan in my arms, and was wheeled out of the hospital like a new mama. I felt so much pride for this little baby who had not only overcome being born 10 weeks early, but also being born with illicit substance in his tiny little body. He was ready to come home well before he was expected. No bounds. We knew then, and so that day began an amazing experience of raising our cherished little man. While Kanan had been in the NICU, he spent much time hooked up to machines and monitors that he didn't get to get snuggled all day, every day, like a typical newborn. The noises and routines of the NICU were gone, and it was such a huge change for him. His first night home, I bathed him. He cried so hard, and I cried along with him. My heart was so heavy with the disadvantages he was experiencing through no choice of his own. My husband, Larry, who is Paw, asked me to give Kanan to him. He placed Kanan on his bed and wrapped his robe around him, gently breathing on his a daily occurrence, part of each hours, so Canaan would feel loved, comforted, and secure. I saw my husband in a new light, seeing what type of daddy he was to a newborn. It was like Canaan made us young newlyweds. Larry jumped in, feet first, and did all the things a new father should and more. It made our relationship grow and gave us new strength. Canaan was our strength, and we were his comfort. His first 6 months, we went to countless doctor appointments for his host of medical problems. We went to appointments with doctors for his heart, kidney, urology problems, speech, occupational therapists, and regular pediatricians for the things that every baby does. We were always on the move, going from one doctor to another, constantly working to ensure he thrived and grew. That, along with loving him, was our one priority. At each appointment, it pretty much with drugs in his system, the decision was made to place Canaan with Charles and Lori after they approached us with their desire to have a child of their own. We agonized over the decision, but knew from our past interactions with them that it was the right one. Charles and Lori were granted custody a few short months later. It was then Canaan became JJ. It was happy and devastating at the same time. We loved raising him. We gave all our love and energy, ensuring he grew, thrived, and knew what unconditional love. That time was priceless, and his growth and milestones were evidence of our love for him. But we knew this was the best decision for his future, to have siblings and access to the types of schools and services we didn't have available in Lake Charles. When he left, I felt a grief that can only be compared to the grief of losing someone to death, which is now a feeling we all know too well. We barely made it 30 days before we were standing on Charles's steps, ready to love on our baby. When the door opened, there he was in his little baby walker. I saw tears in his eyes at seeing us, right along with the huge toothless grin. It was clear that he missed us too. Before I could take a step, Larry swooped him up in his arms, and at 11 months old, he wrapped his tiny arms around Larry, laying his head on him. The connection was still so strong. We never lost that special connection with our sweet little man, and we were always his love, comfort, and safety. It is soul crushing that his energy and adventure. Oh, goodness. Wait, hang on. I made it a few months before I had to get to my JJ. So in November of 2014, I made my first trip to Hawaii, quickly returning once again in December with Larry. We would visit about every 4 to 5 months because it was such a long trip to Hawaii from Louisiana. One we were happy to make, and we stayed for as long as possible, normally 10 to 14 days. We needed to soak up as much JJ time as we could. I remember one trip in the winter of 2015, JJ stayed home with me while Charles and Lori went to church. I was making a big pot of gumbo. I had to bring a little bit of Louisiana to Charles, and JJ was excited to help me. We pulled up a stool and he poured in ingredient after ingredient. I can still see him standing next to me, intently pouring chicken broth in the pot. Afterwards, he climbed on the counter and just watched, taking it all in. It is a memory that I will always cherish and dearly hold on to. During our visits, Charles or Lori would comment on how JJ would do things with us that were a stark contrast for them. He always awoke at the crack of dawn, never sleeping any later. When visiting, we would have JJ sleep with us. He would sleep until 9 or 10 o'clock, which astonished them. There was never a doubt. He had an innate and unbroken attachment to us. Each visit, no matter where they lived, Lori always expressed her deep appreciation that we gave them the greatest gift ever. That is just one part of why this causes so much pain. It is a betrayal that can't be explained. JJ was incredibly smart. He was reading on a middle school level by the time he was 4. I remember being in a store with him on the aisle with eye drops. And there he was reading off labels, Visine, Cysteine, antihistamine, one long word after another. He would occasionally stumble on a syllable, but we took the time to go through and help him figure it out. But wow, the amount of awe I was in still makes me smile and feel the same pride I did that day. As he got a little older, he was enrolled in a private academy in Arizona, which focused on every aspect of educating and empowering children like JJ. He loved his school and they loved him. It was there where it was discovered another level of brilliance JJ possessed. I remember when Charles told us he was a math savant, he could calculate anything. I continually wonder what he would have become, what type of man would he have become? Not only was JJ smart, but he was also fun, a very contented child, healthy, compassionate, and empathetic. JJ didn't show his empathy and compassion with hugs and kisses. In fact, you had to chase him down for those kisses, just in soft tones when he spoke. He would constantly stop to ask people if they were okay, if he could see they were hurt. His world was fascinating and exciting due to his huge imagination. He would put on concerts for his stuffed animals under our enormous tree, playing the drums on buckets, pots, and pans. The joy he exuded and shared can't be measured. I loved watching him, taking him in and seeing how he approached the world. I never got enough of him. Now I've had all I will for the rest of my life and only have memories. When Charles and Lori married, Tylee was 3 years old. She was the most precious, blonde-haired, blue-eyed little girl. Tylee was an absolute mama's girl, which there was never a doubt. Real niece, especially one as sweet as her. Larry and I were driving to Austin that was a horse complete with a saddle and stirrups. I grabbed Larry's arm and said, "Stop, we have to get that for Tylee." Her brother Colby and stepbrothers Cole and Zach were always around her. She needed something just for her, and she loved it. Tylee was 9 years old when JJ became her little brother. She loved him so incredibly much, and he loved her right back. She doted on him, and he loved every minute of attention he got from his big sister. That love is displayed in the last photo taken of them together at Yellowstone, both grinning and hugging each other. As a big sister, Tylee would put notes on her bedroom door, one being "Do not enter." As you can assume, even though JJ could read and interpret words and their meanings, it didn't mean he listened. After all, isn't that what little brothers do? He would burst into her room. She would laugh, tease, and tell him to get out. I think she did it on purpose, just a joke in her heart, seeing them together. JJ adored our niece Maddie. On her 8th birthday in October of 2020, we were celebrating and singing happy birthday to her. The glow of the candles shining on her face, the huge grin that kids get during the singing hit me like a truck. I took the keys from Larry and went to the car and just bawled until I could compose myself enough to rejoin the party. It was the moment I knew that JJ didn't get his 8th birthday song, and it broke me. It was just so wrong. He didn't get to have that joy and feeling of love and celebration of his birthday. It is now grief that we are confronted with yearly, a stark and blaring reminder that we are never going to be able to celebrate that joy with him again. We never know when one of those moments will hit, but I can tell you there have been too many situations in the past few years where we were slammed with the fact that JJ won't hit another milestone. JJ loved school, loved his families, friends, and cousins, especially his cousin Braxy, Brandon Boudreaux's oldest son. Those two had such a special bond and love for each other. There were so many lives he touched that feel the immense pain and loss of him being gone. 4 of our grandchildren, near JJ's age, often tell us how they love and miss him. It is heartbreaking to have a conversation with an 11-year-old safe. So yes, this is our life now, trying to comfort our other grandchildren while they try to comfort us. The constant question remains, who would he have become? What kind of man would he have been? Would he be a famous scientist with incredible math skills? Would he be, what would his amazing imagination have bloomed into? Would he have been the next Albert Einstein, Steve Jobs, Tim Burton, Elon Musk? We will never know. But we do know how incredibly special he was to us and now to countless others just by looking around this room. I can't express just how much I wish I could have more time to create memories with him and Charles. There's a hole in my heart, in the hearts of every member of my family, that can never be filled and will remain for the rest of my life. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. The state can call its next victim for an impact statement.
Next, we'll have Matthew Douglas, Your Honor.
Very well.
Good morning.
Morning.
Can you please state your full name and then spell your last name?
It's Matthew Ronald Douglas, Douglas.
Thank you. And if you wouldn't mind, would you pull your microphone up just a little bit? Thank you
Okay.
very much. Would you tell the jury who you're here to talk about today?
I'm here to talk about my sister Tammy.
Thank you. Did you prepare a statement?
Yes, I did.
Would you please read that statement at this time?
October 19th, 2019. For me, that is when this tragedy starts. But it is by no means its actual beginning. For me, and my own segment of the Douglas clan, I can speak to the pain that started on that date and how it only grew as more and more things in our lives were upended. To those I speak to, I have come into this ordeal far into the timeline of things and have the thankful luxury of hindsight and having information neatly presented or as neat as life can possibly hand you in these circumstances. You're all on the outside looking in. For those of us directly affected, who you'll hear from or may have already, we're finally getting to let our voices in some capacity finally be heard in a meaningful manner, and we lived it. often minute to minute, hour to hour, day to day. For my little family, which for a family of 10, who am I kidding? It's not little. And especially for me, you feel never ends. A continual cascading escalation of what's next. Every time I felt I started to grasp an element of control, if such a thing can exist, of my grief over the loss of my oldest sister, something new came along and ripped it open. Hearing from your siblings that your brother-in-law has remarried and kept it from your family weeks after the fact. That's painful. Hearing the day after our family Christmas party, the first without her, that her body had been exhumed, and at the time not knowing the depth of why. That is gut-wrenching. And then the world goes upside down and topsy-turvy further. Like you're being caught in a cheap holiday snow globe, thrown about and feeling like everything is obscured. Missing kids? Wait, there were kids? Now my brother-in-law and his new bride have fled from Idaho to Hawaii for what? And everybody at this point knows the evidence presented, the details big and small, many I still can't wrap my head and my heart around. The chain of events more clearly than I need rehash. Things happened so fast. We often learned of things from news or social media before we could be contacted formally by law enforcement. I always felt sorry for the moments that happened to whichever detective or member of the prosecutor's office we'd hear from. Because news moves fast these days, and it is often far outside their control to warn us before we learn of it. From heartless media jackals looking for a sensational story. Thankfully, there's still good people that still exist in that profession too. And as unorthodox as it may seem to find a silver lining and small blessings for, it is kind-hearted, truth-seeking journalists who didn't blindside us and the victims' families, or think we were just a quick quote to misuse to their ends. Because finding out things in real time that directly impacted and destroyed your family was never enjoyable. Finding out how much deeper the rabbit hole went in this with no consideration for our pain. And the continued impact on us all. I don't wish that on anyone. And yes, I said destroyed because losing Tammy, who to me was the emotional heart and glue of our siblings group, was a slow and steady destruction of elements of our family as we knew it. Mom was so heartbroken that it only seemed to accelerate and compound her chronic health issues, especially her 30-plus year battle with leukemia. We lost her last year, just a little over a week away from now. It'll be a year on June 8th. As she seemed to finally be ready to lay down her proverbial sword and shield after a tumultuous spring of emotions tied to it all. I still remember the last normal conversation I had with her just 3 days before Mother's Day, when she went into the hospital for the last time and then was sent home on palliative hospice care until she passed. Mom isn't here today. And by no means am I her voice in anything, nor is anyone. She was uniquely her own. I can speak to the impact I saw secondhand on her of losing Tammy. We often joked in the last few years that I was her emotional support human because we both understood the things about a life of chronic pain and health issues. In some of our tougher conversations, we were open and honest about how much her being gone affected us. Mom missed her dearly every damn day. I miss her, but not the pain and the heartbreak she was in at the end, because she had long ago earned that reprieve. Tammy's kids cut off contact with a lot of the Douglas side of the family for years after everything, and in some cases still do, in choosing to defend their father. I stand by their freedom to associate. Our freedom to associate is important to us as a society, but it is often a measure of a person by who they choose to or not to associate with. Having them not standing by their mother hurt. If they ever want to rectify that position or reconnect, they know where their uncle lives or how to find out. I'm not hard to find. Family ties were broken. To put it simply, the loss of Tammy revealed true natures and behaviors of family that perhaps previously were dismissed, hidden, or ignored blatantly. This isn't a place of grievances, but to explain the impact losing your sibling's heart and glue has. When masks come off and people are so true and real to themselves, for better or worse, that some recognize that things aren't healthy and it's time to fix that. It's painful creating boundaries with people in your life. Yet you're really raised to believe you should fight like hell to protect and love dearly. But it's also healing, at least on the outside of the boundary, but things will never be the same. And Tylee and JJ, two kids I never knew existed prior to all of this, and to whom me and my family are now forever tied in tragedy to. I have kids. Close to their ages. To say, even though I'm not related to them, I'm not impacted would be lying. Larry and Kay and all of your family. For me and mine, our hearts have hurt with you. As I've seen yours hurt with ours over Tammy. We've been grateful to the fact without your tireless love for those children, would we even be here now? And you've been a voice for my sister when often others wouldn't have. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Your Honor, the state would next call Annie Cushing.
Okay, very well.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Rickson, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ma'am, will you please state and spell your full name for the record?
Annie Cushing, Cushing.
Can you please explain for the record, are you related to one of the victims in this case?
I am. I'm Tylee Ryan's aunt, Joseph Ryan's sister.
And as you came here today, did you come with a statement that you'd like to share with the jury?
I did.
Do you have that with you?
I do.
Would you like to go ahead and read that now, please?
Sure. Thank you. I remember getting a call from my brother Joe in 2002 to tell me he had gotten married, converted to the LDS faith, and was expecting a baby. Joe had been the perennial bachelor of the family, in his 40s, never married, and no kids. So this was very surprising news. He wanted to fly me out to meet his new wife. They were both so excited to be having a little girl. They had already picked out her name and were well ahead of schedule, buying the best of everything this little baby would possibly need. A couple years later, we vacationed together as families. Joe was the quintessential first-time father. Every developmental milestone Tylee achieved convinced him all the more she was clearly a child prodigy. He was also convinced she looked just like him and would find excuses to refer to her as Daddy's little girl. Truth be told, Tylee actually looked more like her mom's side of the family, which I never told Joe. But on the inside, she was so her dad. She was always dressed like a princess and had an arsenal of hairstyles that she chose from each day. But once she learned to talk, she would let you know what she wanted and was prepared to negotiate those desires like she was finalizing a legally binding contract. Even as a little girl, Tylee knew what she wanted, and we were all her humble servants. Fast forward to 2018. I flew out to Phoenix after my brother's death and was able to reconnect with Tylee. She was intelligent, clever, funny, sarcastic, and had the voice of an angel. She would just walk around the house singing. She would eventually take her love for singing to the karaoke platform Smule, leaving behind breadcrumbs for those of us who loved her and the thousands who would come to love her. But I could also tell she was depressed, and I desperately wanted to reach her to let her know I wanted to be in her life as much as she would allow. We just happened to connect on pop culture. We'd referenced ridiculous memes and viral videos, and her mom had no idea what we were talking about. So Tylee and I would take turns explaining the references. It was the first spark of connection, our common ground. Our second was over questions she had about what I did for a living. Oddly enough, her dad and I were both analysts, so I think it felt safer for her to ask about my world than her dad's, since any mention of her dad was a trigger for her mom, and she hadn't seen her dad in a while. I even told her that if nothing else, she definitely had the personality of an analyst. Facts were very important to her. Case in point, her mom, who was braggadocious and never let facts get in the way of a good story, was telling me about one of Tylee's academic achievements, and Tylee corrected her on a relatively inconsequential detail her mom had overstated. I teased her afterwards and was like, dude, who does that? You couldn't have just let that detail slide. and we had a good laugh. But to Tylee, I think if it wasn't accurate, it just wasn't meaningful. She was exacting just like her dad. My last night in Phoenix, we were supposed to have a girls' night out, but her mom changed her mind and said she was going to bed. It turned out to be the best gift she could have given me because it was the first time on that trip Tylee and I actually had time alone to connect. We enjoyed some small talk and foraged for food, but then I took a calculated risk and decided to share some things that I thought were really special about her. First, let me say, I've watched a lot of true crime over the years and know the tendency of family members to apply a halo effect to their loved ones after they pass, especially if they were victims. But after I left, one of my adult kids reached out to me to see how I was doing. We had an extended text message exchange about my time in Phoenix. And I talked about that interaction, which memorialized it. I just happened to find it in the course of the case. And I was like, no one's going to believe this actually happened. Everyone's going to attribute this to the Dateline effect. So I've actually published it publicly. For context, I had shared details about some of the conflict in the home leading up to this snippet. I wrote, Tylee opened up to me the last night after Lola went to bed. I feel trapped. I connected with Tylee, but don't want anything to do with Lolo ever again. And for this next snippet, I had shared some details about an outburst Tylee had toward her mom after she had said something grossly inappropriate about her dad. I wrote, she was this angry, resentful, sarcastic teen the entire week. Then we talked alone, and she was putty. She was so sweet and genuinely responsive to the genuine positive feedback I gave her. There's a picture of Tylee floating out there where she has the same sweet smile I saw that night. It had a vulnerability to it. It's my favorite picture of her because here she was, this walled garden, and in that interaction, she let me in. Even if it was just a step past the threshold, that brief exchange was the highlight of that week for me. Since learning more about her story, even up to that point, I completely understand why Tylee wasn't quick to let anyone in. Excuse me. By sharp contrast, according to Alex Gilbert, the defendant's neighbor who testified, he said Tylee didn't like people. That's not true. She wasn't ever angry or disrespectful in any way toward me, and I was there less than a week. We got along swimmingly. Now, his reported follow-up statement about her not liking him, that tracks. She was not one to suffer fools. I also found out in that chat she loved New York City. That was my open door. So I lobbed the idea of flying her out for her 18th birthday over the fence, and it was a hit. As I said in that text exchange, I was done with her mom and her extremist beliefs, but I thought there was a chance I'd have the opportunity to develop a relationship with Tylee that wasn't dependent on her mom. I planned to show her the best views that tourists don't know about, walk the High Line together, get real pizza, take her to the rotating restaurant in Times Square with breathtaking 360 views of the city, and let her reconnect with my daughter, who she hadn't seen since she was little. Her 18th birthday couldn't have been further from this celebratory event I had imagined. Excuse me. As her remains had been recently discovered in the defendant's backyard. Getting back to our last time together, I want to be fair. That trip certainly wasn't all bad. There were also some very sweet moments between Tylee and her mom, moments of hilarity and a fun outing. I also didn't see anything concerning with JJ. Everyone was nurturing and protective of him. JJ, like his big sister, didn't let just anyone in. I had no idea if I'd be able to connect with him. I was fascinated by this little boy who had a wild imagination and the closest bond I've ever seen a child have with a dog. Bailey was his constant companion. But with JJ, as more of an outsider, your interactions felt more like moving alongside him rather than engaging directly. So I was looking for, any possibility of our worlds to kind of cross. To that end, one thing I noticed was JJ didn't just watch TV. It was like an immersive experience. He'd be talking to the characters, commenting, imitating sounds, especially explosions. He loved imitating explosions. So I tried to do the same thing, but kind of tamped down and on the DL. I would just look at the TV and comment at something outrageous, like, what? That's wild. So we were both just kind of yelling at the TV. Whether it was a connection or not, it at least made watching TV a lot more fun. But then this one time shortly after that, his mom and I were talking in the kitchen next to the island. It's germane to the story. As a function of JJ's autism and unbounding energy, he'd run in this one circuit, which included the area just on the other side of the island. And their house at that time was palatial, so it was a pretty significant circuit. But on one trip, he broke out of his circuit and without slowing down, ran into the kitchen and into me, throwing off my balance a bit because I wasn't expecting it. Without a word, he hugged me and kept on running. I stood there stunned and asked his mom, was that a drive-by hugging? I was so touched because it was the first discernible indicator that we connected. That night, as she was putting him down for bed, I heard him ask her, will Annie be here when I wake up? Again, we never interacted directly in any way, but he recognized presence. So like Tylee, I didn't know if our worlds would ever collide in any meaningful way, but I believe that love is a universal language that's somehow communicated between sincere hearts. Just a month after that visit, Tylee wrote in an Instagram post on her mom's birthday that she had, quote, won the lottery with this one as my mom. So I believe there was hope for them to one day be able to set up some healthier boundaries and find peace. But just 4 months after that post, to the day, that would all change. That was the day her mom met the defendant. It was the spark that eventually would set so many of our lives ablaze. This case has been death by 1,000 cuts. Each detail that would come out over the past 4 years was just another cut. Sorry. It's taken a toll on my family, my health, and my overall perspective. And it felt like the world had become a more dangerous place. Just a little peek behind the curtain. There was one time early in the case, Tylee and JJ were still missing, and the city was in lockdown because of the pandemic, and police were out en masse because of protests and riots in the city. It was like the whole world had gone mad. But I had gone for a run through Times Square, which looked like a ghost town with a sea of mental health billboards. When I passed a corner newsstand, there was a picture of Tylee and JJ on a magazine cover with a heart-grabbing headline. Seeing that against a backdrop of what looked like a post-apocalyptic landscape made it all the more surreal. But to be clear, it's still surreal. It always will be. If someone had told me in 2002 that in 20 years' time, Joe and Tylee would both be dead, and I'd be swept up in a criminal case around Tylee's murder, I wouldn't have believed it. Tylee had her whole life ahead of her, She had dignity, she had dreams, she had goals. This defendant stole all of that. To close on a high note, a Greek philosopher once said, "The wheels of justice turn slowly, but grind exceedingly fine." I believe that has happened in this case. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Your Honor, we've had a question raised. We might ask the marshal if there's a box of Kleenexes at the witness stand.
Sure.
And Judge, could we have a sidebar for a minute as well?
Yes.
something that I can never reconcile. That is the impact on them, an impact that will echo through their lives. My twins, now 4.5 years old, are far too familiar with death at such a young age. Our once strong and joyful family bonds have been bruised and broken. I have always been so grateful I married into a big, loud, close-knit family. From day one, I was Aunt Kelsey. Tammy was truly my sister. And I cherish the relationships I built with each of her children, my nieces and nephews. However, the relationships with our nieces and nephews, once filled with love and laughter, are now incredibly strained and painful. My children do not know their cousins. The joy of family gatherings, Sunday dinners at grandma's, running around the neighborhood with their cousins, all the things that made our family vibrant and united are now lost. I cannot overstate the closeness, the bonds, the depth of the relationships that have been shattered. My children and Tammy's grandchildren are growing up missing out on the essential family connections that brought so much richness to Tammy's own children's lives. I desperately hope these relationships can be repaired. The toll has been profound. My mother-in-law passed away last year, and the strain from Tammy's death and the severed relationships with her grandchildren took a monumental toll on her health. She passed without fully repairing these relationships, a reality that I cannot accept. Reflecting on these past 4.5 years, every joyful moment is overshadowed. Memories are tarnished, especially those of my children's early years. We've sought counseling. We've leaned on our family for support to navigate through trauma and grief. But we are exhausted beyond measure. Tammy's murder is the direct cause of our suffering. Pain, fractured relationships, and unhealed wounds are all part of the aftermath. This is the legacy of anguish and sorrow that will haunt our family for generations. Thank you.
All right, if the state has another victim to have an impact statement offered, we can do that at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state would call Ben Douglas.
You can proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Douglas, can you state your name and spell it for the record?
Benjamin Douglas, Benjamin, Douglas, Douglas.
And can you tell the jury which victim in this case you're related to and how?
I am Tammy Daybell's youngest brother.
Thank you. Did you prepare a statement to read today?
Yes, I have one.
If you could do that now, thank you.
October 10th, 2019, I became a father of twins after years of my wife, Kelsey, and I struggling to have children. We started the current chapter of our life. Just 9 days later, on Saturday, October 19th, 2019, exhausted as a parent to newborn twins is, I received a phone call from my sister Samantha informing that our sister Tammy had passed away overnight. I was in shock and physically unable to move out of that bed for hours after, sobbing and wondering why this had. I had seen her just a few weeks previous when she stopped by our home alongside my parents, bringing gifts for the twins and excitedly saying that she had been hoping they'd show up in time for her visit. My children only know their Aunt Tammy from pictures, stories, and grave marker that they frequently request to visit. They only know their dad as someone dealing with great amounts of grief and anxiety, and I only know how to parent as someone fighting through the tidal waves of loss, media coverage, texts, phone calls, and at-home visits from reporters. The amount of sleepless nights I've had from raising twins pales in comparison to the nights I've been kept awake by nightmares of someone close to me hurting my children. The amount of damage, having trust that was built over decades of family time, completely broken, does to an individual is unmeasurable. The pain of not just losing your sibling, but to have their children, my nieces and nephews, completely alter their relationships with me is excruciating and a lasting hurt. Instead of there being a collective healing and grieving process, there is still ongoing damage and pain. Where there should be love and comfort from close family bonds, there are now major fractures that I can only hope will one day mend and be made whole. I miss sharing our birthday month, which now feels hollow and empty. I miss my sister. Thank you.
All right, if the state would like to call another victim to make an impact statement, you may do so.
Connor, could we approach?
Yes. All right, thank you, counsel. We've been going some time at this point. In lieu of lunch, however, we do just want to take a restroom break because I'm not sure that there's too many more. However, I think it is a good time to stop and give everyone a break for a moment. So we'll take about a 15-minute recess and come back on for additional victim impact statements.
All right, please.
All right, well, that's a lot. He said there's not many more. Oh, hold on. Computer. He said there's not many more. So I wonder who's left. We know Colby's there. Who else is supposed to speak today? I'm gonna make sure because I went closer to my router, so I have to reconnect some things here. I think what happened is my Wi-Fi wasn't on the 5G. Now I have to figure out where everything went. Hold on one sec. There's 2 tabs. Where's the other tab? These Macs are weird. I'm still used to PCs and I've had the Mac for like how many years now? Lost the other. Hold on. Don't go away. I'd like to know. Sorry, you guys, I'm messing with my computer because my screen share disappeared, but I know it's user error. Because I'm still sharing my screen, right? Yeah, I am. I just don't know where it is on my computer. I need a tech. I need a technician. I need an IT person in my house. Let me see. No, there's certain things you do with 3 fingers. Nope, that's not it. That's not. That's not. I can't find it. Oh, wait. Hold on. Maybe it's over here. Annie did a good job. I wish that would be the Annie that would stick around and not, instead of the little streak of hatefulness that comes out from time to time to other victims. I would be very, very happy if that could be the case. And I hope it is. Maybe getting to the end of this trial is a little bit of a stress relief and everybody can come back together and realize that they are all in the same boat. I seriously lost my, I seriously can't find, you know how like when you can separate, you have different tabs open and then you can separate them and put one tab somewhere else. I put the other tab on my other screen, but now I can't find it. And I know it's me. It's a me problem for real. Let me see. If I take that away. Okay, now where's the other one? Let me. There's got to be more. Sorry, I know I should probably be muting myself while I'm talking to myself about why I lost that, where it could be. I guess I'll just leave it as is because I don't want to mess it up. They're only taking a bathroom break, right? So everybody has been amazing in the chat today. Thank you so much. And I do apologize for when other people in the chat call out other people in the chat when it's none of their business to be anything. You are welcome to talk about anything, you know, that has to do with the case right now during this. I appreciate it. Sometimes we redirect people if you start talking about, you know, something way off topic, right? When we're trying to pay attention, and we can talk, and obviously between breaks, you can talk about anything you want during the break. So how long do we think the jury will deliberate this time? I don't know. I have a feeling it might not be very long. Where are you, Sealy? The cicadas are loud. What part of the country are you in, or world? I guess I should say. Where are you? Where are you? I really wish I could figure out what I do with the other. I think it'll be fast now. After this morning, I would even be inclined on death penalty. I think that's what they're going to go for that. I do too. It just feels like it. Might be wrong, unless there's somebody really, really on there that is not, who's really anti, but they did clarify that when they interviewed them initially. Um, so court is in recess. Go back to your chat, you guys. Oh, Midwest, 30 minutes from downtown Chicago. In the suburbs, right? I used to live in Glen Ellen when I was in high school before I moved to California. Will Chad consider himself a martyr if he gets a death penalty? Probably. He ain't going to try to save himself. Apparently. Maybe he wants to be on death row. Because he won't get to be mixed up with the rest of the people. Did you guys ever see that one? It was like on Netflix or something about the people wanted to be on death row. Like there was a Netflix series. I only saw one person, I didn't go back and watch it again after I watched the one, but it was interesting to me. LaGrange. Oh, your mom grew up in Glen Ellen? I lived there from middle school until half of high school. I still have a lot of friends there. I liked it. It was a very nice little town to grow up in. It was very Midwestern, way more close-knit than when I moved to California, as far as like having that hometown feel. Yeah, he is a coward. He isn't going to say anything, right? It is. It's a beautiful little town. It's like very storybook, you know? If I were to move in there, I would like, but Sealy, where is she? Where's Sealy? Deerfield. You grew up in Deerfield. Your mom in Glen Ellen. Wait, where's Sealy? She said, I thought you were talking about Glen Ellen, which is very darling too, but I want to know now. LaGrange. And I know I've heard of it. I don't know if I've ever been there. Oh, cute. Oh, look at it. It's very storybook too. It's little, lots of green trees. I love the water towers they have back in the Midwest. Cute. You got the Grange Village Hall. Very cute. Yeah, Glen Ellen's a lot. Reminds me of Glen Ellen a lot too, like that. I really hope that I need to check the Noah McIntosh trial starts sometime soon. Let's see. I need to look that up because that one has bothered me for so long now and is as older, if not as old as the Daybell one. Let's see. April 15th, 2024. California man charged with killing his 8-year-old son and dissolving the body in acid is acting as his own lawyer. Yeah, he's a go for it there, Bryce. Yeah, that one is in 2019 too. And he said he wasn't going to be ready. His trial has been and remains scheduled to start on June 10th. Let's see if they redid it. Because that I'm hoping, I was asking people at Lori's, I was asking the law and crime people and the court TV people if they were going to be there for this one. They are on the list, but they aren't sure, they said, like how it depends on what else is going on at the time and everything. But that case has really been bothering me. I really, I'd like to go to it. It's in the county I live in, so. Let me see if I can find it. Here we go. Jillian is apparently, the mom is living in somewhere, Arkansas or something like that, working in a factory. Superior Court of California. Court calendar. Now I'm interested in seeing what criminal and traffic. Let's go by case number. All right, here they are. Bryce McIntosh and Jillian. They're both on the calendar. Well, yeah, it says trial readiness conference is on June 10th. Active. So that's the next thing on the calendar. I really want to follow that case. I hope they stream it. I want to go to it. You don't think you've heard of that one? Oh my God, it's horrible. He was abusing, CPS was involved. CPS actually got in trouble in Riverside County over this case. They were sued and he was abusing his little boy so terribly. And anyway, then the little boy wound up, Noah wound up disappearing. And basically he's being, he was accused of murdering the child. They found a lot of evidence against him. He would put Noah in either ice cold water for hours and hours, leaving the tub, or in hot water. He would handcuff him in the bathroom. But in the end, he wound up, what he did was he got acid. There's video of him at Home Depot and Lowe's and all this stuff. And he basically killed him and basically dissolved him and took him somewhere out. And like not the Marietta, like they lived in Corona. So I passed like Tom's River off the 15 going towards San Diego somewhere. They found like the purple gloves and some of Noah's. It's a horrible case. I did a couple videos on it. It's so the case number, it's Riverside Superior Court. The case number is RIF 1901251. The mom is also, I think she has a plea deal. I'm sure she has a plea deal because she's out. She basically was involved, but I believe she's going to testify against him. Her sentencing now keeps moving. Her sentencing is now set for July 16th, 2024, because they're not going to sentence her until after she comes in, testifies against him. That's my take on this whole thing. But it's, I did a video. Let me see if I can find the video on it. I did a couple. I did 2. Oh my gosh, that's right, Claire. That was all going on at once, huh? Letitia was going on, Lori, and the West case. Oh. Come on, my. I have to kind of laugh because I keep seeing now all these channels that are like have been following this case, but not as long as us, that are like talking about the similarities with the Harry Potter and stuff in the movies. So I'd like, okay, welcome. What they should do is at least give a shout out to where they found the info. You know what I mean? But they don't. Like anybody that has a channel that wants to use any of my stuff, they're welcome to, as long as they give me credit, you know? And I do the same. Don't steal. Let's see my content. I'm trying to find it. Okay, let's see. This one is one of the ones. Copy. So that'll give you a little background on that case. It doesn't even make sense to me how we tell her over and over, and then she gets worse and worse. Okay. All right, let's see where we are. How long did they deliberate? Almost about the same as they did for Lori. It was like 2 hours or 1.5 the first night, and then like 4 or 5, and then they had a verdict. Still trying to figure out where my other tab went. I'm glad you did too. Welcome. It is nice to find a chat that you can fit in and really feel comfortable, and people aren't attacking each other, and we can talk to each other, and the community is amazing. And it's because of all of you guys, really. Claire, really is a great group here, especially live chats. I appreciate all of you and your comments. We have great discussions, and everyone is super respectful of each other. Yeah, absolutely. Completely agree. You guys, it's all because of you guys. You guys make a good community. The people that come here and don't fit in, they leave real quick, which is fine by me. They can go. We don't need that negative energy here, do we? Whoops. Okay, hold on a second. I've just came to the conclusion of something. One second. All right, I just figured something out. Let me know. I'm gonna mute my microphone in one way and tell me if you can hear me and tell me what I say, okay? Testing 1, 2, 3, testing 1, 2, 3, testing 1, 2, 3. Okay, now I unmuted the way I had it muted. Could you hear me? I'm really trying to figure out what mute buttons aren't working here. Something's not working. Because yesterday, PLM said she heard me on a phone call, and I was like, no, I was muted. You couldn't hear anything. But what I think happened is I mute the actual microphone. That's, yep, okay, you could hear me. Ah, no secrets here. Okay, now I know. So when I muted the actual microphone, I think it just switches me over to the computer microphone. So that's why you can still hear. That's funny. What have I said about you guys? Do you know? So I have to mute the actual StreamYard microphone. All right. You couldn't hear that, right? All right. Well, that's so funny because Ruby's like, I can hear you when you're talking. I'm like, what? No, I muted. But I think it switches to the other microphone. That's what happened. Okay. You know, user error. Technology. Use my portal. Oh, that's good. That's what I said. That is it. That's funny. You hear me yelling at my dogs then half the time. Birthday. Yes, she's like, let's mute, let's drown out Kathy's personal phone call by turning up the music. Oh my God, I'm laughing. Luckily, I wasn't sexting or something, or what is that? Is that a thing? No, that's when you're texting sex. Oh, maybe I was yelling at my freaking siblings or children. I don't know. Anyway, I don't have any that good juicy stuff to hide as it is. So if you hear anything, it's probably quite boring. That's funny. I'm glad I know now, though, that when I mute my microphone, I'm not actually muting anything. I must mute and snooze. I don't even have anybody to do that with, so it's all good. I'm enjoying my nice little single unattached life. There's none of that going on. So no worries. You won't have to leave me. But I think that you don't hear that, right? That is when you type it. Oh my gosh, that's funny. He was on a phone call with the doctor and everyone on chat turned down our volume. Like, let's give him some HIPAA respect here. I know, it's kind of cool to just have your own thing. Now, if I could just get rid of a couple dogs and a mom. No, what I need is a sitter. I don't need to get rid of anybody. I just need a consistent sitter that isn't cost me an arm and a leg. I told my mom today, I go, I was supposed to go out of town. She's like, you were? I'm like, yeah, but I didn't have anybody to stay with you. Stay with me? I'm fine by myself, she says. I'm like, oh God. Today, maybe not tomorrow. I said, yeah, but then the dogs, I can handle the dogs. They're not that hard. She says, this is a conversation we had 20 minutes ago. I'm like, mother, stressed me out. I canceled my trip and I didn't want her to feel bad. So I just like, no, it's okay. Oh, speaking of, see, you got to manage them. My husband passed away 9 years ago. We were married 33 years. Wow. But done my time and want more of it. No, you had a good life and you had a good family and you had a good husband and you have good memories. It's perfect. My family thinks I'm weird because I don't do Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, or any other social media. You're not weird, but you got YouTube, so it's not like you're technically challenged, right? Your social media, you just have your preferences. My dogs are actually, no, they are a Yorkie and a pug. They are little. Although Percy probably could go on a diet. He's getting a little hefty for his size. They told me at the vet, you got to be careful because they get bad backs. Happy anniversary. But friend of Cruz, if you lost your husband, would you be all wet and willing to go get a new one? Probably not, right? I got almost everybody I know that got divorced or widowed after me all got married within a year or two. And I'm like, wow. I was surprised. And then I dated and stuff, but now I'm kind of just liking, I got my kids, I can do what I want, I have my grandkids, I can go when I want, where I want. I mean, if the right person dropped into my lap, sure, but I'm not looking. 50 years is a huge amount of time. What? Live? No, did not hear that. I kind of do. I think this jury, if they know what they want to do, I think it'll happen today. If there's holdouts or if there's people unsure, it might not. But if they already are all on the same page, it'll be done today. And then they can go live their lives. And if anybody sees any and they want to come on here, get me a juror to come talk to us at Left Undone because we're nice. You have a loving little pitty. Oh, Lucille Ball, cute. I used to get chased by big dogs. I'm afraid of big dogs. Some big dogs are just lovers and other ones are a little intimidating for sure. Claire, yeah, I think so too. As long as everybody's on the same page, I think it'll be fast. Oh, everyone in the jury's crying. Those poor people. They're going to be trauma bonded, huh? For sure. My daughter's father-in-law married 2 months after his wife of 30 years passed. Blowed our mind. Yeah, it seems so fast. Married at 18. Who knew? Yeah. And it's the weekend. I would imagine that if they're on the same page, they just want to be done. They want to go home. Oh, the alternates still, huh? They say men marry quick. They can't be alone, and it's a sign of a good marriage. I have heard that. I have heard that. My sister's divorce finalized yesterday, and we couldn't be happier. He was cheating with hookers. Oh, God. Oh, you know, there's a huge syphilis outbreak, too, in this world right now, in this country. It used to be unheard of, but it is a problem right now. So be careful. Good marriage. I used to get chased by this Doberman in the neighborhood. Oh, that would scare me. Such a good nanny, mommy, Grammy, nanny. What do you go by? Nana. They need to go on a beach, like I said yesterday. Prior prosecution and the jury, I'll need a beach vacation right now, somewhere tropical. It is. It is. It's going around in nursing homes too. Isn't that crazy? I'd want to go home and be done with CHAD Daybell. Go home and take a shower. Get that guy's bleh. Ugh. I'm done with CHAD Daybell. I just want to put a big X over his face. I should do that on my thumbnail right now. Let's see. Can I make a new thumbnail while we're on here? Let's see. I'm going to try it. I don't know if I can do it. I'm on here. I think I can do it. Goodbye, Chad. We're done with him. Sorry, I'm playing with my thumbnail. I'm going to make it. I'm put a new thumbnail. You are canceled, CHAD Daybell. Canceled. John Pryor, too. You're canceled. You're right. You guys are out. All right. Let's see what happens. I know, right? Might as well be a lunch break. Colby, I think Colby's going to make a statement. After Judge left, Chad was smiling and joking with Pryor. Chad is a loser. He has no remorse for this, does he? Nothing. Senior swingers. Right. Chad does not deserve it. I'm bonded to Left Undone. I wonder if John Pryor's going to go on, I'll bet you anything he shows up on Court TV or Law and Crime or one of those interviews in the next 24 to 48 hours. John Pryor on his way with his flip-flops and his beach umbrella, his margarita. Maybe he needs like a pina colada or something else. I have an imagination of where everybody's going after this. Or maybe he'll fly on over to CrimeCon. Okay, I'm gonna change my thumbnail right now. I don't know if it'll show up, but it will after. Not that anybody cares. Entertaining myself pretty much here. Change my thumbnail to a big old X over Chad's face. You are done, dude. Done. Gone. Let's see. Ah. There we go. Okay. Save. Oh, that was fun. Okay, they can come back from lunch now. I'm done playing with my thumbnail. Chad has an X on it. Yep. He needs to hit the media circuit. And remember, there were only women and Alex in that cult. He can't get male followers, I don't think. I agree, he can't. Alex was just Lori's sucker. Chad is gone. He's going to disappear into the portal of darkness. He's already looking a little vitamin D deficient with his pale skin. After Lori's trial, I noticed she's dropped off the attention. Nobody's following her new case much. No media for her, no shine, and hope. The same with Chad. Let's be done with them. Yeah, Lori will probably make a slight comeback when the case goes to Arizona. I mean, you know, goes to trial in Arizona, but they're going to disappear into the darkness. Be gone into their portals. They're porta potty portals. Oh, I hear voices. I hear voices, and they aren't in my head, I promise. Maybe they are. Did anybody else hear voices?
All right.
It's not.
Report's good, it's ended.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the jurors are lined up, so we'll go ahead and remain standing. Please, if we can have the jurors return to the courtroom.
All right. Freeze off, President Counter for you.
Thank you. Please be seated. Okay, we're back on the record on KCR 22211623, State of Idaho versus CHAD Daybell. I appreciate everyone's patience as we work through this process today. There's a lot of administrative matters being taken up while we're not on the bench, but we're moving things along at this time. I'll note the jurors have returned and are properly seated, and we are continuing with victim impact statements, and I believe the state has a few more victim impact statements this afternoon. So who's going to be calling the next victim up to the stand?
I will, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Beatty, you can call the next person to give a statement.
Your Honor, the next individual would be Colby Ryan.
Okay.
Colby, could you state your full name and spell your last name?
Colby Ryan, Ryan.
Are you here to talk about Tylee and JJ today?
Yes.
How are you related to Tylee and JJ?
Tylee is my little sister and JJ is my little brother.
Did you prepare a statement to read today?
Yes.
Would you like to read that now?
Yes.
Go ahead.
It is very hard for me to put into words what it means to have lost my entire family. I lost the ability to watch Tylee and JJ grow up. I lost my relationship with my little brother, which took years to build. Ugh.
It's okay if you need a moment. Take a moment if you need to. It's all right.
It took years to build to even have him be able to look us in the eyes. I lost the ability. Sorry. Sit with my little sister and talk and share our lives. So in short, I lost everything I've ever known. I lost the ability to share my children with them, or have my children have the privilege to know them and be loved by them. My 3 kids will never know the kindness of Tylee's heart. Or JJ's silly and goofy personality. But more importantly, Tylee and JJ lost their lives. Tylee will never be able to travel like she always wanted to or have a family of our own. Or find ourselves in this world. JJ will never be able to spread his love or his light around the world the way he used to. The only way I could describe the impact of their lives being lost is like a nuclear bomb dropping. I will never be able to share her gifts with the world or have all the people who love her get to hear her incredible laugh. Sorry. Ugh. JJ will never get to grow up. And share his one-of-a-kind personality with the world. And everyone who's lost him feels the void. It's not an overstatement to say that I lost everything. But more importantly, we all lost Tylee and JJ. I stand here today, motherless, fatherless, sisterless, and brotherless. The only course forward is to trust in Christ, knowing that He has them in His arms, and wait for the day that we all meet again. I pray for all of you who have bleeding hearts. Thank you.
You.
Your Honor, the state would next call Samantha William.
Very well. Go ahead, Mr. Wixom.
Thank you. Ma'am, will you please state and spell your name for the record?
Samantha Gwilliam, Gwilliam.
And could you remind the jury how you're related to the victims?
Tammy is my sister.
And do you have a prepared statement?
I do.
Would you like to go ahead and read
Yeah,
that now?
I would like to. I speak out for my sister, Tammy Daybell, because she cannot speak for herself. She is dead. And others who were supposed to stand up for her, protect her, and love her did not. From the moment I found out that she was gone, I have never felt peace. In the first few weeks, I had a gut feeling that something wasn't right and that someone had done something to her, but I didn't know why. So many questions come up as a quick funeral is arranged, no autopsy and no answers. As we find out about a quick marriage, I smell a rat. As any woman does, I search out answers and dig through whatever evidence I could find. None of it was reassuring or good. There's still no peace to be found. We are questioned by police about missing children. And this uneasiness I had felt about Tammy's death only intensifies. We are notified that Tammy has been exhumed. And this is my first moment of maybe now I can get the answers I seek. But with the pandemic and exhaustive testing, I don't see results for a long time. My family sits in a limbo of not knowing why or what happened. In the meantime, there's a large investigation, many more questions. We are hounded by news reporters through phone calls, texts, emails, social media, and even with surprise visits at our front door. Still no peace. I am asked about a pet cemetery. And a few days later, I watch with the world as the bodies of two precious missing children are found on the same property where my sister died. I retched and sobbed over learning about JJ and Tylee. Two more victims and no peace to be found for anyone. When we finally get the long-awaited autopsy results, our worst fears are confirmed and we know that she was murdered. We have spent almost 5 years waiting for there to be peace. My sister, Tammy, was my best friend. Before she moved to Idaho, we talked to each other almost every day, or saw each other almost every day. Her first year there was a hard adjustment, but she made a place for herself there and was a great member of her community. Tammy was a force for good at her school, influencing children, making friendship with others, and being a person you could count on. Pardon me. She loved being a mom, and especially a grandma. She was so excited to be part of their lives. She was content and happy. Her and I had made plans that when we were old that we would live next door to each other. We helped raise each other's children. We were excited for the future. My last visit I had with Tammy is the last time I have felt any peace. I would not be a good sister if I did not defend Tammy as well. She was made out by some in this court as if she was lazy and fat and dying from an illness. Look at me right now. I am the same age as Tammy was when she died. She was in better health than I am right now. Do I look like I am dying? It is not a crime to be a middle-aged woman trying to be healthy and still play a video game or eat fast food occasionally. My sister was ripped from our lives. Because of her murder, we lost a beloved mother, grandmother, sister, aunt, and daughter. She is irreplaceable. She started with one grandchild and missed seeing the next 5 that would be born. They will never get to know her. But when Tammy died, that is not the only thing that we lost. Her absence created a void that is unmistakable. We used to have a close relationship with Tammy's children, but now our relationship is strained, and some of the kids that I helped raise no longer speak to us. My mother passed away last June. She had to spend the last of her years separated from these same grandchildren for no fault of her own. My mother declined in health while still not having peace. Her passing was marred by the fact that Tammy's children chose to not participate in her funeral. The lies, deception, and murder have ripped our family apart. We do not feel peace. I am not a dark person or a zombie, and for me and my family to be portrayed this way is unacceptable. I am tired of being vilified, so there is a reason to not listen to me. I stand for truth, and I don't lie. So know as I say this now, my sister should not be dead right now. She should be here alive and smiling with her family and friends. She should be doting on her grandchildren and taking care of her animals. It is a cruel world that has taken her from us. We need to feel some peace for the first time in 5 years. I miss my sister every day. I will grieve for her for the rest of my life. I speak up for her now because she needs a voice. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Very well, does the state have another victim to make an impact statement?
Yes, Your Honor, the state will call Michael Douglas.
Okay. You can inquire, Ms. Blake.
Thank you. Would you please state your name for the record?
Michael Douglas.
And are you related to a victim in this matter?
I am
And who is that?
Tammy.
How are you related to Tammy?
I am Tammy's sibling.
Did you prepare a statement for today?
I did.
Would you please read that?
I will. I am Tammy's older brother and the oldest of the Douglas siblings. My experience and the impact this has had on me has been profound. The day Tammy was killed, I received a phone call, and I looked down to see Samantha's name. I answered the phone. Good morning. Samantha said, "It's not going to be." It turns out she was right. I was in shock, and after the funeral, I drove to Idaho the next morning to be at her Idaho memorial. When I left, I called my wife and told her something was off. I tried to keep everyone from jumping to conclusions, mostly myself. I probably should have done more jumping. When we heard about the marriage, we were given a false date to lead us to believe that it had not been only 2 weeks. Then we found out the real date. I'd received a call from my Aunt Vicky and my cousin Julie, encouraging me to pursue an autopsy. I told them I couldn't because I was doing everything I could to keep my mom and dad alive. When we found out about the exhumation, I hoped that there was nothing to be found. I never wanted someone to be more wrong than I wanted Aunt Vicky to be wrong. But it was me that was wrong again. All of us were devastated by the exhumation, but especially my mother. She saw the exhumation as a desecration of Tammy's gravesite. Once Tammy was reinterred, my mom asked that we would meet again at the gravesite, and we did so and held a family service. I then received a phone call from my mother indicating that there were 2 missing children. I remember where I was, what I was doing, and the exact feeling of, oh, please no. Please don't let this be so. My heart sank, and I said to my mom, "Mom, Chad told us they were empty nesters." Surely this is a mistake, not anything to worry about. Maybe they have them in hiding. Maybe there's something else going on. Oh, I was wrong again. People would come up and ask if the kids had been found yet when they would see me in public. The stress and anxiety grew. And then the day came that the children were found.
I broke into more pieces than I can count. I was at work, began crying hysterically and had to be rushed into an office. I was surrounded by people that had figured out that this was coming long before I did. Hope was lost. I went into therapy, both talk and medicinal. My blood pressure went so high that my doctor prescribed something he'd only done 3 times previous in his long career. He was afraid I was having a stroke right there in the office and had an ambulance on standby in case I did so. When I learned of the results of the autopsy, I did not sleep for 6 weeks. The nightmare fodder that I have been provided will last me a lifetime. My insurance rates have skyrocketed due to the medications I started on right after the children were found, and I'm now ineligible for certain coverages. As the big brother, I felt and I feel like a failure. I failed to protect Tammy. I looked for a silver lining, as we do as big brothers, trying to set up some kind of a win. And none to be found. For the first time in my life, I was unable to function at the level I always had. Work, family, God, all of my relationships suffered. I had to be told by my therapist that I had already lost, that I would not find a win. I have mostly come to terms with that, but the loss is still so very raw. I now have an angry part that has become hopefully not a permanent part of me. People that have known me most of my life don't know who I am. They don't know what I'm going through because they are not the big brother whose sister was killed. I cannot tell you what my dad or siblings have suffered because I did not lose a child or an older sibling. The grief and suffering is unique to each of us, but has driven wedges of misunderstanding. If this were radioactivity we were dealing with, I would look to the half-life to see when the pain and suffering might stop. The half-life of this experience will cover generations and many lifetimes. The scarring continues and the painful things keep happening. I have likened it to being in a slow-motion train crash these past 4.5 years. Watching loved ones and myself, as well as total strangers, caught up in the disaster, continuing to be pummeled with no end in sight. Today, hopefully, that train wreck loses momentum and finally comes to a screeching halt. I helped to found a charity to honor Tammy's legacy and to keep her memory alive. We named it after her, and I have had many suggest that the name Daybell should not be there. That was her name. That was and is her children's names and her grandchildren's names, and will continue to be. We have strived to stay out of the public eye, to not do media requests, to not speak publicly about this, because we have attempted to continue our relationships with Tammy's children, to be able to have relationships with her grandchildren, all of their families. We love them and care for them, but there has been an alienation that is as painful as losing Tammy. We have relatives, children that have joined the family that we have not been allowed to meet due to this train wreck that you're all part of. I have been robbed of the opportunity of growing old with my little sister, being grandparents together and teasing each other into old age. I have had my peace stolen, and I have to fight every day to be patient and kind with others and myself.
I have had some that have seen my wounds and have attempted to exploit this time of anguish for their personal gain. This train wreck has brought out much good in many, but has fostered much evil in others. I have lost a large portion of my income, my creative energy, and my ability to be of service to others due to the general loss of energy and health that this has caused. I am wounded, broken, sad, angry, disgusted, betrayed, and looking for answers on the constant pain of grief and loss. We hope that after this is over, we can attain closure and healing and take the next steps to finding ways to heal and grow stronger from these wounds afflicted upon us. Tammy, JJ, and Tylee have all been robbed of that choice and that chance.
All right, does the state have any further victim impact statements to provide?
We do not, Your Honor.
All right, at that point then, with the proceedings, the next inquiry the court would make is in relation to the defendant's right of allocution. Mr. Pryor, have you discussed with Mr. Daybell his right to make an allocution before the jury considers?
Yes, Your Honor.
And is Mr. Daybell going to make any allocution?
No, Your Honor.
Is that correct, Mr. Daybell? No allocution? Very well. That will conclude the submission of evidence and the right of allocution in this proceeding. The next issue the court will take up then is briefly reviewing the final instructions that will be given to the jurors, as well as a verdict form before they retire for deliberation. We do need to take a moment to review those with counsel outside of the presence of the jurors. They are prepared, so I don't think this will be an extensive break, but we will take a break here for the court to go through jury instructions with counsel. Once that's concluded, we'll have the jurors brought back in for any closing arguments that may be presented by the state and the defense. So if all would rise for the jurors, we'll do that at this time. Thank you. Please be seated. Counsel, the court has submitted for your review sentencing phase jury instructions. The court's already read several of the instructions to the jurors, and there are additional instructions. With our apologies, the numbering is out of order, which I'll explain to the jurors just in the manner of which we were putting these together today. But the remaining instructions that have not been read to the jurors would include instruction as labeled number 5, instruction number 9, number 10, 11, 12, 16, and we've got 14 and 15 is the order I'll be reading those in, and a proposed verdict form. So before I give these instructions to the jurors, I do want to have counsel an opportunity to indicate whether or not on the record there are any objections to the form of instructions, the court would note the Supreme Court just recently approved new criminal jury instructions for this sentencing phase, and the court has incorporated those wherever it was practical to do so, and they were not in conflict with any previous given construction or instructions. So from the state then, I'm not sure who would address the court here. Is it Ms. Blake?
Yes, Your Honor.
Have you reviewed the court's proposed instructions?
Yes, we have, Your Honor.
Have you also reviewed the verdict form?
Yes, we have.
Do you have any objection to the form in which these are going to be submitted to the jurors?
We have no objection, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Pryor, have you been able to review the proposed instructions in the verdict form?
Yes, Your Honor.
As to the instructions, is there any objection to which these have been drafted by the court?
Judge, this has been objected, and I'm just going to make this a verbal objection, and that's going to be that the court applied the standard of reasonable doubt that you chose to apply based on a previous instruction to the jury before the Supreme Court came out with these decisions. However, the Supreme Court has noted that the instructions are to be applied immediately. And just I'm making this a verbal objection to preserve the record that the firmly convinced language of reasonable doubt is what I anticipated and expected to be included in not only the original instructions to the jury, but now the sentencing instructions. And I'll just make that a verbal objection.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Pryor. Are there any other objections on the form of instructions or on the verdict form?
Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. Well, Mr. Pryor, on that objection, I've considered that previously in the trial for the reason that we had already given the jurors a instruction defining reasonable doubt, and I didn't want to change midstream that definition, whether in this proceeding or in the course of the trial. I've stuck with the instruction that's been used in Idaho for a long time. I have considered your objection. I am going to overrule that objection. And so the instructions that the court's proposed now are going to be provided. We'll give the jurors courtesy copies. There will be one original copy for them to take with them, as well as an original verdict form. We're going to get those jury instructions distributed at this time just on the jurors. They'll be able to read along, and then I'll read through final instructions. And then if the parties have closings, you can take those up next. All right, if those have been distributed, then we can have the jurors brought back in, please. Thank you.
All right, please. Here's our President County for you.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'll note on the record, the jurors have returned and we are on the record. At this point, the court is going to read your instructions for this special sentencing proceeding. I've already read certain instructions and those will be included in your copies there. I will note that the numbers are generally out of order on these. Don't concern yourself with the ordering or if there are any gaps in numbers. These are the instructions you're to have in the way they are ordered by number. I'll also note that we'll have an original for you in your deliberations. Please don't write on those or mark them up in any way, but you may make any notes if you wish on the copies you've been provided. So the instruction towards the middle of that packet I'm going to be starting with, where I haven't already read through, is labeled instruction number 5. And that's somewhat in the middle, following what I already read on instruction number 7. So instruction number 5 is as follows. You have now heard all the evidence in the case. My duty is to instruct you as to the law. You must follow all the rules as I explain them to you. You may not follow some and ignore others. Even if you disagree or don't understand the reasons for some of the rules, you are bound to follow them. If anyone states a rule of law different from any I tell you, it is my instruction that you must follow. No single instruction describes all the law that must be applied. You must consider the instructions together as a whole. In considering whether a sentence of death is justified, you shall not consider the race, color, religious beliefs, national origin, gender, or sexual orientation of the defendant or of any victim. You are not to impose a death sentence unless you conclude that you would do so no matter what the race, color, religious beliefs, national origin, gender, or sexual orientation of the defendant or victims may be. I have not meant by these instructions or by any ruling or remark I have made to indicate any opinion as to the facts of what your verdict should be. Instruction number 9. You have been instructed that the state has alleged the statutory aggravating circumstance that the murder was committed for remuneration or the promise of remuneration, or the defendant employed another to commit the murder for remuneration or the promise of remuneration. In order to find the defendant guilty of this statutory aggravating circumstance, you must unanimously find beyond doubt remuneration was a motive, reason, or impetus for the murder and not merely the result of the murder. Remuneration means payment or compensation. Instruction number 10. You have been instructed that the state has alleged the statutory aggravating circumstance that the murder was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, manifesting exceptional depravity. In order to find the defendant guilty of this statutory aggravating circumstance, you must unanimously find, beyond a reasonable doubt, that the murder was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, manifesting exceptional depravity. The terms especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel are considered separately, but in combination with manifesting exceptional depravity. The terms heinous, atrocious, or cruel are intended to refer to those first-degree murders where the actual commission of the first-degree murder was accomplished by such additional acts as to set the crime apart from the norm of first-degree murders. A murder is heinous if it is extremely wicked or shockingly evil. Atrocious means outrageously wicked and vile. Cruel means designed to inflict a high degree of pain with utter indifference to or even enjoyment of the suffering of others. This statutory aggravating circumstance does not exist unless the murder was especially heinous, especially atrocious, or especially cruel, and such heinousness, atrociousness, or cruelty manifested exceptional depravity. It might be thought that every murder involves depravity. However, exceptional depravity exists only where depravity is apparent to such an extent as to obviously offend all standards of morality and intelligence. The terms especially heinous, manifesting exceptional depravity, especially atrocious, manifesting exceptional depravity, or especially cruel, manifesting exceptional depravity, focus upon a defendant's state of mind at the time of the offense as reflected by his words and acts. Instruction number 11. You have been instructed that the state has alleged the statutory aggravating circumstance that the murder or circumstances surrounding its commission, the defendant exhibited utter disregard for human life. In order to find the defendant guilty of this statutory aggravating circumstance, you must unanimously find, beyond a reasonable doubt, that by the murder or circumstances surrounding its commission, the defendant exhibited utter disregard for human life. Exhibited utter disregard for human life with regard to the murder or the circumstances surrounding its commission refers to acts or circumstances surrounding the crime that exhibit the highest, the utmost callous disregard for human life, i.e., the cold-blooded, pitiless slayer. Cold-blooded means marked by absence of warm feeling, without consideration, compunction, or clemency, matter of fact or emotionless. Pitiless means devoid of or unmoved by mercy or compassion. A cold-blooded, pitiless slayer refers to a slayer who kills without feeling or sympathy. The utter disregard factor refers to the defendant's lack of conscience regarding killing another human being. Instruction number 12. You have been instructed that the state has alleged the statutory aggravating circumstance that the defendant, by his conduct, whether such conduct was before, during, or after the commission of the murder at hand, has exhibited a propensity to commit murder, which will probably constitute a continuing threat to society. In order to find the defendant guilty of this statutory aggravating circumstance, you must unanimously find, beyond a reasonable doubt, that the defendant, by his conduct, whether such conduct was before, during, or after the commission of the murder at hand, has exhibited a propensity to commit murder, which will probably constitute a continuing threat to society. The phrase exhibited a propensity to commit murder, which will probably constitute a continuing threat to society, means conduct showing that the defendant is more likely than not to be a continuing threat to society. You may consider conduct that occurred before, during, or after the commission of the murder you have already found the defendant guilty of in this case. However, a finding that the defendant has a propensity to commit murder, which will probably constitute a continuing threat to society, cannot be based solely upon the fact that you found the defendant guilty of murder. In order for a person to have a propensity to commit murder, the person must be a willing, predisposed killer, a killer who tends toward destroying the life of another, one who kills with less than the normal amount of provocation. Propensity requires a proclivity, a susceptibility, and even an affinity toward committing the act of murder. Instruction number 16. The state has alleged more than one statutory aggravating circumstance in this case. You must consider whether the state has proven the existence of more than one statutory aggravating circumstance beyond a reasonable doubt by relying on the same facts or independent facts. The same facts, without more, cannot be relied on to find more than one statutory aggravating circumstance beyond a reasonable doubt. Independent facts must exist for each statutory aggravating circumstance in order for you to find that the state has proven multiple statutory aggravating circumstances beyond a reasonable doubt. Instruction number 14. I have outlined for you the rules of law applicable to this case and have told you of some of the matters which you may consider in weighing the evidence. In a few minutes, counsel will present their closing remarks to you, and then you will retire to the jury room for your deliberations. The arguments and statements of the attorneys are not evidence. If you remember the facts differently from the way the attorneys have stated them, you should base your decision on what you remember. The attitude and conduct of jurors at the beginning of your deliberations are important. It is rarely productive at the outset for you to make an emphatic expression of your opinion on the case or state how you intend to vote. When you do that at the beginning, your sense of pride may be aroused and you may hesitate to change your position. Remember that you are not partisans or advocates, but you are judges. As jurors, you have a duty to consult with one another and to deliberate before making your individual decisions. You may fully and fairly discuss among yourselves all of the evidence you have heard and seen in this courtroom about the case together with the law that relates to this case as contained in these instructions. During your deliberations, you each have a right to re-examine your own views and change your opinions. You should only do so if you are convinced by fair and honest discussion that your original opinion has changed based upon the evidence and the law as given you in these instructions. Consult with one another, consider each other's views, and deliberate with the objective of reaching an agreement if you can do so without disturbing your individual judgment. Each of you must decide the case for yourself, but you should do so only after a discussion and consideration of the case with your fellow jurors. However, none of you should surrender your honest opinion as to the weight or effect of evidence because the majority of the jury feels otherwise, or for the purpose of returning a verdict. Instruction number 15. In reaching your verdict, you must first decide whether the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that any of the statutory aggravating circumstances exist. You must consider each of the alleged statutory aggravating circumstances. Your decision that each statutory aggravating circumstance exists must be unanimous. If you find that the state has failed to prove the existence of any statutory aggravating circumstance, or if you are unable to unanimously agree on that issue, then you must so indicate on the verdict form. If the state has failed to prove the existence of any statutory aggravating circumstance, you need not deliberate further. Merely notify the bailiff that you are done. The judge must then sentence the defendant to life in prison, and the judge must set a fixed period of imprisonment of at least 10 years during which the defendant will not be eligible for parole. If you unanimously find that the state has proven the existence of a statutory aggravating circumstance, then you must so indicate on the verdict form. You must also then consider whether any mitigating circumstances exist to make that imposition of the death penalty unjust. If you find that all mitigating circumstances are sufficiently compelling to make the imposition of the death penalty unjust, or you cannot unanimously agree on that issue, then the defendant will be sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. A life sentence without possibility of parole under Idaho law means that a person must spend the rest of his or her natural life in prison. If you find that all mitigating circumstances are not sufficiently compelling to make the imposition of the death penalty unjust, then the defendant will be sentenced to death. You must decide for yourself whether all mitigating factors presented, when weighed against each statutory aggravating circumstance proven by the state, are sufficiently compelling to make the imposition of the death penalty unjust. You do not have to unanimously agree upon what mitigating circumstances exist. The existence of mitigating factors need not be proven beyond a reasonable doubt. You must each decide for yourselves whether mitigating circumstances exist, and if so, then consider them in your individual weighing process. Once you have reached a unanimous decision on whether all mitigating circumstances, when weighed against each aggravating circumstance, make the imposition of the death penalty unjust, or if you cannot unanimously agree on that issue, then you must indicate on the verdict form and notify the bailiff that you are done. All right, that concludes the instructions. As I mentioned, there will be a conforming verdict form that will be submitted for the jury foreperson as well. And the jury foreperson is to remain as the same foreperson that had that role during the guilt phase of the trial. So, counsel, at this time, then that concludes the court's instructions to the jurors. If the state would like to begin with a closing, you may do so at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
And Your Honor, if I may have use of the HDMI.
Yes. It's like, I'll just inquire on the record, but are there going to be any graphic images in this?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, labeling someone dark, lowering their death percentage, marking them for death. What is the appropriate measure of justice? On August 12th of 2019, Lori switched Tylee's Social Security payments to go into her sole, meaning Lori's sole, BBVA account. The first payment was deposited on August 28th of 2019. Less than 2 weeks later, Tylee was dead. On September 18th of 2019, Lori received the first payments associated with the Social Security that she and JJ were receiving because of Charles' death. Just 5 days later, JJ Vallow was dead. Lori found out that she was not going to get the $1 million life insurance policy on Charles around July 11th of 2019, and she messaged CHAD to let him know that. But remember what she told CHAD, I'll still get the $4,000 in Social Security. On September 8th of 2019, Tammy's life insurance was increased. CHAD signed off on that application. Tammy was dead just a little over a month later, while the attempted shooting was almost 1 month to the day that she upped her life insurance. Remember, the multiple messages relaying the plan is for CHAD and Lori to be together, alone on a beach, unencumbered by celestial obstacles. Unencumbered by earthly obstacles. CHAD formed the plan. That plan included manipulating those around him to ensure that he could end up on a tropical island with Lori Vallow, who eventually became Lori Vallow Daybell. She was a woman that he deemed to have perfect proportions and to be a goddess. But in order to fund a new lifestyle, living on a tropical island and spending all your time with your new goddess lover, how do you fund that lifestyle? And how do you remove the obstacles to getting there? First, CHAD taught others that he could determine whether someone was dark and or possessed. Second, he taught others that if someone was possessed or too dark, then the body had to be destroyed or die to free the person. Third, he started teaching those around him that he could determine death percentages. Essentially, this meant that CHAD could mark someone for death and determine when it was their time to go. He exhibited that power to those around him. He exhibited that power of his self-proclaimed visions to those who believed him and followed him. When we talk about if the murders were committed for remuneration or financial gain, the defendant received $430,000 in life insurance money after Tammy's death. Money that was used to fund his life in Hawaii with Lori. Lori continued to receive the Social Security payments from the kids whose bodies were hidden on CHAD's property so that they could continue to receive those Social Security payments. The murder was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, manifesting exceptional depravity. What else could these murders be? Tylee, unknown cause of death, because of her body being burned so severely, there were charred bones, remains in a melted green bucket. JJ, cause of death, plastic bag, asphyxiation by a plastic bag over his head. Not only that, but he had tape over his mouth, a plastic bag over his head, tape around that bag, his arms duct taped from elbow to elbow, and then placed in a black garbage bag. He also had scratches on his neck, and you saw the last known video of JJ. Those scratches don't appear to be there. Tammy, cause of death by asphyxiation, manner, homicide. Tammy killed in her own home, a place where she should have felt safe. Her life extinguished. By the murder, the defendant exhibited utter disregard for human life. Tylee was only 16 years old. JJ only 7 years old. Tammy, a 49-year-old mother of 5. The mother of the defendant's kids. It didn't matter the age of the victim or who relied on them and loved them. If they were in the way of CHAD and his plan, and or if there was money to be gained for Lori and CHAD, those individuals were marked for death. The defendant, by prior conduct or conduct in the murder at hand, has exhibited a potential to commit murder, which will probably constitute a continuing threat to society. Again, 3 victims killed, all at different times. Again, the defendant determining who was possessed, determining the death percentages, and once again, the defendant determining when it was their time to go. And Alex Cox believing and trusting CHAD 100%. Alex said shortly before his death, "I am going to be their fall guy." Another statement he made, either I am a man of God or I am not. Lori, when asked about believing CHAD, if CHAD is a Satan, he sure is a good one. CHAD told more people than just Lori and Alex about people being dark. You heard of other people that were labeled as dark by CHAD, including 12-year-old kids. The only difference is it was only those that stood in his way of his plan or who there was going to be financial gain from that ended up dead. Ladies and gentlemen, you will decide what justice is. At every stage of the development of the plan that resulted in the death of Tylee and her body being burnt, with parts still missing, the death of JJ wrapped in plastic bags and duct tape and discarded in CHAD's yard, the death of Tammy Daybell, who had her ability to breathe, to live, suppressed. Tylee was last seen on September 8th of 2019. JJ was last seen on September 22nd of 2019. Then Tammy was discovered deceased in her home, October 19th, 2019.
My name is Tammy Daybell.
At any point between these deaths, the defendant could have stopped, but he didn't. He continued to rate people as dark and zombies. He continued to determine death percentages, and he continued to move forward with his plan to ensure that he was on a beach with Lori Vallow, unencumbered by earthly relatives, earthly obstacles. Ladies and gentlemen, we ask you to consider what is just in this case in rendering your decision. Thank you.
All right, thank you. At this time, the defense may present a closing if you wish, Mr. Pryor.
Permission to,
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to go back to the indictment in this case. And the indictment accused CHAD Daybell of espousing religious beliefs. And if you go back and look at the indictment, it talks one of the overt acts was espousing the religious beliefs to justify a killing. One of the other overt acts is that they claim that CHAD did a south-southwest wind direction. And if you look back at the indictment, you'll see that all of the other overt acts, every one of them dealt with, as far as JJ and Tylee are concerned, dealt with actions by Lori Vallow. When we talk about remuneration, let's go back and do a little history lesson. Let's talk about Joseph Ryan. Before CHAD ever knew Lori Vallow, the plan was set for Joseph Ryan and Lori to collect the insurance, the life insurance proceeds. The plan was already in place before CHAD was ever even in the picture. And then we get the plan with Charles Vallow. And then I know I spoke to you at the time of my closing about CHAD Daybell and the insurance for, that Lori was claiming to get on CHAD. If you've made your decision, but if you look at the indictment, the allegations with CHAD Daybell are not about remuneration or money. The allegations with CHAD Daybell were allegedly religious beliefs and espousing religious beliefs. And the time we spent on the screen was about religious beliefs that he claimed to have had and that he espoused. This had nothing to do with money. Nothing to do with money. The insurance on Tammy Daybell, the $300,000 was set in 2002. And the state cannot allege that in 2002, CHAD Daybell had some plan to collect insurance. When you look at the documents of the upping in the insurance, Tammy Daybell upped her insurance because it was relatively cheap. But the reason CHAD Daybell signed that document and signed off is because he was also getting $20,000 insurance. And the only reason he had to sign was because if you listen to what the real estate or the insurance folks said, is if he's getting insurance as well on himself, he has to sign. This has nothing to do with money. You found that there was murders. And I want you to read the statute and the direction and the directions and what the judge has presented to you as what you have to find in terms of atrocious conduct. And the judge specifically said there that if you find that there was a murder, that's not enough. You have to go beyond bounds of human decency. And if you look back at this case, if you recall, CHAD Daybell was never present for the actual murder of Tylee Ryan. CHAD Daybell was never present. There were many other people present for the murder of JJ Vallow. And whether you believe or not that CHAD Daybell suffocated Tammy Daybell, and it's as tragic as that is, that doesn't reach the heinous, atrocious conduct that's defined by what the judge is instructing you. And at this point, folks, I'm going to ask you to find that there was no conduct that rose to the level that the state is trying to present at this point. Thank you.
All right, that concludes the closing of the defense. Does the state wish to present any brief rebuttal closing?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Very well. That'll conclude the special sentencing proceeding then. In terms of presentation of evidence and argument, the next matter then is the jurors will again retire to deliberate on these questions posed to them in these proceedings. I am going to, although already sworn again for the special proceeding, I'll have the bailiffs who will be holding the jurors during the deliberations. If you'd please come forward, I'm going to have the clerk administer the oath to you in terms of the deliberation. So Madam Clerk, if you would please do that at this time.
You solemnly swear or affirm that you will keep this jury together in some quiet and convenient place, that you will not suffer any communication to be made to them, nor make any communication to them yourself on any subject connected with the trial of this case, except to ask if they have agreed upon a verdict, and upon their agreeing upon a verdict, you will return them into open court or upon the order of the court, so help you God.
All right. Thank you, Madam Clerk, and thank you to the bailiffs here. The court will note, of course, that's the original 12 jurors who returned the verdict in this case that will further deliberate on this. And for the alternates, we very much appreciate your continued patience while we work through these processes. At this time then, if all will rise, we'll begin deliberations.
All right.
I'll just.
All right, we'll be in recess.
I found something that I want to play real quick. I'm going to share my screen. 1 second here. This is old from my stuff, but let me play it for you. I got to the point where I want to play it, so.
Lori and Chad have been
Hold
found.
on. I had it at the point where I wanted it. Let me find it now. Darn it. Did you not see that I had my red line in the right place? Hold, please. I should have remembered the point. It's coming. Hope I didn't mess it up. Okay, I did. Hold on. Hold, please. Hold, please. This isn't the one I wanted to show. Ugh. I think I moved. I think I went forward to the next video. Oh, this is it. Okay. 1 second. Present. I promise it's quick. You guys are probably wanting a break here.
Here, Ryan's Chandler.
It's coming. It's coming. I promise. I promise. Thing likes to have a mind of its own. Okay. Go.
Looks like
Round
this is
two.
really good.
Or times 10. Say a secret that nobody knows. Ready? Go. I don't know. I don't want to say anything on camera. This is very stressful. Write into song around your surrounding. About your surroundings. Ready? Go.
I don't know. I'm so bad at this. Wait, can we restart? Nope.
No. Hold your breath and start intensely without laughing. And stare intensely without laughing. Ready? Go.
It's so very hard. Like, I promise everyone who's watching, it's so much harder than it looks.
And call each letter out like a cheerleader.
Okay, ready?
Okay, ready? Go.
T to the Y to the L to the double E.
Your signature football goal celebration. Ready? Go.
Woo! That's it. I don't know.
Woo! Go Broncos!
No Broncos. No Broncos.
Too cute, huh?
I was able to find through online the web sleuth's message board that the dog had been sold or from October.
And then there's this. There's some.
And we will circle back to this in a little while.
We're talking about the list. She uses words like booyah and delish. So true. She's got style, she's got style. I married a handsome guy. She laughs at a banana and wonders why. Oh, we love Eminem. We wanted to say today, our sweet Eminem, happy birthday. Hey, beautiful, funny, we love our girl.
And then one more thing I'm trying to find. One more thing, and then we can all go on break while the jury's on break.
Say welcome to Coastal Crew Change.
Turn out the lights. The party's over. They say that all good things must end. Call it a night. The party's over.
You need to go on American Idol. Johnny has Papa. But you gotta do the Coastal Crew Change.
And welcome to Coastal Crew Change. Welcome to the Coastal Crew Change.
Now, that is the way everybody should remember JJ Joshua Vallow. That was a home video there that actually was shared as well.
Anyway, so sad. This is why Chad needs to be on Never See the Light of Day. Let's just put it that way. He is a horrible person. He took away beautiful people's lives. And I would love to have a little clip of Tammy too. Lori, I put her clip because her and Summer clearly at one point in their life had friends and family, and it's just sad. The whole thing's just sad. So anyhow, I guess we will keep watch here. Let me put this back up so that we are sharing the right thing here. Boop, boop, boop. Don't want to miss when they come back for Chad's faithful final hurrah. Prior was just stupid. Like, I'm sorry, that was pretty anti-climactic or whatever you want to call it, saying that. I know it's really sad, but it's also like a little bit of a memorial, right? That's how I think of it. You know how like when somebody has a funeral and you put beautiful pictures of their lives and them up to remember them, how they really were. That's how I think of it. Makes my heart happy to see JJ. Sad that Chad took it away, but Tammy's brothers for sure. Yeah. Okay, I have to go take a little break. I will be back. We can play music or you guys can chat. Hopefully they won't be gone for a long, long time. You think 2 hours, Flash fan? 2 hours. What time is it? It's 1 o'clock my time. So you're saying like 4 Boise time? Mountain time. All right, I'm going to take a little break. I'm going to keep this running though, so you guys can chat or whatever. I'll be back in a little bit, okay? And anybody that wants to hang out, please, 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 please. I'll put some music on though. Okay, apparently my microphone has created its own new update or something, because when I mute the microphone, it's not muted. So whatever you hear in the background, I don't know. PLM and Ruby said they heard a man singing. There's no man in my house singing, and I went to the store, so I don't know. Anyway, not sure what's happening with the microphone, but I will make sure not to swear or anything. There's nothing exciting going on in my life or in my house, so it's all cool. The most you're going to hear is me yelling at a dog or a cat or a sneeze or a cough. That's pretty much it. So yes, are they giving us there was, you heard first. Yeah, the gardener. Okay, so I ran to CVS. I had to pick up a prescription. So I ran to CVS, and then right when I was pulling out, my gardener was getting here, and I didn't think about that, but I didn't know I guess I left the microphone on. I don't know what happened. But anyway, you guys were able to hear Percy yelling at the gardener to get rid of him. It worked. He finally left after Percy was done. Well, while Percy was barking at him. Let's see. Back up a little bit. Colby said he was now motherless, fatherless, sisterless, and brotherless. Thank goodness he has his wife and children, and they're expecting a little boy. I'm not sure if they had the baby yet or not. I think they're just expecting, right? Horrible, though. Poor Colby. Lori is such an idiot. I mean, at that point, you might as well take out all your kids if you're going to leave one with nothing. Although, thank God he has his family. And I'm glad they got back together. That had to be so stressful. Can you even imagine being that age and having all that stress? There is no strange man singing in my closet so far. But this microphone, I used to be able to mute it from here, like from the microphone. And I'm in the habit of doing that. But apparently I have to get out of the habit, because I'm going to talk about somebody. And I don't want you to hear. But anyway, there was a dog barking, because they're always barking because they think they own the place. And if my mic wasn't muted, you will definitely hear the dog barking. I think we're good. The trash people have been here. The gardener's been here. The pool guy came yesterday. So we should be quiet now. How long have they been gone, guys? Let's see. It's 2:18 an hour. Empowered Angel only heard music. Perfect. That was what you should be hearing. I just took the dogs out when I came back, so everybody should be happy. I think they'll come back today. Don't you guys think? It's 3:20 there. I think they'll come back today. Ooh. Really? I was reading about Scott Peterson trial, and it took them 7 days to deliberate, and 2 jurors were removed. You heard the doggo saving my life. Yes. Saving my house, my home. Percy, did you save the house from the gardener, the evil gardener that cleans up your grass? Yeah, that guy. Yeah, are they going to give us 30 minutes notice? Everybody keep an eye on everything. Let's see. Who can we keep an eye on? Who can we keep an eye on here? I think, to be fair, I think Annie's victim impact statement was very good. I think Colby's was excellent and heart-wrenching. I think all of Tammy's siblings did a fabulous job. Very heartfelt. And her sister especially, calling out freaking Pryor, who is clearly pretending not to hear anything she's saying. Rude. And then doom, Chad, just being Chad. Like, wonder what for snack. Do you think they'll let me have chocolate milk today? Does anyone have an idea of what Emma meant by "now I understand" when she spoke to Chad in the police car? When she was talking about that it would be revealed to her. Something, she said something would be revealed or something would be, and now she understands. I'd have to go back. I do remember that. And I feel like I thought it made sense in some sort when I heard it. Kind of think. Oh my God, there goes Percy. I don't have any idea what. There's nobody here. Let me go get him. Dad, come here. Lay down. This is the problem. I gave them each a treat, and Percy wolfed his down, and Lulu still has her treat. So he went to bark at her. You're supposed to share. But he's not supposed to share because Percy just ate his too fast. When the Mendez brothers were convicted in March 20th, 1996, it took the jury 16 hours to convict. Something like that, Stacy. Maybe that was being framed. Probably we can find that spot. It was early on. Let me see. Emma Daybell. CHAD police car. Okay, let's see here.
Hi. They said that I could talk with you and I didn't want you to be alone.
Judge, I'm going to stop at 1 minute, 1 hour, 3 minutes and 17 seconds. Ask it.
Glad you came over.
I thought they had taken you down already.
I got about to the Fremont County line.
I saw it as soon as you left.
Again, stopping at 1 hour, 3 minutes and 38 seconds. Detective Wheeler, can you just explain to the jury, the
south side of the resident, that open door, he would be
property or the fire pit area?
to see the
Continue.
Ron,
Ron?
just concerning the car, I know they,
Yes.
okay.
What's that?
Oh, just about the car.
Oh, we'll take care of the car. We're gonna take it.
Is she able
and then
to
we'll-
get it?
Yeah, you can get that. We may have to go through the car, if you're arrested in it,
Right.
the thing we gotta do, but then. she can just-
You have her bananas and her,
I gave him
her,
food.
We'll try to get a car before it's spoiled.
You can eat it.
so Eric, or Ron, so like my wallet, will that be able for her to pick up, or could I turn that over to her right now?
Is that in the car, is that here?
It's right here.
That's it's up to you. I don't see, can I look through it? Just make
Sure.
They're going to get Mark.
Lisa?
No,
Oh,
so Garth.
oh.
Is there anything that you're gonna need in that?
Well, she'll be running my finances, I suppose, so. That has a little money on it, you could,
Okay, just, so these are credit cards, so you're good if she just takes them,
yeah.
correct?
In the middle drawer on the left side in Mark's room. There's about $9,000 in 2 white envelopes.
Okay.
So get that. Yeah, so we'll talk more about car payments and stuff, but you have that password.
I do.
I believe the Hawaiian,
That's this one.
First Hawaiian Bank, if you use that same password for this account, it's CHAD Daybell. Look what else you thinking. The producer there. This has nothing on it. It's like $6. That has to go away. So this, okay, in that same drawer, you can grab it, is a piece of this that would fit in here, and it's got the company card, company business card. And so just make sure you get that.
And this is all in Mark's room.
Yeah, I put that in there. There's like a pamphlet with a guy who's sitting in a car. It's for the Wells Fargo auto loan.
That's the loan that they keep going on.
Yeah, and so that we'll talk about. So this has,
Talk about it.
if you go to Telmate, this is the card that's used.
Okay.
And so all you really do, you could probably just sign in as chad.daybell or start your own.
I have an account that I've been talking with Lori on.
Okay. But you could use this
To
card,
add money.
yeah, and to her if needed.
Okay.
So, yeah, she'll need to still have commissary money. Usually puts 30 a week in there. So, and you can probably talk to her too.
Okay.
And try and,
I love you so much.
anyway. Cooperate with them as much as you feel. You know what I mean?
I'm stopping at.
Pretty soon. I know it's
107:58
pretty
now.
soon. It was for
Detective, based on your knowledge, at this point that day in the search, had law enforcement asked for any cooperation from Emma?
I can't testify to that because I don't know the extent of that.
Fair enough. Then narrowing it just to you, had
They've been. I texted John Pryor, so he has my number. He said thank you.
Okay. And a lot of the company stuff that pays for the house should just auto pay still out of that company account. No, I left 5,000 in there.
Okay.
You need some, come find me.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions you have?
I think, well, it sounds like you're not gonna be out in a little
Right.
while. So I think my landlord texted me just to feel bad for me. I think I'm gonna come over here.
That's what I needed you to say, because, yeah, you and Joe,
stopping at.
I think it's coming right now.
10904. Detective Wheeler,
I
I
see
just want to
that.
reiterate, we just heard that comment about he's not likely going to be out. At that point in time, you had not formally put him under arrest, is that right?
Aside from placing him in handcuffs and detaining him, no.
But you didn't advise him of potential charges or anything like that at that point?
No.
And as far as you know, had any other law enforcement advised him of any specific charges that he may be facing?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Thank you.
and whatever Mark wants to do, he should stay with either you.
Sure, Mark, I'll take care of
That's the card. I will, Dad. They'll take care of me. We'll
But-
take care of you the best we can. Sorry to interrupt.
So keep paying the mortgage out of the company.
Okay.
No, you can probably set it up though. I'm trying to, it's Wells Fargo. In that same pamphlet. Remember the password.
I'll look,
But-
but I've had a lot of success with mom stuff. Just saying, will you help me? My mom died. I'm pretty sure. Will you help me? My dad's in jail. That's the same.
It should be paid through July 1st.
Okay.
I like
And
it.
I think the car is paid through July 15th. So you shouldn't have any bills to worry about. Yeah, I'm not coming back. So all that stuff that's in the baby room is Lori's and mine. The suitcases you'll see in the box. Just put it in the garage, I guess, after.
Store it. See what happens.
You guys can, yeah, take that mattress from upstairs, I guess, do what you want, put the books back on the shelf. We're gonna make it through. I'm glad we could talk. I'm glad they let you come over.
I started crying and Lieutenant Ball went, do you want to talk to him? And like, can I? He said, he's just over there. It's like, oh, that changes things. So you probably saw us out there.
Yeah, I was watching. So, boy, things will slow down for you guys and get left alone. But yeah, they'll let you move out of there. You just get over here. You know, get Garth.
Well,
I still feel better.
I would be moving soon. That's what the spirit was telling me, but I didn't know how it'll. I felt like I needed to learn more.
Hmm.
And now I get it.
There it is.
So yeah, this is essentially the house, and we'll talk to
And
John
about-
Pryor about.
It was telling, wait.
I would be moving soon. That's what the spirit was telling me, but I didn't know how it'll. I felt like I needed to learn more.
Hmm.
And now I get it.
Something the spirit was telling me, but I felt like I needed to learn more, but now I get it. That's what she said. Let me see. Blue dragonfly. Listening to their conversation, she knew the truth about the murders. She knew he was going to prison for a very long time because she was planning to immediately move in his house. No question. Yep. And they're not even, what blows my mind is they literally just found bodies in the yard and neither of them are addressing it at all. Like, it's just a yawn, another day. Yeah, I'm not coming back. Yeah, darn, they found the bodies. Oh, crap. Didn't know they were going to find the bodies. Like, they didn't even say, what bodies? There's bodies in my yard. Those children were supposed to be safe. Like, dude, Chad, you could be a little bit better of an actor here, for crying out loud. You know, someday this is going to go in front of a jury. Bodies? What bodies? Oh my gosh, Lori said those kids were safe. Like, duh. Emma knew. Look at how she's behaving. Oh, my daddy got caught. He got caught, Daddy. You got caught. You're not going to come back. Body. They said there's 2 bodies and I can see it on your face. You're surprised too. Yeah, right. That was the only actress moment that she had there and it sucked. No Academy Award, Emma. No Academy Award.
So yeah, this is essentially the house, and we'll talk to John Pryor about the financial arrangement, but you should be fine for a while.
I think long enough to get on our feet.
I have a lot in that account with the other attorney, so that will take care of me for a while. And maybe we just do a refinance on the house
It's all about money.
or a home equity
House,
loan.
get a home equity.
I don't think it's gonna
In your backyard.
break us. I think that might be an option there. I might need to authorize putting you on the mortgage.
Account with you. And just probably leave Joe off it.
Yeah,
Probably leave Joe off of it.
yeah, keep me on it with you. And
Do you have accounts like that when you're in jail?
I don't know.
I guess this is the part you get to that there's someone else's accounts.
Well, technically Spring Creek Book Company's office, so you can, we'll manage it that way and find a way.
And you have you can send things through Amazon to the jail?
Yeah.
So like, I couldn't send you a package, but Amazon, if I ordered it through there, it could get to you.
Yeah.
I'll only do that as you ask for stuff.
Lori would know the Amazon account.
I'll talk to her.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
Charles's account, as we've said.
'Cause I have like $265 or so in there as gift certificates. So don't pay.
Yeah, I won't.
We'll get it figured out. It's like Cholo 1105. Same as for Loves Elena.
Did you get that?
At
He said that
iCloud.com,
on
I
the
believe is the
Cholo.
password. I
Like-
don't know what they're gonna do with the computers. You could probably, it wasn't part of the search warrant.
Cholo, Chad and Lori, Cholo. They said that in that little giggle conversation too, that their name is Cholo. Like Brangelina. So dumb. They're so dumb. Oh, let's make our password Cholo. Aren't we cute? We're so cute. We're so cute. Let's go murder people and children.
Do you know, are they leaving the computers?
Well, they were in my bag. They were in the car.
With them?
They'll probably hold on to those and try to get it out.
Okay, but
And of course, the computer's in the car because nothing was happening, right, Chad? You were just so surprised. What? They're digging in my yard. Grab the computers, throw them in the car, because that's what everybody does every day. They just throw their computers in their car when their houses.
things that are currently in the house will likely be left.
I don't know what to do. Take that.
Okay.
When we clear from here, whatever's in there.
It'll be left, okay.
I talked to them and told them the bedrooms and to not mess it up. And they didn't seem like they were gonna luminol at all.
Okay.
Now, is
Yeah, I get Garth and
so to say? I asked them not to mess up the bedroom, but they didn't seem like they were going to luminol at all. Dude, I can't stand this guy more and more. Now that he's a convicted murderer, it just even makes me more mad. I want to freaking smack him. We're going to luminol it all. Told him not to mess it up. Okay, sorry. Too much commentary from me. I get it.
Beth moved and you guys come over here. It'll work out. It's all in the Lord's hands. We'll talk. Use that cellmate. I don't know if I'm Madison or Fremont. I think they're deciding that right now. But
That's what it sounded like. Detective Ball wouldn't, or Lieutenant Ball wouldn't say because he didn't know.
I'm sure Fremont has a cellmate system. So.
Well, at Fremont, when I went in to get fingerprinted to teach, I was like in there, like in the jail. I was like in my like teacher clothes, this little recent grad. So I don't know what they do.
Sorry, all the neighbors are gonna be talking, but you just
Sorry, neighbors. Just like Lori, we should put that side by side. Oh, the neighbors, we're talking. Sorry, neighbors. Oh, the two of them. Too bad they can't rot in a prison where they can, like, I don't know. Never mind. I don't even know where I'm going with that one.
We're okay, Dad.
Well,
We're okay.
We're okay.
You raised us that we're independent now with your wallet.
glad you got that.
We're not Colby.
Rude. You raised us so we're independent, but I'm going to move all my stuff out of my house over there and come live in this house because we're independent, but we're not like Colby. Okay, Emma. At least Colby had the guts to stand up in court and talk about what horror this all is. And he's not defending his mother. Ugh. Right, where they can see each other, but not hear or touch. Exactly. Like, wave. Hello. Can't see you. Yeah, but you know what I mean? Like, at least she's sitting there dissing on Colby. Like, she's just such an independent woman who is literally protecting her dad still to this day. And Colby actually is not protecting his mom. So she can just shut that, you know what, up on that one there. That annoys me right there, what she said about him.
Get that money out of there. Probably just put it in your own personal account. Rather than have the cash laying around. So you need some.
I think they've been okay. Talking with her. I might not tell Joe about it either.
About the money?
Yeah,
No.
I have an account that's just in my name.
And Joe gets up there on the stand after his wife literally is like, oh, I might not tell Joe about it, but he's protecting Chad. These people are all, you put dysfunction in the dictionary, their pictures right there. All of them. Yeah, Stacy. We are moving into your pay to head house until we get on our feet. Yep. And not tell your husband about the money. Whatever, Emma. So totally. Emma does now. I think she had one when Tammy was killed, and then she's had two since then. Her and Joseph. I'm not going to tell Joe about the money, but, you know, we're going to have two more kids. Tammy family impact statements were devastating. Not only did Chad kill his wife, he destroyed his children's relationship with their mother and her family for Lori. Devastating. It's sick, huh? Horrible. And they are sad. They miss this stupid Emma and Garth and Mark and Seth and the grandbabies because they're Tammy's children. And they didn't even go to Tammy's mom's funeral. Emma needs seriously, she needs to get her brain unwashed. She needs shampoo of the brain. It's not what they said during this video. What did I miss? It's not what they said during this visit. It's what they did not say. Gotcha. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. What they did not say is, what the heck happened? Why are their bodies in the yard, Dad? And what he's not saying is, I talked to Lori on the phone and you know, when he was talking to Lori, like, why are they digging up my yard, Lori? What did Alex do? No, none of that. It's all, I think I'm not coming back. And Emma even says it first. I guess you're not coming back. Doesn't she? You know, sometimes the more you listen to things, the more mad it makes you. Right now, this is happening to me right here.
I'm just gonna put it in there. Wait,
Well, Garth knows about that.
Garth doesn't spend this frivolously at the show.
The checkbooks are in that
I
drawer
haven't heard
too.
that. Garth knows something about that. And she says, Garth doesn't spend as frivolously as Joe. She is dissing her husband to her dad. And that dude is sticking up for this guy. Joe. Whoa, Joe. Dude, you might be on the dark list next. You better watch out. At least people like Zalema and Gibb had the decency to testify against Chad, and they followed him. Yeah. Anybody that testified against him gets an extra half a point. Unlike Emma here.
If needed, but you shouldn't need them. If at some point you feel you need to clear out the Hawaii account or something, you can check my email. I have to pick that computer, but my email, that Rexburg password is pretty much
Is that
everything
okay?
for the bank, for my email.
Did I pause something?
Cholo 1105, but I think I switched to all of those. Yeah, I talked to Lori just for like 2 minutes. So she's aware they were searching.
Was she surprised?
She seemed bothered or disturbed. I mean, yeah, but
Was she surprised?
so yeah,
About
I'll
what?
be
The bodies
fine.
or the fact that they found the bodies?
I don't know what they told you because I asked Lieutenant Ball, where did you find the human remains? That's what they told me, is that they found human remains. And I said, well, there are several dogs that have been buried there. And he said, respectfully, Emma, I can tell the difference of human remains. And I asked, where was it? And he said, over by the pond under that tree, that it was in the ground and had boards over it. But that didn't. Jason and I have walked all over there.
Yeah.
That, and I can see in your face that surprised you, that because they asked, "Do you want to know what he's charged for?" And then they went, "Well, actually, we don't have it." They said, "We don't want to tell you something wrong."
How they're gonna.
And so he told me that what they're looking at is that they found one body with the probable cause. There's likely two. So I asked, are you gonna search the property forever until it's found? And he said, well, no, but we're going to look. And he said, because I said, what about, this is the home for my siblings and there's a baby. And he said, if you're not able to get back in tonight, we'll hook them up with a hotel. I said, you're not in trouble.
I think they'll let them back. There's nothing in the house.
Bam.
They haven't.
Stopping at
Nothing
1
in
hour,
the
19
house.
minutes and 17 seconds.
Nothing in. They'll let you back in the home. There's nothing in the house. God, talk about incriminating. That right there was huge to me. I don't know how you guys feel about that, but him saying there's nothing in the house was such a big moment in my brain.
Detective Wheeler, at that point, to the best that you can recall, was any of the search focused inside of the house?
Not that I can recall.
So the focus, as based on your memory, was all outside of the house.
Correct.
Focused on the house at all.
We've kind of been looking in it in the yard.
Yeah, I mean, Mark gets back. I wouldn't mind.
Yeah, I think we're okay coming over. We just have to have law enforcement escort us onto the scene and
We'll make it through.
Make it right on down to
Mark
Denver.
deals with trauma weird that he just acts vaguely unimpressed. So I called him and said, Dad got arrested, and he said, well, I guess I should come home. Yeah, Mark, you should.
Yeah.
Vaguely
Yeah,
unimpressed.
you don't need to go. Don't go yet.
I don't want to. Joe is home. He's home and he has Chase. Garth and Seth went in Garth's car to pick up Mark.
So if you can get
Another
that.
couple seconds.
Okay, okay. Yeah, just in the, let Mark use the Equinox or however you rearrange the cars. But yeah, it's all a matter of timing. It seemed to come together. But I love you.
Love you very much. Thank you for letting me speak with her.
At least she's polite.
Yes.
Anymore.
Tell me once I'm available to talk, we can talk. So, thank you. Love you.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye, Chad.
And stopping at 121.16. For the record, I'm going to advance to 121.39. $121.36. Detective Wheeler, I just invite you to watch carefully what Chad does, and I'm going to stop and let you explain any significance to that.
Cranking that neck.
Stopping at 121.47. Detective, what direction is Mr. Daybell looking when he just turned his head and looked back?
It appears to me he's looking over to the fire pit area.
And that is in fact where Tylee's remains were found?
Yes,
And you were present when her remains were found, is that correct?
I was.
Bad, bad, bad people. Bad people. I gotta share this tab. Hold on, let me pull up the other one in case they come back. Go. We just been chit-chatting, Claire, going over the whole car scene with Emma and Chad, where he's like, I'm not coming back. Yeah, they're still deliberating. We're just killing time over here on a Friday afternoon. Well, we wait for Chad's fate. Right. Not a word about that's just what's so bizarre to me. If she didn't know, and she may not have. I know she knew they had decided these kids were dark because Emma clearly, her and her daddy got this little powwow going, and she's not even honest to her own husband. So she feels like she's in the know, and she's talking to Lori on the phone because she already opened an account to talk to Lori. But do you think, yeah, they are taking a while with the whole death penalty thing. There might be some controversy over that in the, I mean, not everybody's going to be, let's do it. I don't know. That's probably, that would probably be harder than deciding guilt at this point. I could think that might be based on people's beliefs and what they think, but they did get asked if they would follow the law. And after they read all that stuff about the law, it basically says this is where he's supposed to go. So if they go home for the weekend, are they going to come back tomorrow? No, they're sequestered. They're going to have to stay in that hotel. So they would deliberate tomorrow again, huh? They can deliberate as long as they want, I believe. But remember yesterday we were like, oh, da, 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 and all of a sudden like, we have a verdict. So anything could happen at any moment. You think they're disagreeing? They may be just kind of going over how everybody believes and whatever, but it is, what has it been? 2 hours? About 2 hours? I mean, it's kind of stupid. Chad didn't even try to plead for his own dang life. Like, oh, it's okay. I'm not going to talk. Amy, Ohio, it's one thing to think you could impose the death penalty and another actually do it, I would think. Yeah. I'd never get picked for a death penalty jury, as I'm totally against it. Yeah, I bet it is. I imagine that this is more controversial than deciding his guilt at this point. They had lunch, though. They feed them in their deliberations. They're sequestered. They can't go anywhere. So, best they could do is eat lunch and talk. Yeah, he does. But they asked them when they did their voir dire, whatever, I can't say it. But I'm as bad as Pyre on that one. They asked them all if the death penalty, if the law says that this person deserves a death penalty, will you follow the law? And they said yes. So when they went over all that stuff, the law basically says he does. So I don't know. But then again, when it comes down to humans having to decide, in your pre-employment interview, they asked you if you believed in the death penalty. California has the death penalty, but there's a moratorium on it, so nobody can be put to death. So who knows what's happening, but they will still put people on death row. Your 2-hour deliberation vote is over. I didn't vote this time. Let's see, is anybody updating anywhere? Probably not. Everybody's at CrimeCon but me. Super expensive, you guys. Interesting, though, Gayla. You don't have that option here, and I'm all for it. Crimes against children. Crimes against children, I think, think about but cute, sweet little JJ. Can you imagine what that little boy had to go through? How expensive? Well, for me coming from the West Coast, my flight was going to be, the cheapest I found it was like, I think I wound up paying, I got reimbursed because I got a refundable. I never buy non-refundable fares because you never know. And it sucks to lose money, but was like $650 round trip. The hotel for the 3 nights for a regular room with the CrimeCon discount was just under $900. And then the ticket to CrimeCon was 300 and something. And then for me to be able to go, I would have to get someone to watch my dogs and my mom or my dogs. That was gonna be another $600. So, and then think about, you know, getting from the airport to the hotel to the airport, food, all that. It literally is close to $3,000 weekend. I can go to Greece for $3,000 for my entire thing. Round trip, hotel, food, everything. So I was kind of like, wow, you know, I really want to go, but man, it's expensive. Maybe someday they'll let me be like an actual person at CrimeCon. maybe someday my channel will get enough attention that it will like be able to be like a booth or something. I don't know how that works. Maybe I have to pay for that too. If jury can't decide, wait, hold on. Wait. Yes, if jury can't decide, Boyce will sentence Chad to life without parole. So he's either going to death row or he's going to life without parole, right? Those are the only two options at this point. There's no other options. So it's just up to their own ethical conversation, debate, whatever you want to call it, between the jurors right now. I mean, I can't imagine. Southwest Airlines is $900 coach from Sacramento to Little Rock, Arkansas. Everything's so expensive. I just bought tickets to go to Maui for my friend's birthday in September. We're going to Maui, and it's $300 round trip from San Diego. Yeah, Chad's not going free no matter what. No matter what. So, you know, it's hard to justify, but I really did want to go because every year I've wanted to go to CrimeCon. I've wanted to go. I was going to go this year. I had planned it for a year, and then everything got messed up. So I like to go on Google Flights and look for flights. You could go on Google Flights and you can just put from where, and then you could like not put a destination, and it'll show to anywhere and everywhere and what's cheap. I got a bunch of places on my list I need to go to. I need to go to Italy. I think I need to go to Liverpool, huh, Ruby? Can I come visit you? I need to go. I really want to go to Spain. I really want to go to Spain. I want to go to Mallorca. Every year keeps going by. And I really want to go to Costa Rica. Let's see, where else do we want to go? There's all kinds of places. I got a long list. Come on, jury. They clearly have somebody in there that isn't. I know. And you know what? The other problem with it was I was like, you know, I've never been to Nashville. I should have planned better. Maybe got an Airbnb and not worried about staying at the place, and then went a little bit longer so I could experience Nashville. But anyway, what's done is done. And at least this is going on here. So I would be having a little FOMO right now being at CrimeCon. You want to go to Mallorca? Have you been there? I mean, clearly you've been there. You love Mallorca. I want to go there. That is literally next up on my list. And any time of year good in Mallorca, or do they have a season too? No more milk for Chubby Chad. Chubby Chad, pay money with your commissary money to get your chocolate milk and your apple slices, buddy. Peanut butter cookies. I would love to know what Lori's thinking right now. Oh, Africa too. Africa would be amazing. Although my sister went to Africa, or my daughter went to Africa when she was 18, and she had a reaction to the, what is the vaccine that or the pills they give you for malaria? Anyway, she had a panic attack, anxiety attack, freaked out, and I had to bring her home, and I had to spend like $2,000 to get her home faster. So that was a nice memory, but I would love to go there. I'd love to go with the safari stuff. Yes, love the Baltic Isles. Close in October. So the season's over in October, kind of like the Greek islands then, right? Because they say the latest you should go to the Greek islands is October. And then the earliest you should go is like end of April. So like April to October is the season there. But I picture Mallorca like the Hawaii of Spain, you know, like we have Hawaii here. That's how I picture Mallorca. Come on, jury. It looks like the next CrimeCon, Lori sent me a little, I don't guess it wasn't officially announced yet, but Lori sent me a little screenshot of the thing she has there at CrimeCon right now. And it said, there's a booth and it said for 2025 Denver. So it looks like 2025 is going to be in Denver, which I can get to Denver easier from Palm Springs. There's nonstops. United flies nonstop from Palm Springs to Denver. So I am definitely in for that. That'll be a lot cheaper of a flight. Probably a cheaper stay too, depending on where they have it. You're supposed to go to St. Thomas. I love St. Thomas on June 18th, but it got changed to Miami Beach. St. Thomas is, the Caribbean is so beautiful. The water is just so crystal clear. Now we've turned into, my other channel. My other channel is Beyond the Empty Nest. It's my travel channel. We're making our list over here for my travel channel. My travel channel content. What do you guys think is going to happen today? Here. Your best friend's from St. Thomas. She has a cutest accent. Is it like a British accent over there? What kind of accent do they have? Or like a Caribbean, Jamaica man accent? Jamaica man. Jamaica man. TikTok. I wish I could be a fly on a wall. Your sister changed the plans to go to Florida instead. Yeah. And I guess you couldn't revolt. No. Hey, Joey Skater. I wonder if parents will complain to the school about Emma teaching their children, their kids, with all that came out today in the impact statements with cutting off Tammy's family. I would. Oh, I bet. Like there's a lot of French in the Caribbean, right? I would not want Emma to be my kids. First of all, I wouldn't want Emma to be my kid's teacher. Let me just put it that way. Just without knowing anything about her or Chad, I'd be like, I don't really like this teacher. I know that's not nice because I do know about her. But I just think that I would pull Emma. I mean, I would pull my kid out of Emma's class. Who knows? You know, teachers have so much influence, They can say so many things when you're not, that you don't know, and they can influence your children. Just too scary to have Emma, who is, you know, her daddy's little girl, still sticking up for him. No, Emma does not deserve to be a teacher of children right now. Not until she gets her brain shampooed. Unwashed. It's washed with Chad, needs to be shampooed with super strong stuff to remove all the Chadness in her head. I do not like her, Sam. I am. You heard they had complaints, but not sure how true it is. Would love to know if anybody has anything to say about anything. I know they can't. It's probably more like a person who pulled their kid. They can't because that'd be like slander or defamation or whatever. And then Joseph Murray will come after you. Like he tried to come after me, even though he's stupid and he doesn't know what he's talking about. Your first grade teacher ruined the tooth fairy for you. Yeah, they can do that stuff. My kid wasn't able to go to a hot dog party in 4th grade. He had a learning disability and he literally got punished for it. I was so mad. I was steaming. I went in the office because they had to do certain things. And he had a, what's it called when you have like a thing where you have conditions, like you get more time if you have a learning disability, this or that, or da, da, da. They wound up like exiling him from the hot dog party and he was devastated. I did hear that people were calling the school because Joe teaches kindergarten and he said all the negative stuff about the police. Oh, yes, that's right. He certainly did. IEP, yes, thank you very much. He did in the end get to go to the hot dog party, but it was messed up. His teacher was really, I mean, poor kid. He was only in 4th grade and he got told he wasn't allowed to go to the hot dog party. And I was like, wait, what? You can't do that to him. Yes, individualized education plan. Look how long it's been. I haven't had kids in school in so long and I can't forget all this stuff. So teachers have a lot of influence and they can really mess up your kid. They can sway them, you know. I mean, in colleges they do too, but once they're in college, at least they're not children. They can sort of put their mind and think about things themselves, but it is true. Come on, jury. This is longer than I thought, you guys. I did not think it was going to take this long. I really didn't. I thought we would have been out of here by now. I really did. Really, really, really did. I have a feeling we might have to sleep on it. I know, isn't that terrible? They didn't go to their grandmother's funeral. Why? That's awful. That's heartbreaking. You used to speak. You want the kids to trust the police. I know there's bad ones out there, but there's bad everything. There's bad CHAD Daybells. There's bad everything. But my goodness, Joseph, he is so brainwashed by these people. Like, what on earth is wrong with that guy? Even his own family is like, ugh. There's 12 kids in his family, in Joe Murray's family. He has a bad seed in his family, apparently, because he got brainwashed into Emma. Emma turned her head blonde to try to look like Barbie for Lori, for Joe. If my daddy likes it, maybe my hubby likes it too. Don't forget they didn't have lunch yet. Take an hour away for lunch break. I believe they have lunches. Well, maybe they gave them a break, but I feel like they have working lunch because they're sequestered. But maybe they gave them time to like eat, you know, small talk, and then get back to it. Did you have teachers that were? That's awful. That's awful. Peroxide poisoning. True, true. Can somebody hop on over to courthouse and find out what's going on? I mean, we know what's going on. I'm just impatient right now. Come on. Anybody see any updates anywhere? I guess there won't be an update till there's an update. It's 4:15 there. Court has usually been over by 3:30. I'm looking. I'm just trying to see if I can find anything. Trying to see if I can get any updates. Nothing on Justin, Mom. Hmm. Oh, old stuff. I don't like not having somebody in the courthouse representing Left Undone. Next year, next year. Like there's something going on next year. This is true. Ruby, it's bedtime. Where I am in California, it is 3:17 p.m. The jury deserves a beach in Hawaii, too. I wonder if Emma's crying now. Let me give her a tissue. Emma, you want to come on Left Undone and interview? How about Joe? Come on over. Come on. Pop on in. I'll give you the link right now. How do you feel? Tell us how you feel. Well, when I was at the store, I bought some salt and vinegar potato chips, some Doritos and bean dip, and a bottle of red wine for later. That'll be my snack. TGIF. I need a Netflix or a movie or something to watch. Not a show. I want a movie. I haven't watched a good movie in a long time. Anybody got any ideas? Anything new? Anything really good? Maybe something lighthearted or something really good, like with a twist. You know, stuff like that. You know, crime never stops. I'm sure there'll be something by your next year. Yeah, there will be. There'll be something in the next day or two, I'm sure, right? Because stuff comes up all the time. I would send the jury some snacks if I could. Need some snacks. I can't imagine being on a jury like that. I'm telling you, I was exhausted on the jury I was on, and we weren't even a week in. It didn't even take a week. And it wasn't even a murder trial. It's funny, when I was in CVS, there was a guy in front of me. I guess he was a school teacher. And he's like telling the cashier, "Oh, I just got out of jury duty today." And he's like, "Sat there all day. Didn't get picked. Now at least I'm done for a year. Blah, blah, blah." And then the cashier was like, "Oh, is school out yet?" And he's like, "Nope, one more week to go." Coburger is supposed to be next year. That case just stresses me out. Such a horrible. Ugh. Well, they're all horrible, but I can't imagine having my college age kid in a safe town with some freakazoid that comes in and just does this mass murder. It's awful. Kids feel like they're safe away at college with their friends, you know. Oh my goodness gracious, it's awful. Horrible case. And I really hope that McIntosh, the Riverside County one that's near me, goes to trial. He's going to be his own lawyer. That'll be entertaining. Not, what a jerk. He needs to go to, I think he's up for death row too. But again, California is doing its own thing with that now. But I really want to go to that. It's only about an hour drive for me to go to that case. Court. That one. And then Lori, when she goes to court, she's only about a 4-hour drive or a 45-minute flight. Easy peasy. I will go to Lori's. Absolutely. It's just too close not to. Are you aware of the Sarah Boone case that's supposed to start soon? That is, if her attorney doesn't quit again. Sarah Boone sounds familiar. I don't think I've been following. Which case is that, Sarah Boone? Remind us. Can you believe tomorrow's June? Suitcase lady. Oh, yeah, that one's crazy. So weird. And Ruby said the treadmill guy got found guilty today, right? That was another horrible child abuse case. These child abuse cases are just sick. And then the suitcase lady with the boyfriend in the suitcase, like, come on. You know you can suffocate people, right? We're waiting. Hi, everybody that's in the stream, that's watching. You're welcome to chit chat with us. We're just sort of buying time here, waiting for the jury to come back with the fate of CHAD Daybell. Is it going to be a death penalty or is he getting life in prison? They clearly must be discussing it. It must be an issue to decide because it's been a couple hours now. But anybody in the stream that's watching, please join in the chat. We are friendly and nice. We love people joining our community here at Left Undone. We've been following this case from day one. Literally, probably the very first channel that followed this case, other than the mainstream news that got a hold of it first, because that's where I heard of it from. So we are just trying to make this whole thing go full circle from the minute those children were missing and they showed up on the news to now, to Charles getting shot to now. And the treehouse murder case to go to retrial. And we heard yesterday that Scott Peterson can get the tape DNA checked again or something like that. Well, CrimeCon is asking me to review my experience of the day, and I'm not there, and I want my voucher so that I can go next year. This is not cool because I emailed them like they said for my voucher. I better not lose that money. Be mad. Let's see. I'm looking again. I'm trying to figure out if there's any updates here. We're just tick-tocking, tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. We need the Jeopardy music. Do, 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 do. Nothing? Oh, Michelle Troconis. I didn't get the update on that. Michelle Troconis sentenced to more than 14 years for helping boyfriend murder his wife. So that she got sentenced today. And Fotis Doulis made Greeks have a bad name there. Connecticut, Michelle Troconis, the Connecticut woman convicted of helping her boyfriend murder his estranged wife in 2019, was sentenced to 14 and a half years in prison Friday, following an emotional hours-long hearing. The 49-year-old Troconis was convicted this year on 6 criminal counts, including the top charge of conspiracy to commit murder in connection to the death of Jennifer Lewis, a New Canaan mother of 5. Troconis was sentenced to 20 years, a sentence that will be suspended after 14 and a half years, and she'll serve 5 years probation under the sentence handed down by Stanford Superior Court Judge Kevin Randolph. The defense had pleaded for probation in stark contrast to the prosecution's request of 45 years. There are some questions that are age-old, Randolph said from the bench. When does retribution turn into revenge? What's the role of empathy? Should the court exercise sympathy for one side or another? These are age-old questions. But with good time credit, Troconis could be eligible for parole after spending just 7 1/4 or 12 1/3 actual years behind bars. The emotional testimony on both sides was tough to hear on Friday, Bergen said, but the judge came down with the proper ruling. He was more moved by his duty, Bergman told NBC Connecticut. He explained it in the most succulent, and logical way that you could. Prosecutors said they were disappointed their 45-year request wasn't enforced, but they accept Randolph's ruling. After listening to the victim impact statements, especially from Jennifer's children. Oh, her children spoke? I need to go back and hear that. We had hoped for a more stringent sentence, yet we accept Judge Randolph's decision and respect it. State Attorney Paul Verenick said in a statement. Although Jennifer's family and friends will probably never experience full closure from the trauma Troconis has thrust upon them, hopefully today's sentence will afford them at least some sense of justice has been achieved. Prior to sentencing, Judge Randolph vacated Troconis' conviction on 1 count of conspiracy to tamper with evidence. That ruling didn't impact the ultimate sentence, as her punishment ran concurrently. Troconis' boyfriend, Fotis Doulis, a luxury home builder and suspect in his estranged wife's disappearance, died in 2020, 2 days after his attempted suicide. The man was suspected of killing Jennifer Doulis at her home before driving away with her body, which has never been found. Fotis Doulis denied killing his wife, who vanished May 24th, 2019. She's since been declared dead by probate court. Troconis helped Fotis Doulis dispose of the victim's blood-stained clothes, cleaned a car police believed was used in the crime, burning evidence, and tried to help her boyfriend create a false alibi. Been left with a hole inside of me that I will never be able to fill, the victim's son, Petros Doulis, who was 13 when his mother was killed, told the court Friday. My mother was everything to me. As his parents were amidst of divorce, the teen said he'd often lashed out at his mother. The defendant's actions mean that I will never be able to tell my mom how sorry I am for not being a better son when she needed me, he said. I will never be able to tell Mom how proud of her courage I am, and most important, how much I love her. This fact haunts me every day. Troconis mounted a rigorous defense at sentencing, pushing back all the allegations that she schemed to displace Jennifer Doulis and become a wealthy suburban mother. Your Honor, I'm deeply sorry by this tragedy that has affected so many lives, a tearful Troconis told the court. I found out things before and during the trial about a man, Fotis Doulis, I thought I knew and loved. I deeply regret ever being in a relationship with Fotis Doulis and bringing my daughter, my family, and myself into his life. I'm a person of profound faith, and I've been praying and will continue to pray for those who suffered and still suffer. Family and friends painted Troconis, a native of Venezuela and Spanish speaker, who listened to proceedings through an interpreter, as an animal lover and selfless advocate for people with intellectual disabilities. Empathy and compassion are at the center of her being. My estimation, said Reverend Christopher Solmay, per her pastor at Avon Congregational Church, I've heard her prayers for Jennifer and her children and all of her anxieties related to this harrowing ordeal. Solomon said his testimony Friday comes at great risk for him and his church. I had nothing to gain and perhaps on so many levels much to lose by offering any pastoral counseling to Michelle or opening the doors of my church to her. But today I can honestly say before God and indeed the world, Michelle Troconis is a woman of not only substantive character, but with an ethic and kind-heartedness that is almost singular. The victim's mother, Gloria Farber, said the family still holds hope of finding the body. Every year on the victim's birthday, September 27th, the family releases purple balloons in Central Park with messages to the victim. For years, we searched for her remains, tracking down every year. This search continues, she said. Jennifer filled her children with love, wisdom, and humor. Jennifer would have been very proud of her children's accomplishments. They will always have their memories of her, as do I. The victim's longtime friend, Laura Watts, said Jennifer Julis's loved ones are still suffering. I gave a eulogy at a memorial without a body. Her mother put a headstone over an empty grave, Watts said, because Troconis assisted Fotis Julis in the disposal of Jennifer's body. All we do have is a bloody bra and a shirt stiff with Jennifer's blood, sliced up the center, and all the horror engendered by these are only artifacts of what the kids have left of their beautiful, gentle mother. That's all. That case is just disgusting and sick. Did you see I updated my thumbnail? I did. I put X over his face and a check mark over John Pryor. Check mark. Pryor. Check. Done. Bye-bye. Yeah, 14 years. Shanna Gardner case. It's the Microsoft executive murder trial. Her attorney is Jose Baez, who represented Casey Anthony. There's so many trials. No, I don't know that one either. I know I've heard it. I don't know it though. I have not. I need to get back into like what's going on out there other than the Daybells. I don't know. I hear somebody's gardener. Percy's gonna freak out any second here. Evil Grady. Yep. Okay, I'm getting a little nervous about this whole thing. I feel like the jury's gonna now get mad at each other. Come on, you guys. You're all sticking together. You're all friends. Let's pep talk the jury. You can do it. You can do it. You can come to a decision. Oh, what do you think about the Micah Miller case? I am super suspicious about the Micah Miller case. I personally think that she did not call 911. I think he did an AI thing with her voice. I really do. And I'm not usually conspiracy theory stuff, but I know how easy it is to do that. Shayna Gardner is one of those cases expected to start next year. You think Karen Reed is innocent? Hey, Donna Donald. I know, 2 hours, right? Are you getting a little nervous? I'm getting a little nervous. A little nervous. Like, what is happening? Why are they taking so long? I hope they don't retire for the night. I hope they get this done tonight. If they get this done tonight, they can go home. right? They can go Friday night with their family. But I'm impressed with this jury. They're clearly taking their job very seriously. And I heard that was very emotional for them today during the victim impact statements. Flash fan, he is not going to go free. This is true. Yeah, but if they do, yeah, you're right. So if they get done, they're done. They can go home. I believe they can still deliberate tomorrow, right? Did I hear that right? I thought I heard that on the news. I don't think they're going to make them sit in their hotel room and not deliberate on the weekend. That would be mean. But will they call court on the weekend? I don't know. So many questions. Donna, do you know? I don't know. I feel like I would like to have some update. Update, please. I guess there's no update to know. I know. Okay, cool. Thanks, Donna. Yeah. Give Kay a call. I don't think they can go home. They're sequestered. They can't go home. They're stuck. They're not allowed to see the light of day right now. They are like stuck in a hotel. They can't watch the news. They can't talk to anybody. They can't call people. They are sequestered. So I would think that they'd have very good motivation to get it done. I know. Why does he? When Kay knows, she will let Kresha know. Perfect. Thank you, Donna. Thank you for having that info. Are they at the courthouse still? I imagine they are, right? They're not going to leave right now. I believe they're still deliberating. I mean, it's 4:30. There's no reason if they're sequestered not to be. Really, right? I mean, what are they going to do? Take a nap? Must be. Must be somebody holding back on the whole idea of the death penalty. Because that's the bottom line right now. I mean, John Pryor didn't say anything impressive to make them think differently, so it must just be their own feeling, right? He's still blaming Lori. I think he should be in a striped jumpsuit. Oh, they're really close by. Okay. Well, when we stayed there, we were, I don't know, it took us just like less than 10 minutes to walk over to the courthouse. So there's a lot of places right in that area. So that's good. They're close by. So they can go take a chill, relax for a bit, not just sit there in the courthouse. That's good. And they're going to give them a little bit of a heads up, right? I'd imagine 30 minutes or so. So we just wait and wait and wait and wait until somebody tells us to stop waiting. You think so? It'll be like all of a sudden, boom. We have a verdict. We have a verdict. I really think it's going to be today. I would think that those jurors would want to get this figured out. But you never know. And who am I? I'm nobody. I'm just over here armchair quarterbacking on the whole thing. Like, if it was me, if I was a juror, this is what I'd want to do. I'd want to be done today. But if you have somebody in the room that isn't willing to think like the other people or go along with it, you got to talk about it. It will be time. Oh my goodness, Flash Van, no. If it takes 2 weeks, those poor jurors, they've already been sitting there for so long. Yes, welcome to anyone joining. We do appreciate you guys that are here listening to us chit chat while we wait. Chit chat while we wait. We need, let's see what other thing we can dig up here. Let me go back in my old stuff. My old stuff with this case. See if there's anything interesting to find out. What do we have? Some videos from the past. Oldest. Let's see what I put here. Hold on. I'll just random from 2020, okay?
Well, I was just lurking online, and there is a picture that Lori and Chad are on their way out of Kauai. They're leaving the island today. They were at the airport. They were spotted at the airport, and not sure where they're going, but anybody that might know, you may want to time to investigate where they might have gone or what they're doing, because they have left Kauai or they're on their way. Someone on one of the message boards had just posted this just minutes ago, and I wanted to give you all the update and any other updates we might have right now. The only other updates is Julie Rowe, of course, is still saying that Chad isn't the Chad she knows. So this alleged picture, do you think that's both of them? Do you think that's just Lori? Do you think that's not even them? Let me know in the comments. Let me know what you think. So if you were watching the live yesterday, you know that somebody chatted that they were at the Marriott near the airport, and that made me realize that they're planning on leaving because they probably wanted a very quick shuttle ride from the hotel right to the airport, get right out in front, and go right through TSA where nobody could bother them or stop them. So that's what I'm assuming they're doing right now. And your guess is as good as mine as where they're going. I seriously doubt they're going to Idaho. I seriously doubt they're going to Arizona. My bet would be Mexico. Anyways, thanks, like that Dateline had mentioned. All right, thanks for watching Left Undone, Incomplete Investigations. I will bring you things as I know it, and please comment if you find anything out before me, or go ahead and comment on this, like, subscribe, and ring the bell. Thanks, bye.
They escaped to Maui. They escaped to Maui, and somebody had snapped a picture of them in the Kauai airport. Not sure why they still don't know why they went to Maui. Your guess is they were both going to hell. That's pretty much where they belong. X-Files, Donna. I've been trying to find out about any news. Chad wants the death penalty? Oh, that's probably on a live when Murray was trolling me back in the day. I don't know anything about that. Joseph Murray. Let's see. Do I have anything that I can dig up? Let's see. Videos, oldest. What can we find here? What is this one? Hold on. I'm looking, trying to see what I can find. There's so much stuff back there. Probably stuff we forgot about. Lori and Chad got married. Here's where these pictures all popped up online. This is my intro. My intros were way too long back then. Apologize. Live and learn. Okay, here. So that was just another one. These are all the old stuff before the kids were born. Share my screen again because I keep getting rid of it. We just don't want anything to go away here. State version. There we go. There. I'm gonna punch that like button like it was Joe Murray's face. Listening for phantom ghost dogs playing little doggy pianos to Left Undone's playlist. Great idea. Once this trial's over, I'm going to bed. Yeah. Once this trial's over, I think we all need a long nap. I'm getting a little concerned that they're not going to get this finished today. Maybe they're going to want to sleep on it, huh? Maybe they're going to want to sleep on it. Could be. But I guess there's some controversy going on here. Oh, yeah. Oh my God, it might be days. Well, Donna Donald said that Kay's gonna let Crusha know when they know. And then Donna said she'll let us know. So we just sit and wait, I suppose. Wait and wait. I need a nap. I might have to go get my salt and vinegar potato chips and start eating them. They could come at any time, right? So you don't want to miss it. Sorry, I'm yawning now. They could come at any time, so you don't want to miss anything. I feel like the minute I walk away, something's going to happen. Come on. Let's see. Just scrolling. I hate that some of these things you can't get in order. Like looking at TikTok, it's like all over the map. Maybe there's a filter I need, but I don't know how to do it. I hope Lindsay Blake interviews on the interview circuit, right? Goat just carving her soap for us. I'm just looking. I can't find anything like. He is not fighting for his life, though, is he? He didn't say anything either. I'm surprised. Like, if I was going to get sent to death row, I think I'd try to show some. Well, I wouldn't murder anybody, so I don't know what I would do. But I think I would probably at least get up there and sort of cave and apologize or something. But odds are I wouldn't, because I'm not there. I wouldn't murder anybody, so I don't know what I would do. I think like an actual human being that isn't going to hurt people. No mitigation surprises you. I know. Very bizarre. Well, I guess we just wait. And wait. And wait. They're either going to tell us the jury is going to bed for the night or going to continue tomorrow, or they're going to tell us that they're going to have an answer. So it's going to go one way or another, and it has to happen at least some point before too long, I would think.
Stone at her. Jesus, he that is
I don't know
without
what that's
sin
about.
among you, let him cast.
Lori Vallow's speech. Let's find that. That's a good one to listen to. Let's listen to her. Nobody was murdered here. Oh, that's a good one. We can listen to that. Lori Vallow speaks at sentencing. All right. I'm going to share this. This is always a good one to share when you're waiting for other things.
Start by quoting John from the New Testament in the Bible. In John chapter 8, verse 7, Jesus says, "He that is without sin among you, let him first cast a stone at her." Then in verse 15, Jesus says, "Ye judge after the flesh, I judge no man. And yet if I judge, my judgment is true." Jesus knows me, and Jesus understands me. I mourn with all of you who mourn my children and Tammy. Jesus Christ knows the truth of what happened here. Jesus Christ knows that no one was murdered in this case. Accidental deaths happen. Suicides happen. Fatal side effects from medications happen. I have a different perspective in life because in 2002, when I was pregnant with Tylee, I died in the hospital while in labor with her. They tried to stop my labor. They put me on the table and they put something in my IV, and I felt my spirit falling to the floor.
Okay, that pisses me off every time she says that, because that is not the way it goes down. They do not try to stop your labor when you're dying. They do not put something in your IV. They crash you to the OR, lady. You did not die. Okay, I'm an OB nurse. Longest part of my nursing career, OB. Currently, and 14 years labor and delivery. She's full of crap. Lies, lies, lies. Okay, I will continue, but that always pisses me off when she goes into this weird story about her. Now she's the visionary.
I was standing near my pregnant body, watching the doctors try to revive me, which took them a few minutes. In that time, my sister Stacy was standing to my left. I turned to hug her and was surprised that her spirit was as tangible as a physical body, because I knew I was in spirit and she was in spirit. She said she needed to show me some things, and we went to heaven. I later returned to my body. Because of this experience, I have access to heaven and the spirit world. Since then, I have had many communications from people now living in heaven, including my children, Tylee Ashlyn and Joshua Jackson, my sisters, Stacy and Lolly, my aunts and my uncles, and my grandparents. I have had many communications with Jesus Christ, the Savior of this world, and our heavenly parents. I have had many angelic visitors have come and communicated with me and even manifested themselves to me. Because of these communications, I know for a fact that my children are happy and busy in the spirit world. Because of my communications with my friend Tammy Daybell, I know that she is also very happy and extremely busy. I have always mourned the loss of my loved ones, and I have lost many in this mortal world. However, I know them more than most people. I know where they are now and what they're doing. I know how wonderful heaven is, and I'm homesick for it every single day. I know we all lived in heaven before we were born on earth, and we were all adult spirits in the heavenly realm. We chose to come to earth as mortals. Heaven is more wonderful than you can possibly imagine. I do not fear death, but I look forward to it. I did not want to return to my body when I was out of it. Even though my son Colby, who I adored more than anything, was only 6 years old at the time, and I was about to give birth to this new baby girl that I wanted so badly. I was a young mother, and you would think I wouldn't want to leave my children, but as I stood in heaven, I did not want to go back. I thought they would be fine without me because I was peaceful and I was happy and I was home. But then I was told by Jesus that I needed to go back and complete things that I had covenanted or promised to do before I was born. This caused me a lot of distress because I knew heaven was my real home, and I only wanted to be there. I was free from pain, emotional and physical. But then I was shown how I would help my children and others in the future. So ultimately, I did agree to go back to my body. Tylee has visited me. She is happy and very busy. Tylee is free now from all the pains of her life. Tylee suffered horrible physical pain her whole life. I sat with Tylee in the hospital year after year after year while she screamed in pain when the morphine wasn't even enough to take away the pain of her pancreatitis. I sat there while she cried and I held back her hair while she threw up. And I am the only person on this earth who knows how much Tylee suffered in her life. She had pain every single day. She never felt good. Her body did not work right. And I don't know if that was from complications from me dying while she was being born or something else, but she had a very difficult life. She was sexually abused by her own biological father since she was 3 years old, and she was forced by family court to go visit him for 10 years against her will. I fought for her in court. I protected her. I tried to protect her with my whole life. I tried to protect her. I worried about her every single day. Tylee had to get her GED because she couldn't go to school every day because she never felt good. She felt sick. Nobody knows this because Tylee, like myself, tries to put on a good front, tries to be a happy person, tries to have hope in life, tries to know that she's here for a purpose and that she has an eternal purpose to be on this earth. But I never stopped worrying about her. One of the times that Tylee came to me as a spirit after she died, she commanded me and she said to me, "Stop worrying, Mom. We are fine." She knows how I worry and how I miss her. The first time JJ visited me after he passed away, he put his arm around me and he said to me, "You didn't do anything wrong, Mom. I love you, and I know you loved me every minute of my life." JJ, Joshua Jackson, was an adult spirit, and he was very, very tall when he put his arm around me. He is busy, he is engaged, he has jobs that he does there, and he is happy where he is. His life was short, but JJ's life was meaningful. JJ was a wonderful person and touched the lives of everyone, and I adored him every minute of his life. My eternal friend, Tammy Daybell, has visited me on several occasions. She came to bring me peace and comfort, and I know that she is extremely busy helping her family, especially her children and grandchildren. And I have a great love for Tammy. My beautiful children, Tylee Ashlyn and Joshua Jackson, rest safely this day in the arms of Jesus. My wonderful friend, Tammy Daybell, rests safely this day in the arms of Jesus. And I look forward to the day when we are all reunited and I too will rest with them in the arms of my Jesus.
Sorry, I had to get a snack. Stop, Percy. Lot of nerve, right? My friend, Tammy Daybell. But yes, we should hear what Judge Boyce says back. Let me just double check. Nothing's going on, right? We still don't got the other case coming up. Okay, hold on. We're still live, right? Okay. Let me see if I can find Judge Boyce's rebuttal to her nonsense. Judge Boyce. Vallow at sentencing, right? Because he kind of lets her have it. Okay, I found it. Hold on. Let me share this, okay? Hold on, Doug. Please. Give me a second. Let me share. And let me know in the chat if you hear anything else. Okay. That happens while we're watching this.
My own review of the matter and then pronounce sentence. Ms. Vallow, based on the jury's verdict of guilty in this case, it is the judgment of this court that you're guilty of the following counts of the amended indictment. Count 1, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder of Tylee Ryan and grand theft by deception. Count 2, first-degree murder of Tylee Ryan. Count 3, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder of Joshua Jackson Vallow and grand theft by deception. Count 4, first-degree murder of Joshua Jackson Vallow. Count 5, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder of Tammy Daybell. And count 7, grand theft. I've carefully reviewed the record of this case, beginning with your prior criminal history. Very notably, you're 50 years old. These are the first criminal convictions you've ever had. I will note, however, in addition to these convictions, you have 2 additional conspiracy to commit first-degree murder cases pending in Arizona. And it's somewhat incredible in this case that seeing you've gone from no criminal history in your life to now having been convicted of 2 counts of first-degree murder, 3 counts of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, and you continue to face more additional counts of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder in another state. I've looked at the recommendations in the pre-sentence investigation report. It ultimately recommends a prison sentence stating, quote, incarceration under the custody of the Idaho Board of Correction. Normally, the court would have some additional information to rely on in fashioning its sentence, including the benefit of recommendations based on a gain evaluation, substance abuse report, mental health review, and other reports. However, you elected not to cooperate with the pre-sentence investigation. As I would note on page 23 of the pre-sentence investigation report, it states, quote, Lori Vallow Daybell intends to remain silent during the pre-sentence investigation process. She has the packet, but does not intend to answer any questions of evaluators or investigators. Quote, no attempts were made to complete the court-ordered screenings due to her refusal. I'm advising you that that was your choice to not cooperate in the pre-sentence investigation, but it left me without some additional information that potentially could have been mitigating in your case. And as I proceed with the sentencing, I'll note those deficiencies in the information I normally would have in a pre-sentence investigation report. As has been mentioned by both sides here, the court has to consider certain sentencing objectives when I sentence somebody, and these are set out in cases including State versus Toohill, which is a Court of Appeals case 103 Idaho 565, and it's been adopted by our Supreme Court as well. And I have to consider for main objectives, number one, the protection of society, which is the primary objective. 2, deterrence of the individual and public generally. 3, possibility of rehabilitation. And 4, punishment or retribution for wrongdoing. That case states, moreover, it's clear as a matter of policy in Idaho, the primary consideration is the good order and protection of society. All other factors must be subservient to that end. I've also reviewed and considered the criteria set forth in an Idaho statute 1925-21 on the question of whether or not you should be confined to prison and to what extent. That statute sets out a variety of factors I have to consider in weighing whether a long prison term here would be appropriate. Some of the attorneys cited already to some of the provisions of that statute, and again, it talks about the primary consideration of the protection of society, and also talks about the impact on the victim, the possibility of risk reduction through rehabilitation, and deterrence are also to be considered. There are some factors laid out in that statute that are not necessarily controlling, but weigh in favor against either imprisonment, or in this case where imprisonment's required, an extensive imprisonment term. Some of those factors under Part 2 of this statute is the defendant's criminal conduct neither caused nor threatened harm, which is clearly not the case here. That the defendant did not contemplate the conduct would cause or threaten harm. Again, that would not apply here. The defendant's criminogenic needs indicate the defendant will benefit from supervision and treatment in the community. That's unavailable, as community treatment can't occur with a minimum prison sentence required here. Another factor, were there substantial grounds tending to excuse or justify the defendant's criminal conduct, though failing to establish a defense. I don't find those apply given the facts of this case. Other factors, the victim of the defendant's criminal conduct induced or facilitated the commission of the crime. That did not occur here. Another part talks about compensation, which I don't find would be appropriate here other than on the grand theft charge. Part G, the defendant has no history of prior delinquency or criminal activity or has led a law-abiding life for a substantial period of time before the commission of the present crime. That is the single most mitigating factor I see in this case. Again, it's unbelievable that at your age you have no prior criminal history and now you sit here convicted of the most serious of charges. I also have to consider whether the criminal conduct was the result of circumstances unlikely to recur. Based on the evidence in this case, and in particular, considering the statement you just made to the court, I find it weighs against me finding in mitigation for that factor. And then finally, the character and attitudes of the defendant indicate the commission of another crime is unlikely, or the defendant demonstrates amenability to treatment. So those are the mitigating factors. Then in aggravation, we have more factors to consider. Is there an undue risk that during the period of a suspended sentence or probation, the defendant would commit another crime harmful to another person? Would a lesser sentence depreciate the seriousness of the defendant's crime? Will imprisonment provide appropriate punishment and deterrent to the defendant? Will imprisonment provide an appropriate deterrent for other persons in the community? And a factor that would not apply here is the defendant a multiple offender or professional criminal. I don't have an LSI score, which is one value I can look at to help determine whether or not you'd be likely to reoffend. I don't have that because you wouldn't cooperate with the report. So considering here that you've lived a law-abiding life and for a long time, you were obviously a good mother, sister, daughter, and friend to many people. I have to take that into account. You've served a very long time of local jail, over 1,200 days, and the report is you've been a great inmate, never caused a problem for anyone in the jail. And you should be commended for that. And that also shows that you are capable of that. I believe your counsel when they tell me you're an intelligent person. Up until all these events began to transpire, you've achieved goals in your life, you've done important things in your life. And I'd note that despite some of the comments here today, I have found that during my interactions with you throughout this long case, including your trial, you've been respectful of the court. Do we know what this beeping is that keeps going off? Sorry. All right, the court will next consider, and I think it must be considered in mitigation, that you do have mental health issues. I've dealt with those throughout the context of this case where there were commitment proceedings. I've reviewed those reports and have that personal information from having gone through the determinations of whether or not you were competent or fit to stand trial. The most current diagnosis the court has is from Dr. Watson, and from February of this year states you suffer from, and I'll quote, delusional disorder, mixed type with bizarre content and hyper-religiosity, continuous and unspecified personality disorder with histrionic and narcissistic features. So obviously a very complex diagnosis that's been made here. Whether or not that can or how it would be treated, I think by all accounts is unknown at this time. I've reviewed your personal history, including statements from your own immediate family members, and it's clear that something radically changed in you that led you to where you are today. In a statement made in the pre-sentence investigation report, your mother stated it perhaps best and said that you are not now, quote, the person she knew. The record in this case, including all the evidence I observed during the jury trial, indicates that if it wasn't already occurring, that this relationship with the co-defendant seemed to be a catalyst for the change. At this point, I'll note that I will not be making comments on any other co-defendants in this case, as your co-defendant is currently presumed innocent and awaiting trial. In sum, there are significant mitigating factors the court has to consider here when I consider you and your life as a whole, and that does make the case difficult. Typically, when I see somebody to be sentenced and they don't have a prior criminal history, they're given opportunities to first prove themselves on probation or avoid a lengthy term of incarceration. However, of course, some crimes are so serious that even with mitigation, there is no other reasonable option except for a prison term and a long prison term. And sadly, you've been convicted of and have committed the most serious crimes possible, and those crimes also require an equally serious punishment. So this is the part where I will consider what I think are the factors in aggravation. I went through those factors in the statute that I look at, and as I'll explain, I find that 5 of those factors weigh against you and in favor of a lengthy period of imprisonment. First, the case itself. I'll discuss that. There was a lot of pretrial litigation in the case. You decided to take your case to a jury trial. I will state and emphasize that I firmly believe it's the right of every person in our country to exercise their right to a jury trial, and they're afforded the full due process of the law. It's been somewhat disheartening to me to realize that there are many people who think that they can predetermine a case and somebody shouldn't be afforded their full rights of due process before they are convicted of a crime. Well, I didn't make all of the rules that govern criminal cases, but I took an oath to uphold the rules that are there, and I make every effort to ensure that people's due process is protected, because that's an important duty of mine. Everyone has a right to be presumed innocent, and everyone in a criminal case does have a right to a jury trial. Sometimes I feel like maybe too many cases settle, and there should be more trials because it's a right people are entitled to exercise. You exercise that right, and I in no way hold it against you that you decided to have your case determined by a jury. That's your right, and it does not impact or influence my decision in sentencing. Before trial, I did not delve into all of the evidence or facts of this case and only address those when necessary to make rulings on motions, because I wanted to keep objective through the proceedings and remain impartial. You were afforded all of your due process in this case, and ultimately, after presentation of the evidence, a jury did find you guilty on all counts. I bring that up now because when there is a trial, I learn and see all of the facts along with the jurors. And that's a different scenario than when someone enters a plea and I'm only allowing argument in a sentencing and not sitting through the evidence as I did here. Having considered all of the evidence that I saw at trial along with the jurors, it's been a difficult task for me to narrow down and articulate all of the aggravating factors, because really there are so many here. Murder is the most serious offense. And the most unimaginable type of murder is to have a mother murdering her own children, and that's exactly what you did. You were involved in and guilty of conspiring to murder another group of children's mother, Tammy Daybell, who had children of her own. And despite the jury convicting you with overwhelming evidence, you still sit here before the court today and said you didn't do it. You came here to East Idaho, where I've spent my life, and moved here from another place already with plans in progress to make your children disappear. The evidence bore that out at trial. You removed your children from their home in Arizona, alienated them from friends and family, got rid of JJ's service dog. You moved to Rexburg, a community where you could find 1,000 random families to take your children, and you brought them here to murder them. You had so many other options. You could have gotten divorced. You could have found someone to take care of those kids. But as the state was able to prove at trial, you chose the most evil and destructive path possible. You killed those children, according to the state's theory, and I believe it, to remove them as obstacles and to profit financially. You justified all of this by going down a bizarre religious rabbit hole, and clearly you are still down there. While you were enjoying your new life in Hawaii, countless law enforcement officers, family members, and volunteers were searching for your children. And I don't think to this day you have any remorse for the effort and heartache you caused for others who looked for your children when you knew where they were and knew they were dead. They were found dead, burned, mutilated, and dismembered, and buried like animals After you knew they were dead, you collected public funded assistance payments meant for them, and that was blood money you kept for yourself. And that's the grand theft charge you've been convicted of. Your sister, your son talked to you, begged with you while you were in the jail during phone calls I heard at trial. And those were very sad and difficult calls to hear. And you didn't provide any assistance or comfort to them. During the trial, when the evidence came out about how these children were found and the state they were in, you wanted to be excused and not have to watch the evidence, and were fine to let all the other people in the courtroom, including the jurors, have to bear through that. However, I ruled that you did have to sit and watch and see the result of your heinous crimes. The jurors in your case fulfilled their duty admirably. All 18 jurors we had, because we had alternates, went through the entire trial and faithfully fulfilled all their obligations and all the instructions. So we were able to get impartial jurors who weren't already tainted by pretrial publicity to decide your case. And I do thank the jurors publicly for the service they rendered. Those jurors I noted during the trial were very good at keeping their emotions in check and keeping stone-faced, as they're supposed to do, and be objective until the case is done and submitted. However, I did note at certain times during the trial, such as when there were videos and pictures shown of you in Hawaii at this time frame when JJ and Tylee were lying in shallow graves, the disgust on the faces of those jurors was evident, and shocking revelations about what happened here just kept coming through the trial. The crime scene was a horrific thing to have to review, and there's images that I will never get out of my mind. And I'm just looking at the pictures. Law enforcement officers who had to deal with the aftermath of what you did, I'm sure were traumatized. And I know it was traumatic as well for the jurors who had to sit through and see the photographs of these dead and mutilated and buried children. For those people who loved and cared about JJ and Tylee and Tammy Daybell, to have to see those photographs of them through trial of their dead and desecrated bodies must have been devastating. Tammy Daybell was murdered as a result of your conspiracy. She was, by all accounts, a healthy, happy mother and wife through a lot of her life. And you were out shopping for wedding rings to marry her husband while she was still alive. You were planning a wedding to her husband while she was still alive. You haven't shown any remorse for any of those actions. And she ended up being murdered, buried, had to be disinterred later so an autopsy could be performed in order to prove the evidence of what you had done. She didn't deserve any of that. You took her life away. You destroyed that family, fractured it to the point where, in the information I've had through the PSI, there are relationships that will probably never be mended that have rippled as a result of what's happened. JJ and Tylee, of course, 7 years old, 16 years old, were separate people whose lives were cut way too short because of you. Never got to grow up and be adults. The family and friends who have provided their impact statements, of course, have stated it better than I could about who they were. And it is a loss for everyone that you took them away from this world. And it is the most shocking thing, really, I can imagine, is that a mother killed her own children and you simply have no remorse for it. Even sitting here today, there's no remorse for what you did. After all of this evidence through trial, you haven't shown any remorse. You haven't said you're sorry. You haven't done anything to seek leniency from this court. There's been a lot of people during trial and here who explained the devastation you're responsible for, and you've forever altered the lives, not in a good way, for many, many people, destroying family relationships, taking people away that were loved, cared for, and needed. You may not believe to this day that you've done anything wrong, and you still may think you're justified by your religious beliefs for what happened here. I'm not here to judge that, but I don't believe that any God in any religion would want to have this happen, what happened here. And your crimes are heinous and egregious, and that alone can constitute a major aggravating factor that requires me to impose a serious length of incarceration. So after weighing all those factors, I need to an aggravation. I find that the sentences I'm about to impose will serve the interest of justice by, number one, preventing you from ever doing this again, that they will not depreciate the seriousness of your crimes, will punish you appropriately, and will serve to deter both you and others. So that concludes the aggravating factors the court considered. At this time then, I am prepared to pronounce sentence. Mr. Thomas, Mr. Archibald, and the defendant, would you please rise for the pronouncement of sentence? Based on all the relevant circumstances, including the evidence and recommendations presented in court today, it's the judgment of this court. Ms. Vallow, you'll be sentenced as follows. I'll first note I'm going to take up the counts out of order as I want to address the substantive murder sentences first. So on count 2, the charge you were convicted of, the first-degree murder of Tylee Ryan, you are sentenced to the custody of the State Board of Corrections to serve the maximum allowed sentence of fixed determinate term of life imprisonment with no possibility of parole. On count 4, the charge of the first-degree murder of Joshua Jackson Vallow, you are sentenced to the custody of the State Board of Corrections to serve the maximum allowed sentence, a fixed determinate life imprisonment sentence with no possibility of parole. I'll next address the 3 conspiracy counts you've been convicted of. And note under Idaho Code 18-1701, the punishment for those crimes is the same as the underlying offenses you combined to commit. One of the offenses you combined to commit was first-degree murder, so those may be punishable also by imprisonment for life. When I look at what the appropriate sentences should be for the conspiracy charges, at first I wondered if they should be as long of a term or serious as the substantive murder charges. However, what I've concluded is that these conspiracy convictions merit the same grave punishment for several reasons. First, the conspiracies in which you engaged in have had far-reaching impacts on many people besides the deceased victims. And with what the court's heard, I am convinced that the conspiracy charges also merit the same serious sentence. So on count 1, the conspiracy to commit first-degree murder of Tylee Ryan and grand theft by deception, you're sentenced to the custody of the State Board of Corrections to serve the maximum allowed sentence, a fixed determinate term of life imprisonment with no possibility of parole. On count 3, the conspiracy to commit first-degree murder of Joshua Jackson Vallow and grand theft by deception, you're sentenced to the custody of the State Board of Corrections to serve the maximum allowed sentence, a fixed determinate term of life imprisonment with no possibility of parole. And on count 5, the conspiracy to commit the first-degree murder of Tammy Daybell, you're sentenced to the custody of the State Board of Corrections to serve the maximum allowed sentence, a fixed determinate term of life imprisonment with no possibility of parole. Finally, the court will address count 7, which is the charge of grand theft. On that charge, court is going to sentence you to a fixed determinate term of 5 years of prison, followed by an indeterminate term of 5 years of prison for a total 10-year term of imprisonment on the grand theft. Court will next consider whether sentences should be imposed consecutively or concurrently. I generally don't, I'm a pragmatic person and I've struggled with the point of a consecutive sentence when in Idaho, a life sentence is just that, a life sentence without parole. And I've thought it through. However, when I looked at this case and the more I thought about it, I've determined that because there are 3 separate murders with 3 separate victims that occurred at 3 separate times, then running counts concurrently would not serve the interests of justice because those crimes all need to be taken into account separately and distinctly and individually. And you need to be held accountable separately for each of the 3 murders. So on those counts, the court will run consecutively the count 2 murder of Tylee Ryan, consecutive to count 4, the murder of Joshua Jackson Vallow, and count 5 will run consecutive to count 2 and 4, the conspiracy to commit first-degree murder of Tammy Daybell. So 3 consecutive life terms of prison. The remaining counts will be concurrent to the counts that are consecutive. The court will impose fines as requested by the state in the amount of $25,000 for all counts except the grand theft. On the grand theft, the fine will be in the amount of $1,000. The court will assess the civil penalty that was requested, and I find it's appropriate under Idaho Code 195307 of $5,000 per victim on each of the 3 victims as a civil penalty. And then finally, the restitution, which was requested by the state. Mr. Wood, if you could reiterate that number, 22,000 of what the restitution term is. And I want to inquire if there's any other restitution being sought by the state.
Thank you, Your Honor. I believe I said 22,545. And the state would ask for an additional 30 days to submit any further restitution for the victims, living victims who have been deemed as such by this court.
The court will assess that restitution on the grand theft charge of $22,545 as shown through the evidence at trial. And the court will allow 30 days for additional restitution requests, but that will be waived if it's not submitted timely. That'll conclude the court's sentencing on the charges. Mr. Thomas, do you have any questions on the sentence?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, Mr. Wood, do you have any questions?
No, thank you.
All right, counsel, before we conclude, and Ms. Vallow, importantly, I need to advise you of the rights you have now. You do have the right to appeal to the Idaho Supreme Court from this judgment of conviction, and you have a right to be represented by an attorney if you appeal. You're also advised if you can't afford an attorney, an attorney will be appointed for you at public expense, and you only have 42 days to file an appeal. You also have the right to seek relief from my judgment under Idaho Criminal Rule 35. You have 120 days to file that motion if you believe a correction or reduction of this sentence is appropriate because it was either illegal or too harsh. And finally, you may also have rights to seek relief under the Idaho Uniform Post-Conviction Relief Act. Those actions have to be filed within 1 year from the day your right to appeal expires. Do you understand those appellate rights? All right, she acknowledged yes. The defendant will be required to submit DNA samples upon remand to the Idaho Department of Corrections. I'll ask the attorneys to please turn in any copies of the pre-sentence investigation reports or addenda so those can be kept in confidence and additional copies will be destroyed. And Ms. Daybell, you are hereby remanded to the custody of the Sheriff of Fremont County to be delivered to the proper authorities of the Idaho Department of Corrections for execution of this sentence. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. That'll conclude our sentencing hearing.
Well, that was good to watch again. And it kind of gives me hope that Chad's going to get his behind ripped open by Judge Boyce in the end here, no matter what. There's another good video that would probably entertain us. It's not Lori Chad, but it's Ronnie O'Neill, full opening statements and his nonsense. Oh, the other that other case. It's 7:40 right in Georgia time. So PLM said that she's gotten some info that they went to lunch at 5:40. What time? 5:45? That's not even yet. Wait, hold on. Hold on. What did she say? Oh, 5:15. They've been on break for 30 minutes now. Okay. 25 minutes. So we'll see. Maybe, if I were them, I'd be like, okay, we made a decision, but we're a little hungry. So before we have to go sit in the courtroom again, can we maybe eat first? Right? And then we'll come back. We'll tell them we're good and we can sit there with full tummies and then we can go home for the night. That's just me. Don't tell them yet we're hungry. Just my how my brain would work. I'd be like, well, if we got to go sit in the courtroom for another 2 hours and listen to all this stuff, let's eat first. Ruby, you're tired. It's midnight. Interesting, Flash fan. I'm going to share this. This is like a long day, huh? Right? They're like, we're hungry. Let's eat. And then after we eat, we'll tell them we're ready. Ruby is across the pond. The pond. I love that they call it Atlantic Ocean the pond. I think it's just some little lake or some little pond. All right. So let's see. We watched Lori's speech. We've watched Judge Boyce go back at her. So now we've got a little bit of reminder of how he might be to Chad, which I think he's giving a rib Chad a little harder than he did Lori. I like that he gave us her diagnosis. That's interesting. I'm gonna run those by my daughter. My daughter just graduated from clinical psychology, her master's degree. So I'm going to run those by her, see what she says about that. And Ruby, did you see our other little friend here was saying that they live near Liverpool? You have a neighbor in our chat. You have a neighbor, Caroline. Where did she go? Where'd she go? It's up there in our chat. Isn't the UK called the Down Under? No, that's Australia. Australia is the Down Under. Right? Am I right or am I wrong? Have you been to the Down Under? Yeah. I was like, oh, look, I know my geography slang terms, the Down Under. So now what? Any other requests on the Lori Vallow, CHAD Daybell trial? Things to listen to, watch? Liverpool. Your friends like the Beatles, aren't they from there? She is near Liverpool. Yeah. It is nice to visit with us all here. Because my friends and my day friends and my real life friends here, you guys are not, you are my real life friends, but you are my true crime family friends. They're like, wait, what? Who? Tell me about this case again. Wait, start from the beginning. I'm like, stop. I'm not starting from the beginning. You can follow my channel. Here's the link. Dude, I'm not going over 4 years of this. I got people that actually kept up. They kept up with me. What recordings and videos do we have that weren't used in the trial that would be cool to rewatch? Like Melanie Gibbs' interview with cops. You mean Melanie P. or Melanie G? I love the Melanie P interview where they as cops in Utah are like, look, lady, we're going to freaking take you to jail. Let's see. Let's see. There we go. Let's see if we can. I don't know. This might not be the whole thing. Oh, no, we don't want to go. This is too. This is. Hold on. Let me go back. Melanie. Oh, we can watch part of this. Please let us know if they come back, though, while we're busy watching these extra videos. Anybody that knows anything that's paying attention, because I'm going to share my screen with this. Okay, hold on. Whoa, whoop, whoop. Hold on. Sorry, I'm not sharing with you guys yet, so you don't know what I'm saying. Hold on to, but let's share this one instead. Okay. I don't know where we're at here. Let's see. I might have to start over. Let's see if we're at the right place. I don't think the body cam is on yet. Hold on. It'll come on in a second. There we go. Danger from you, lady. You. Okay. When they have the body cam, it always takes a couple minutes to get the audio. Can you hear now? Is there anybody that can hear? Do I need to start over? Let me know. Because I can hear, but it always takes a couple, like a minute or so when they actually approach the person where the body cam actually starts recording. So I need to know before I return it on again. If you guys are hearing no sound at all. That doesn't make sense. Hold on. Sound's not off. Okay, hold on. Let me restart. It starts out without audio because it's very quiet at first. Hold on. I'm going to start it all over. Now, initially, you're not going to hear sound. Right now, there's no sound. No sound, no sound, no sound. No sound. Okay. Hold on. It's going to take a minute. Like when they're walking up, the way the body cam works is it doesn't actually start recording sound until they approach. So I'm going to tell you when I can hear sound, and then you can tell me if you hear sound too. I'm going to start over. Now I hear sound. What happened? Good. Hold on. No. Okay, hold on. Let me try something else. Hold on. Hold. I have one more thing I can check. Hold on. There's always some little weird things that you have to, sometimes they switch back. So let's see, share screen. Also share audio tab. Yep, it says share audio. I'm going to fast forward because you guys are there's a little delay between me and you.
We're after being told that you were criminally trespassed.
But I have an agreement saying that.
From this residence, correct?
But my order says that it's my time with my kids. They're supposed to be in Arizona. My
You
husband's kept them
were
out of
trespassed
school
from this
forever.
location.
I just need my kids, and
No.
you're welcome to look at this order. They've been out of state, out of school, and my husband's lied to everybody. I'm sure he lied to the cop last night. This is my
We've been in
order.
contact with.
Do you have a victim's advocate I can speak to in the police department, please?
Okay, Melanie, so where'd you get this order from?
So this is our mediation order. We also have another copy of the original copy of the court.
It gets a little soft
This is my time with the kids. My husband's been hiding with them over a month out of state.
because the other cop's audio is picking her up.
I asked for somebody to come in and check in on them to just make sure they're safe because my husband will, or my ex-husband will not talk to me.
So we told you they were safe yesterday, right, on the phone? We
We
said we saw
on the phone,
the
but
kids.
they are supposed to be in my custody right now. Yeah, they are. There's no.
Okay, hey, right now we're working through something else, okay?
So
Yeah,
he's lied to everyone saying
he
he has.
moment, okay?
He said he's had a protection order against them, and there was nothing. I've never been served with anything. He's lied to everybody, and he kind of does.
What were you wanting to happen tonight? Coming over here, were you going to try to take the kids away from them, or what's going on?
No, I'm not. I'm just trying to show that I was going to bring this copy to them and say this is my time with the kids.
Okay.
He's had them out of state, and he's been lying to everyone's protecting them. Like I know they're nice. My in-laws are nice people, but they've been lied to, saying that there's a protection order in place, and there isn't. My kids are. I'm worried they're in danger because my husband's been doing a lot of things that cause me to worry. He says he was shot at a month ago, and then he went into hiding, and no one in Arizona has seen him for weeks or my children, and he kept them out for over a month with truant absences. I asked an officer to just come over here last night to just make sure they're safe, and he said I can't do a welfare check or a wellness check.
So did you not hear me when we were talking to you on the phone the other day and said we came here because you were here, we we came here, we checked on the kids, they were
Are you talking about
okay.
yesterday
Yeah.
or the day before?
Day before.
The day
I
before.
heard and I had to call in because I didn't know if that was. I just heard something on speaker. I didn't hear everything. I heard that it wasn't super clear, and so I called in the next day and I said, "Can you? Because I don't want to have to go over there again. Can you send an officer to come check in?"
Came over here anyways when we told you that you
Well,
were
I have
trespassing. It
I
doesn't
have a
matter,
legal-
right?
Well, my children are
I
inside and they're
understand that,
probably in
right?
danger.
They're probably in danger. You know that for sure. Like,
Well, I know what my ex is capable of, and he has a lot of evil people working with him. So I just wanted to make sure my kids were safe last night. And the officer.
So do you think
so I
this
need to
was
speak
the
to a
right?
victim's advocate.
Okay, but you were trespassed, correct? You remember that on the phone?
I asked you if you understood, and you stated you did. So.
Okay.
So you understand you're trespassed, right?
Yes, but I believe with my order, I can come and just get my. I'm
No.
not going in.
No, that's
going
that.
into the house.
Nope.
I'm just coming.
You're trespass from the property. You being on the lawn right now is a violation of that trespass.
Well, I can get off.
Well, it doesn't really
No,
matter
no.
now.
Okay. I'm not trying to barge into their house and just try and take my. I'm just trying to be peacefully, trying to do what's right and what's in my order.
Is this an order from Arizona?
Yes,
When you were in there?
they're illegally out of state right now. Like he's keeping them out of school for over a month. I've been searching for them. I don't know what else to do. I asked someone to just come over and see if they're safe, and Carlson probably scared them off, saying there's a protection order. There's no protection order. We can go and look everything up right now.
Okay.
I haven't seen or talked to my kids. I have a 2-year-old, 4-year-old, a 6-year-old, and a 9-year-old, and they haven't seen their mom for over. And my husband's been doing drugs, and he's.
Well, this is probably not the best way to go about it, right? To come here and try to.
I tried asking if an officer could just make sure they're safe.
And we told you
But
they
I
were
was
safe,
told
right?
I have a mediation. I have this court order saying it's for time with the kids. If I know where they're at, I can go and get them.
No, so you can't come over here and forcefully take them,
Not forcefully,
and
I'm just
we can't
knocking,
come
saying
over here and
I'm just
forcefully
gonna get them
take
in order
them
because
out.
I know
Right?
they've been lied to, saying there's a protection.
That's something that you're going to have to take up with the courts, right? Like we told you the other day, you're going to have to go to.
I
the
don't know if
courts.
they're safe, and I feel like they're in danger.
We can go in there and check and see if they're safe,
you
and then we
can,
can come
sir.
back here and we can tell you
Sir,
they're
you
safe.
can.
Stop talking. Okay? We can go in there, check if they're safe, but we already trespassed you from this property, saying you can't come back here. And what did you came back here? And it doesn't matter if you got this piece of paper. We told you not to come back here, and you come back here, and you're upsetting everybody, and now it's just a whole freaking problem. So your whole thing is here is just you want to come here and check if they're safe. You want a welfare check on them? Yeah. Yeah, so that's another problem, right? So this is a whole civil problem. This is a whole court thing, okay? Because even if you do come here with these papers and say, "Yep, it's my time," they're not giving them back to me. Then the only thing you got to do is go to the courts and you got to say, "Hey, listen, if these are signed by a judge down there in the court or whatever, he can say, you know what, this is your time. Let's get this back in court. Let's have him come back to court. Let's do this. Then we can give you a report number and we can stop talking. Okay, I'm explaining something. Okay. Are you understanding what I'm saying? So this isn't the best way to go about things.
You can bring up everything to the judge. You think he's doing drugs, and that he's been getting shot at, and that it's not a safe environment for your kids. But what you can't do is come to a place where you've been trespassed.
I just thought with my order, then.
So now there's a bigger problem here because we trespassed you and you weren't supposed to be on here and you're causing alarm to them and everything like that. Who's your judge down there? You don't know your judge? Who signed your papers? Where'd you even get these papers from?
They were mailed to me.
You live in Arizona?
Yes, sir.
Was this done in mediation or in court? Because I don't see anything
It's a
that
court ordered.
I don't see anything signed by a judge.
I have the copy with more signatures if you need to see that. This was just for them. I was just bringing them to them because I know they've been.
This is a mediated settlement agreement, not a court order.
Yes, the court mediation was.
Well, if it was done through mediation, it's not through the court. That just means that you guys sat down with the mediator,
You agreed on something. This is not something that's been enforced by a judge.
It has, sir. I have the paperwork in the car.
So you guys went to court, you
Yes,
sat
sir.
there with a judge, judge
Yes,
made
sir.
a determination.
I
Let's
believe,
grab that real quick so I can
yes,
see
absolutely,
what
sir.
kind of judge that
And
is.
I have yeah. Is there a way, sir, for him to check, like with a picture or something, just to make sure it is the?
What, you don't believe us? That we can go in
No,
there and
sir.
check the world view?
No, sir. They have tons of cousins over probably, and I just want to make sure.
We'll make sure. We're not here to lie to you or just make sure that your kids are not being
No,
taken
sir. I
care of.
know.
That's a big deal to us, right? You talked to a big deal, so like we take that thing seriously. So behind the truck?
Yes, sir.
Is there anybody with you?
Yes, sir.
What's his name? Are you guys still married?
No, sir.
Your divorce is final? When was it finalized?
October, it's on there. October 22nd.
Oh, here?
Yes. So beginning October 15th, we didn't have any mediations orders mailed out
Yeah.
yet. I didn't have any copies, so he began hiding them with the kids. And we haven't seen them since.
Okay. Have you been back to the court since he's left the state of Arizona? Have you?
I would
like,
love to
talked the
speak to a
judge?
victim's advocate
Okay.
because I'm not safe in my home.
You're not safe in your home in Arizona?
I'm not, and so I had to. I've just been looking for them. I don't know how to do. I felt like it says in here to not go straight to filing court. Says there's a process that we both agreed to go by. So we're supposed to contact each other first, and he hasn't been
So
contacted.
if you guys haven't been doing that, then you need to
So
skip
there's
that
a whole
step and go
order.
through
So I was just trying to do things the right way. I don't want all this drama. I'm just he's tried to file something. What I heard, I don't know because I couldn't be at my house because I didn't feel safe. It's had me followed, and I tried to just do the best I can with going about this. I don't know. I've never done this before. Like I don't.
Okay, so the proper thing to go about this is, when all things else are failing, what you got to do is go to the court. You got to see a judge, and you got to do the whole court stuff, right?
Yeah,
Does that not make
there's
sense, or what do you want?
no. It's a long process. Like he's been
It is a
hiding
long
with them for a
process,
month.
that's right, but
Like
if
how do
they're
I?
hiding and you can't get in contact with them, and you're doing all this stuff, then the next step is to go to court and do all that stuff, right?
I couldn't safely do that, and so I just.
You can't safely go to court.
No, I couldn't safely go to that the resolution case hearing. I'd love to just speak to a victim's advocate.
Nope, you're good. You can keep on going on. You're good.
Yeah, that's possible, but
I mean, you guys can go in and make sure they're safe tonight, and I don't
Yeah,
know what he's
yeah,
gonna
we
do
have
tomorrow.
another-
I
we
don't
have
know if he's
another
gonna go
officer
run
on
away with the kids somewhere and if they're in danger. So I don't know. If I have this and it says it's my time with the kids, like how do
It actually doesn't say in the court order that you guys have a set schedule. It says that you guys have worked through mediation.
we do? It's in here. It's
It,
just
there's,
a
it
plan,
says
so here's the time.
flexible parenting plan.
No, we
That
have-
can be changed at any time. That's what it says in the court order.
We have set days, set weekends, and so we did set all of that.
Well,
And it was
maybe
a
in
lot in here
mediation you did, but in the court order it doesn't specify a specific time frame or a set schedule. It says that you've agreed in mediation to a flexible parenting plan, which can change at any time. There's no set time for parents.
Okay, what do you recommend for, like, he's been hiding with them for over a month? Like, that's not allowed. He's out of state with them. He's kept them out of school. They just got unenrolled from their school in Arizona.
So like I'm saying, we're not going to force the kids to come with you. We're not going to drag them out or take them or whatever like that. So what I'm telling you is that you need to go to the courts as soon as possible. And I know it might take a little bit of time. It might take a little bit of time and stuff like that, but that's the best way.
Can I ask you something? If they go in there and they're not right, but if I have this and they have my children, they have no right to my kids. It's not even, they're not even with their husband, so is that an issue?
Good, how are you? Yeah, you're free to go ahead.
We deal with a lot of these things, and the problem
I've
is
done
that
everything right so far.
the
Like,
problem is that our hands are kind of tied when it comes to like civil papers like this and civil matters, right?
so how do we protect the kids?
So we can go in there and we can check their well-being and make sure they're okay and everything. If we don't see anything that's like wrong with them, or if they're, we can ask them and check on them. Are you guys okay? Whatever, and they're like, yeah, we're fine. Right now,
Did you check on the kids?
they're fine.
Playing video games, watching phones. They're fine.
Figure out custody exchange or what's going on.
Yes, from what I'm hearing, this isn't even official.
No,
it is your
it's not.
time.
So get that shit out of here.
Yeah.
That's just time. So let's give her a freaking
Time to
citation
cite
for
and move
trespassing
on.
and move on.
Yep, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
We're not taking them away from him. We're not going to.
They turn off their sound once in a while, you guys. It's not me. It comes on and off.
Everybody's safe. Everybody's safe, and that's not even binding or legal yet. So,
What do you
quite
mean?
frankly,
How
if,
is it not legal?
because it hasn't been signed and it hasn't been submitted by your mediator. Okay. So
It has. Can I
facts
show
are
you, sir?
facts
Can I
are
show you
no,
my
I don't want to
picture?
see it. I actually don't want to see it. Facts are, I think you should get a
Okay.
citation right now for trespassing, and then we should move on.
Okay.
You want me to do it before you get it? Sure. I don't really know. Do you have her info?
Yeah, it's our case anyway, so we can go and just freaking follow up on it. Yeah. Yeah, it's our case. So, just hang out here. Let's go grab our car and give her a case number and everything and do that. So, yeah, just stay right here with these officers and we'll be back in a moment.
Okay, they have their audio off right now. But they were literally there to get those kids, you guys. Braxton and when were those text messages? Does anybody have the ability to cross-reference those text messages, or that when she was saying, you'll see your kids, Braxton and follow Amy into the light and all that one whole thing where they were talking about her kids being dark. When was all that where they were like, you'll see them again? And because this was November 15th, 2019. Had to be right around that same time, you guys. So scary. Those kids are going to know someday that their mom was trying to off them. They will know that. Nothing ever goes away on the internet. We didn't have that back in the 80s, but we do now. For the last 25 years, it's been a thing. Their audio's off still because they're doing their thing. But yeah, it's scary. I need to go find out when that was, when they were having those messages about C, Braxy, and or her kids all start with B, so I always get confused. They got married. Okay, so this was the 15th. They only knew each other for like 2 weeks when they got married. So this was right around the time when she met Ian. And then they got married when the weekend that Chad and Lori, the welfare check weekend. So Chad and Lori, the welfare check came. Lori lied and said, oh, my brother, he's with his friend Chad. He's an author, blah, blah, blah. And then the next day they were gone. That same weekend was when Zalem and Alex and Melanie and Ian got married. Thank you, Donna. Appreciate it. Yeah, this was right literally around the time where she was like crying and you're going to see them again. I need those dates. You're not in your PJs yet, Ruby Ray? Dude, I turned on my jacuzzi heater, but I would be in my PJs if I wasn't planning on jumping in there for a little bit. And it's not even close. It's only 5:15 p.m. here, 5:13. You know, as soon as you lay down and try to fall asleep, it's going to happen, right? All of us are going to be like, oh, what? They're back. What? Dude, we just got offline. But last we heard 5:15, they went to dinner. They've been at dinner for an hour, or 5:15 their time. So 6:15 there now. They went to dinner at 5:15 Mountain Time. So this is still running, but they have the audio off. It's not me. Promise. I did not mute it. Promise. I guess they can deliberate as long as they want, from what I'm understanding. We can just call this a pajama party. Ruby's first to get in her PJs. Ruby, we're going to put your hands in ice water, or remember when you were kids, what did we do? We put the first person that fell asleep, their hands in like ice water, thinking they were going to pee their pants or something. What did we used to do back then? There were so many weird, stupid things we thought we could do when the first person fell asleep at the sleepover. Ruby's first. She's going to bed first. We're going to do it. Warm water. Warm water. Put your hand in warm water, Ruby, when you got your PJs on. Don't get too cuddly snuggly there. This is a slumber party. And then when we go to Mallorca, we're going to do it again if you fall asleep first. Light as a feather, stiff as a... My cousins and I used to do that all the time. We would kick the little kids out because I had a bunch of girl cousins that are, big fat Greek family, right? So we had a bunch of cousins. We would go in my grandmother's room, we'd close the door, and we'd kick the little kids out like my brothers, like, get out of here. You can't be in here. We'd be like, light as a feather, stiff as a board. I don't think we levitated anyone, but we tried really hard. And then I feel like we thought we did, but no, we didn't. My cousin, the one was the pack leader of us. She's 2 years older than me. Her son is the one that's getting married in Greece this month. So, I'll ask her if we want to do a little sleepover, light as a feather while we're there. Not with this llama crab. No, right? It's so true. No, right? No, never mind. Never mind. I can't believe they're still playing this with no audio. I don't remember that. But Melanie P was taking her kids. They rented like a big SUV that had like seats for 8. She was going to grab all of her children, throw them in there with Uncle Al, and then take the 2 that they were going to off. I mean, how scary. Can you imagine being Brandon and know that? Now, last we heard Fun to Cruise, they were at dinner. But in my opinion, this is how I think, and I'm never right, but I might be right. And no Ouija board. I think that they kind of came to a conclusion, but they realized they were hungry. So they were like, do we go right back in court right now, or do we eat first? And they're like, let's eat first because we might be stuck there for a while. So they're going to eat first. And then they're going to come back and then they're going to say, okay, we have our answer. And then they're going to go into court. And then they're going to do their thing. And then they're going to be able to go home for the night. And I am just totally guessing and making stuff up. But ideally, that's how I think it should go down. No Ouija board, no light as a feather, Bloody Mary. I don't believe in my cousin Tina. She would, oh my God, she would make us go in the bathroom and turn off the light and in the dark and stand in front of the mirror and cross our arms over to our shoulders and cross our fingers and say, I don't believe in Bloody Mary. I don't believe in Bloody Mary. Blah, blah, blah. And then Tina would literally all of a sudden just scream Bloody Mary. Like, no, scream bloody murder. Like, it scared us all so bad that we all went running out of there. We don't even know if we saw anything. She was such a drama queen. That's my guess. Hope so too. Those Douglas kids did an amazing job today. They really came through for their sister. They did. To have that kind of solid family, siblings, that's amazing. And it's so fabulous. I'm just so impressed with them all. Great family, very articulate. They spoke very well. They had feelings. They cried. They were legit, man. Okay. In July 18th, 2019, Lori to Chad. What's Blake's percentage? Lori to Chad. He drew 3 crosses on the wall in his bedroom. We just finished painting over them. Yes. Because that's when they're trying to tell Melanie her kids are dark, right? And then JJ having nightmares, talking to Blake, or whatever. And then they're like, yeah, because he's in both worlds right now. He's in the good and the bad. I don't remember. They also have to factor in the jail officers involved to transport Chad back to the courthouse. Oh, yeah, that's true. Is they still get to wear his damn suit? Put him in freaking jail clothes. Lori had to be in jail clothes when she got read her sentence. Caitlin Hart is reporting still nothing. Some spectators were just asked to move from a certain area close to the courtroom, but no news to why. Continued. You should be able to now rip and burn it, Chad to Lori. I also decreased his pain tolerance to 1% and greatly increased his pain. What an asshole. Such a horrible person. His desire to depart is at 80%. So that was July. So they were setting everything up because July was before any of the kids were dead. So everything was getting set up here. Caitlin from EIN said the jury gets to deliberate as long as they want. She just said some spectators were just asked to leave at a particular area. Okay. We gotcha. What area? Wonder where they're standing. Outside? Maybe they're letting the jury come back through. Be interesting to know. This is they're still on mute here. Whatever they're doing in the truck, but I think this is when they're going to arrest her. What's Chad's death percentage right now? I expect it to be 97.5%. Caitlin Hart said, if anyone's interested, I will be calling into Courtroom Insider tonight at 6:30 p.m. with Nate News Now to talk about today's hearing and what could be next for CHAD Daybell. Unless we get a verdict in the next hour.
Who's in the car with you?
Down.
It's my Uncle Alex Cox.
My
Alex
Uncle
Cox, you know his date
Aaron.
of birth by chance?
I don't.
You don't?
I'm sure he'd be happy to give it to you.
Okay. All right.
All right, Melanie. Today you're going to be receiving a citation for criminal trespass. I'm going to have you sign it. It's not an admission to guilt, just acknowledging that you were given a copy of the citation.
Okay.
You'll also be provided with a copy for yourself.
Okay.
Would you like to sign the citation?
Would I like to? I mean, if I have to, do I have to sign it?
You don't have to,
Yeah, I don't.
but
If I don't have to, I mean,
I
don't know.
it all depends on the judge. I mean, it's
Sure,
if
I mean,
you refuse
if
to sign it, judge we'll just put on there that you refuse to sign.
Yeah.
That might not look good to the
I
judge when you take care of it.
I don't
Like I
believe
said,
it was trespassing since I had a legal order, so I don't understand all that. I'll have to go
because
lawyer or
I
whatever.
told you were not allowed on that property over the phone. You stated
Right, but
you
if my
understood.
kids were in there
It
and I had
doesn't matter.
Yeah,
I understand
about it
now.
all day,
I know. I'm not trying to
okay,
argue, so I'll just choose not to sign it.
Okay. Grab her fingerprint real quick. We'll get you out of here.
Let's put it on there. Get your right index finger. Just go ahead and place it right on there. Okay.
Yeah, let's go. Yeah, go ask. See if you have to drive a license, take a picture of that.
I'll just put on our copy that we submit that you refuse to sign the citation.
Sure. I don't know how all that works, so I'll just do it out of it.
Okay. There's a copy for you. I did circle contact information for the American Fourth District Court.
Do you have information as far as like does go into the office to speak to victims advocate?
Oh yeah. So here's this for you. Here's the card. I can write on the back for you our victim advocate's name.
That would be great. Thank you so much.
Her name's Donna Whiting. She's our victim. So here's our case number. This is the officer in charge, Officer Burdine. Let me grab this clipboard. Let me write on there Donna Whiting. That's who you're gonna want to talk to. So.
As far as like a welfare check, like I don't want to. I've been told Brandon's mother's abusive, and I just is it okay to ask every day to have somebody go check on the kids?
And you're welcome to, and that's. But the kids, and both interactions have seemed happy, healthy.
That's good.
So I
So there's ask for Donna. So on the front there's an office number, or that's what you want to call during regular business hours.
Okay, so they only have regular business hours, like they wouldn't be in right now.
Right now, no. Yeah, because she's off and stuff. So you'll have to call her tomorrow.
Okay.
Regular business hours. Talk to her about the situation. You can reference that case number. We'll write up a report on that stating what happened here today. But yeah, unfortunately, you can't show up even with a court order to try to do all that stuff. Okay. Do you have any other questions or concerns for us at this time?
I don't.
Okay, don't come back. Please don't, because the next time you come back, you're probably going to go get booked into Utah County Jail. Okay?
I just thought I was doing the right thing with the court order, but okay, I learned.
Okay. All right, other than that, you're good to get out of here. Yep.
Okay, but she does get arrested. So does she come back the same night? I can't remember now. I need to find that when she gets arrested. We're still on hold over here, everybody. Let's find when Melanie actually gets arrested. Grace is amazing. What did you find out? So this is a month after Brandon was shot at. Alex is dead a month after this video. And Melanie was giggling about wanting Brandon to still be scared of Alex. Tight timeline. Okay. I have to feed my dogs too. Oh, wait. I said that. I thought somebody else said they had to feed their dogs. She got arrested. Where's that one? Hold on. I got to find it. I cannot give up now. I must find Melanie getting arrested. I cannot give up now. Let's see. Video. All right, here we go. Let me get it. Is this where she gets arrested? We must finish this. Here. Hold on. Okay, share screen. My dogs need to eat. Hold on. No, this is after she got arrested. We need to see her getting arrested. Oh, they brought her in. Okay, this is right. They brought her in. They let her go, but then they brought her back in. Okay, hold on. That's what happened. I already forgot.
Made a mistake and didn't catch on until afterwards. Your criminal trespass is enhanced to domestic violence. Because you were in a domestic relationship, you had, in-laws there. You trespassed, you entered the garage unlawfully. So we're actually going to be taking you into custody tonight. So I'm just going to need you to go ahead and stand up, face away from me, put your hands behind your back. You can just set that right there. We'll take everything with you.
Is your uncle still out there? Yes, he is. Yeah. All right.
So do you have anything on you that would be considered illegal in a correctional facility? Drugs, knives?
Any weapons, guns, knives, alcohol, drugs, anything like that? All right. I can go give these to your uncle. You probably want this to have some contact information and stuff. They can hold this at the jail for you, or if you want here. Do you know phone numbers off of this and everything? So.
Do you want to take that with so that way when you are released you can contact?
Yeah.
Okay. Are these cuffs too tight? No, sir. Yeah. I'm going to go ahead and double lock them so they don't cinch up on right over the gym. Okay.
Is that call still open or no? I just gotta grab a bunch of stuff out of that back seat, so let's just have you come up here for me. Yeah, just at the front while I am. Let's go ahead and have a seat in there. We'll put your seatbelt on.
Never been in a cop car.
So, apologize that it's got to be like this.
So, doesn't matter if you want to. I don't know if we want to. I don't know if we want to pull up over there because I don't want him to see her, you know. So,
Do you want me to go over there then?
we can go over there real quick and just. He'll do what? Yeah. I just didn't want one of us going, you know. So, just hand him that.
Mr. Cox? Yeah. We'll leave this with you knowing he's going to be going to the Utah County Jail tonight. Okay. So she wanted to leave that with you. I'm sure she'll reach out to you as soon as she's able to, okay? Yeah, you're going to be able to bail her out. It doesn't take very long to process her. She's going to be at the Utah County Jail.
She has phone calls there, so I can ask her for a emergency contact, and we can give her your information.
I don't know if she has
Not in her phone. Does she have it in her phone?
Yeah, it's in her phone.
Oh yeah, we're taking her phone with her, so that way she can have all the numbers and stuff like that. But unfortunately, our hands are tied with the law and stuff like that, and this is just what's got to happen. So, okay.
Yeah, all right.
Any other questions, concerns for us?
How much is bail going to be on that?
I don't know.
Any idea?
No. She when she gives you a call, she'll know the bail amount, so she can tell you. But okay. All right. Thanks.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah. You can talk to her in this room or.
Okay. All right. So we're just going to go down here.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Just follow him. Nope, right here. Okay, so things have changed a little bit. Okay.
It looks like it started over, right? I didn't cut you guys off. I had to feed the dogs. So what's this nonsense about Zolema changed her name to Lori? Lori? So far, Tanya. All right. No updates. Oh my God, this thing. It's 6:35 in Boise. But I feel like, would they have just like gone to dinner if they weren't going to do more work? You know what I mean? Like, don't you think they probably would have just been like, you know what, we're going to sleep on it? Or do you think they would have just been like, we're going to eat because you're going to pay for it? No, they're going to pay for anything they do right now at this point, right? I don't know. We need answers. I have no patience at this point. Like, come on. Are they going night-night or are they going to come up with an answer? Don't know. Anyway, I don't know, man. We got some good connections, though. We got Donna Donald, and she's got her connection to Kresha. And we got other people in the chat. So I'm not going to get freaked out about it that we're missing out, because we're not. We got our peeps. 23 minutes ago. Yeah. Caitlin Hart, reporter. News with Kate. Still nothing new. Some spectators were just asked to move from a certain area close to courtroom. No, we heard that part. 17 minutes ago. Thank you for sticking with us all day. Percy. Thank you. Somebody says it might be a good sign. People say she's the best. Someone says we're ready to shut the door on this one. Thank you for the update. I've been wondering if at some point they call it a night and reconvene on Monday. Does anyone know how this works? Keep us posted. Your stream went down. Marshall's asked him to move. EIN website's not being updated. My nudes and profile, random weirdo person. What is it with people and their freaking nudes and all that stuff that come trolling into a news feed? Oh my God in heaven, these people are so freaking weird in this world. My understanding is the jury decides when they are done for the night. So here we sit. That's the kind of juror you'd be, needing to sleep on a decision that huge and also a free dinner. Let's get our free food and then we'll just tell them we need to go night-night. Totally right. Okay, you guys, when you're ready, we're going to order Outback. No, we're going to order Ruth Chris. We're going to order Ruth Chris when you're ready. Oh, we were just going to tell them we're going to bed. We want Ruth Chris. Let's just get our Ruth Chris first. No, I know. They got to stay in. They're literally locked in the room. They're sequestered. So if I were them, I'd get it done. Otherwise, I mean, I would have my dinner, especially if it's something I liked, but I believe they'll work. Oops. Oh, no. Come back. I do believe they will work the weekend. Man, if I was sequestered, I'd be like, no, this is a working weekend. We want to get done. I want to go home. You know, nobody wants to sit in a hotel room for 2 freaking whole days by themselves waiting for Monday to roll around while the rest of the world, including CHAD Daybell, gets to go watch Netflix or whatever he gets to do. I'm going to share my screen. I'm going to run to the restroom real quick, but I will put it back up here so that we have it. Okay. Just the nothing. And you know, I mean, if they were done for the night, this stream would not be still running in Judge Boyce's courtroom, right? So we know they're still working. It's still running. All right. I'll be back in a few seconds. Hi, Lori Day. How's CrimeCon going? Hi, Say It Like It Is from Dublin, Ireland. We are just on a marathon. We've listened to. Oh, hold on. I fed the dogs and not the cat. My bad. I'll be right back. Cat's probably mad. Hold on. All right. So many people watching from all over the world. This has to be quite a difficult case to finally come to an end soon. Yeah, definitely. Lori, it's fun, but honestly, there's way too many people this year. Wow. We are all just in this together, waiting. Tick tock, tick tock. Wait, wait, wait. Jeopardy music, whatever. I wonder why it feels so crowded, Lori. Do you just think that's getting more and more popular? I mean, as long as this, we have the shared screen up, court is in recess is up, it means they haven't closed for the day. Just scrolling. You've been wondering if it's more popular, if it's just the venue. Interesting. Huh. All right, so the jurors cannot be at dinner still. There's no possible way they're at dinner. So they must be back deliberating because they would have told us if they said forget it for the night. And they don't go to dinner for more than an hour. And it's been an hour and a half. I'm ready for a nap myself. I really need a new movie to watch on Netflix, though, this weekend. And nobody has been, I've asked you guys like 4 times, and nobody's helping me. Not a binge show, but a movie. They do, Kayla. They do. Oh, there's an interview with Samantha William. That sounds interesting. Oh, remember, you guys, I told you there'd be an earthquake somewhere in California today? Well, there's one near me. It was a 3.8. I didn't feel it, but look at me. I'm a visionary. Okay, per Caitlin Hart. Nate called Caitlin live in the courtroom. 40 people outside courtroom. Closed door to hallway. Dinner served. Still waiting on jury. Thank you, Donna. Per Caitlin Hart. Nate called Caitlin live in the courtroom. 40 people are outside the courtroom. Closed door to the hallway. Dinner served. Still waiting on jury. So there's a new interview with Samantha William. Is that what they're saying? You guys are saying? Hmm? Okay, hold on. Daybell. Not finding that. Don't see anything. Old stuff. No, old stuff. I'm only finding old stuff. Nothing new. When was my cliff jump? Oh, yeah, because I predicted an earthquake in California today, and there was one not even that far away. Amazing, isn't it? Just amazing. Nope, Cloud, we are just sitting here ready to like go to bed. But they're saying they're still deliberating. It's taking them, literally, this is taking longer than the damn verdict to make him guilty. This is kind of freaking me out a little bit that they're not on the same page. Because honestly, I think he deserves the death penalty, but honestly, at this point, I don't care which way it goes. He just needs to be done with. These jurors need to be able to go home. I need to find a Netflix movie. Peanut Butter Falcon. What is that about? Yeah, it's almost 9 p.m. on the East Coast. Mm. 6 p.m. in Arizona. You guys are still in the same time as me right now, huh? We're not. Yeah. It's 5:54. Hot and bright here too. But I'm tired. I want an answer. Or I want to go watch a movie. I don't want to end though. I don't want to end. It's almost 7 there. Cloud. They're an hour ahead of us. Gender and age breakdown of the jury. Anyone know? If they're old, they want to go to bed, right? Exactly. It is. It really is. It's exhausting. I don't know what else we can dig up here. We've watched a lot of old stuff. Let's see, what else can we find? I think people want to go to bed. My viewers are dropping down. Here, you want to watch Lori play Wheel of Fortune like she's all cutie patootie? Let's watch that. That works. Hold on, let's find Lori watching Wheel of Fortune. Let me share. Wait a minute, hold on. Tell me if you don't have sound or anything. Okay, hold on. Let's make sure this actually works because all I see is frozen in time right now. It's circling though, it's loading. Oh my God, come on. It's not loading. Okay, this is pissing me off. Come on. I'm getting irritated right now. Why is this not coming on? Why is this not loading? Redo. Let's find again. Sorry, I'm going to try to find another one. That one was something that wasn't loading. Lori Vallow. Hmm. I'll say try again. The Nate said the courtroom will stay open until they get a verdict. They're going to stay up all night.
Hi, how you doing, Lori?
I'm good,
Lori
how are you?
Ryan from Austin, Texas.
That's right.
Hairstylist in Austin, hey?
That's right, the best.
How's the hair in Austin?
It's good.
Good.
Us, it's a happening place.
Probably thanks to you.
Pretty much.
Talk about your family a little bit.
I have a wonderful husband, Joseph, at home, who is watching our two beautiful children, Colby, who's 7, and Tylee, who is 1.
Yeah, what do you guys like to do for fun?
We like to play all kinds of sports on our 3 acres.
Okay, sounds like you have a nice life there.
We do.
Congratulations.
Thank
Nice to have you with us. There you go. And there is no N. I'm sorry to report, Laura. 350. No R either. Loretta? So who's going to start here? How about you, Lori? Everybody watch their own arrow there. 500.
N.
It's my motto in life. There's one N, yes. Well, the turn's gone. The cats will stay. Maybe we'll get back to you. Loretta, your turn. Yeah. Sorry, the best body language didn't work. Lori? 600. There are 2 S's, yeah. Yeah, 900.
C.
3 C's. Good for you. You have almost $4,000 for it.
I'd like to buy a vowel,
Mm-hmm.
an I,
There are some eyes, 3 of them. Yay, 800.
D.
There are 2 of those. $300.
N.
Yeah, 3 N's. Wow, 6,000
Another
plus.
vowel.
Sure.
An A.
There are 5 A's, Lori. All right, we need a letter.
P.
There are 2 P's. You want to risk it? You can. There's either bankrupt or that $10,000 Kenneth Cole gift certificate. You'd be risking something. You have to?
I had no money anyway.
Well, okay, then lift the darn thing up. Oh, my goodness, what is going on? What do we have? Oh, my God. 800.
G.
Yes, there are 2 G's.
I want to call.
Okay.
Gopher, Doc, Isaac, and Captain Stubing.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thanks for letting me do that.
All right. It's a free country. Wow. Of course, those are all correspondents on 60 Minutes too. You got $7,500, and you got this gift certificate. I wasn't trying to talk you out of it. I just thought that was a lot to risk for. But what do I know? The important thing is she has $17,500 just by not listening to me. What are you thinking?
You're an expert.
Yeah. What do I know? She has the lead, believe it or not. We'll be back. What a comeback. Nice phone for that.
Closed captioning sponsored by
Lori?
N.
1 N.
She was married to Joe.
Loretta? No T. Lori?
R.
Colby and Tyler
2
were
R's.
children at the
Wow.
time.
$18,000 on the map.
They lived on 3
Loretta?
acres in Texas.
Lori?
D.
1 D. Loretta? Luis, a letter. I. 2 I's. No money for vowels, but maybe they'll do it for you.
Republic of Ireland.
Yeah. Hi, Lori. How you doing?
I'm good.
You should be. I know you're ready to take that one away. Waiting. Luis, don't get it, but he did.
I'm happy for you.
Good, and we're happy for you. You did very well despite my advice. $17,500. Thanks,
Lori, I'm happy.
When your internet isn't 100% fiber, you could do this. Or you could switch to Frontier Fiber.
Okay, you're good to go.
Switch now to 100% fiber internet. Plans starting at $29.99 per month.
Okay, hold on. Let me unshare. You guys, we're almost done with my whole nurse shift, FYI. So our channel is at 11 hours and 3 minutes and 22 seconds. I work 12 hours and 30 minutes. So we got an hour and a half, and then you guys have completed an entire shift at work with me. Crazy, right? I clock in at 7, I clock out at 7:30 p.m. So we still have an hour and a half to go. Power through, people, power through. You haven't even finished an entire 12-hour nurse shift yet. I almost feel just as tired though. Now what do we do? The jury doesn't want to work a 12-hour nurse shift, I'm pretty sure. Just saying. Okay, we've watched everything. I feel like we watched everything. Should we get off work early? 12 hour shift is a nope, bitty nope, nope, nope for me. We pretty much have been here the entire shift. And we still have to give report and everything. We have to finish up. So sorry, folks, got another hour and a half. Why do I hear the cat yelling? Percy. Good boy. Where's Lulu? Surely would not come back to dinner and just break for the evening. I hope not. That would be really kind of mean. Like, honestly, if they were going to do that, they should have let the reporters know so everybody could go to bed. Tylee would have turned 17 in 2019. So Tylee would be 18, 19, 22, right? 19, 20. She'd be 21, turning 22. Long day. She'd be turning 22 in September, right, PLM? Wow. Poor Tylee. Oh my God. Don't worry, Mom. Lori says in her thing. Tylee comes to me and she's like, stop worrying, Mom. We're okay. I'm okay. Okay, Lori. Yeah, so 2002. So Tylee and her are literally a couple weeks apart, really. I wish we had like a hotline bell, like ring the bell, we'll come back on. Yeah. Oh, jury. You guys are taking too long for this part. I honestly didn't think they would take this long for this part. I thought they would go one way or another pretty quick. Oh, 2:10 a.m. here in Dublin. I can't keep my eyes open anymore. I have matchsticks keeping them open. I'll catch tomorrow. Good night. Go to bed. It is late. I feel like it's 2:10 a.m. here. And it isn't even close. We'll wake you up if something amazing happens in the next few minutes. Have a good night. Sleep well. I'm tired. I'm yawning. I don't even know. Look at the chat is dropping down. Like 10 minutes ago, we had 70 in the chat. Now we're back. We're down to 40. Everybody's tired. What should we do? Should we just go? Should we wait? I don't know what to do. I'm certainly not staying up all night with them. Coach is still making soap. Do you have your goggles on? Watch out for that light. It can burn your skin. Oh, Ruby's okay. Ruby thinks they're going to be back at 7:50. Oh, dude, that's still too long. You want to wait till 8? 8 Mountain Time? I don't know because it's such an unusual thing, Michelle. It's like it's death penalty. They already have a verdict. Now they just got to decide if he's going to be put to death. So can they do whatever they want? Okay. Trisha, 8 p.m. East Idaho time. That'll work out pretty much for our 12-hour shift here. But I'm oops, kind of melting into my chair now. I might have to move my microphone. I mean, I'm sure people want to go home. What about Judge Boyce? Doesn't he want to go home? Honest to God, did you guys think it would take this long for this part? I did not. I am absolutely amazed that it's taking this much longer for this part than it did for the actual verdict. I know, right? Twice now, things have happened 10 to 15 minutes after we decided to close down. Maybe we have the power to control the court that way. Dilemma weather, left undone, 8 account. Maybe. And I predicted an earthquake today and we got one. So let me get my thinking cap on here. An earthquake in California. I don't think there ever is a day when there's not an earthquake in California at some point. It's a big state. It's like the whole East Coast. California is an entire state, which is like 12 states on the East Coast. I don't know what else we should do. I feel like we've gone over the whole entire case. Well, go just got, you've got a lot done. You've multitasked very well today. Very impressive. Very, very, very impressive. What time is it in court? It's 7:14 p.m. Every time we think that, like on the regular court deliberation days, every time we think they're going to just keep going a little bit longer, they're like, they're gone, they left, they're going for the night, they're gone. But tonight is definitely a different vibe. Although the chat's disappearing. We are now down to 38 people watching. Everybody's getting tired. I don't know how else to entertain you all. Let's see. Let me see. Let's see what else we can come up with here. Meet and eat. You guys can go watch him. Oh, here. Let's watch this. This is Tylee's interview when Charles was shot.
We're not sure. Tylee. Okay, I was right. And what's your last name?
Ryan, Ryan.
And your birthday? And then, do you have a phone?
Yeah.
What's your phone number? Okay. So I know this is gonna kind of sound like kind of a silly question, because it's super broad. But can you basically tell me what happened today? And you can start at whatever place makes sense for you, to kind of start and explain. I'll probably kind of ask you questions as we go a little bit.
Okay. So I woke up probably around like 7:50, I want to say, because I heard yelling from like right outside my door. And I don't even know what I heard, but I immediately like jumped up, and I have a baseball bat because when I was living at my uncle's by myself, I just wanted something to like feel safer, and I'm not old enough to get like pepper spray or anything, so I was like, okay, I'll get a baseball bat. So I have that.
So your bedroom, you said that right outside your bedroom door, and I didn't go in the house, so I'm at a little bit of a disadvantage. So what is your bedroom door open to?
My bedroom door open, so the room that my uncle was staying in, the room that's kind of like the guest room. If my room's right here, that's right there.
Okay.
And then my little brother's room, and then the kitchen's kind of back here, so it's like a little hallway, and then right here is kind of where everything happened.
Okay.
Like the big, you walk in and
Like big great room, kind of living room.
yeah, right now it just has mirrors up because my mom wanted a dance room.
Okay.
So yeah.
Okay.
Kind of unconventional, but
okay, whatever makes you happy. It's your guys' house, so.
Right. So yeah, I immediately just jumped.
That was it. There's mirrors because my mom wanted a dance room, kind of unconventional. That's where I heard that. Remember, I brought that up a couple weeks ago when we were talking. My mom, the great room, living room with a bunch of mirrors because my mom wanted a dance room, kind of unconventional. Yeah, because your mom's a weirdo. Sorry. Okay, here we go.
Up and I grabbed my baseball bat and I opened the door and it was my stepdad, you know, outside the doorway, and then my uncle kind of in the doorway, and then I could hear my mom behind him, and he was just screaming at both of them, like, I don't even know what he was saying, because honestly, I was just too, like wired, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
So I told him to take a few steps back. I was like, you're too close, you need to step back, and he was like, don't tell me what to do, and I just kind of just stood there, and then my uncle kind of moved out of the way, and then my mom kind of went past him and into like the big room where everything happened, and so I walked with them, and then
So they were more in the hallway.
Yeah, they were at like the end of the hallway basically, and so my mom walked all the way around, and he kind of followed them, and I just kind of stood. My uncle was like right here, and then my stepdad right here, and then me and my mom were kind of right here. And I didn't do anything with the baseball bat, I kind of just held it there, and he was getting really close to my mom, so I kind of stuck it out like between them, and they were both just yelling, and he was like, if you hit me with that baseball bat, you're gonna go to jail, and I just kind of stood there with the baseball bat, and I didn't really say anything.
When you said they were yelling, who was yelling?
It was mostly my stepdad.
Okay.
Well, he was really the only one like yelling.
Mm-hmm.
My mom was kind of like responding, but I honestly couldn't tell you what they were saying. It was kind of just like all jumbled up in my head. And so I just kind of stuck the baseball bat out there, and then he just grabbed it and tried to take it. So I held on to the end, and then eventually I fell, and he kind of took it into his hands like he was going to do something with it, and that's when...
So when you fell, he ended up with the bat?
Yeah.
Okay.
And so I fell to the ground, and then my uncle kind of like, I saw him take a step back, so my uncle, I think, grabbed him and kind of took him back so he couldn't like do anything.
You saw your stepdad like take a step back?
Take a step back, because he was really close
to
begin with, and then and so my mom said to go with JJ, and so I ran out the door, and then I kind of just stood there with my little brother. He was in the front seat of the car, and so I just kind of opened the door and just stood there, and like he was trying to get out, and I was like, no, we have to stay in, and I was like, oh, like, I told him, like, do you want to go in the Jeep? And then he was like, no, and then I realized that my car was blocked in, so I couldn't anyways. I was like, okay, like, just stay here, and then eventually my mom came out, and then we left from there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you know what happened inside of the house? Has your mom kind of explained it all to you?
I just kind of asked her, like, because I heard a noise, which I know what it was now, but it sounded like, because I knew that the baseball bat was in there, it sounded like someone, like, took it and hit it really hard against the floor.
Okay.
And so I was kind of like, Al's okay, right? Because that's my uncle. So I just wanted to make sure that, like, my stepdad didn't do anything to my uncle and stuff. And so she was like, no, like, Al's fine. Like, we're just going to take JJ to school. And I was like, okay. So I just got in the car, and then we went to Burger King because my little brother wanted breakfast, which was chicken fries for some reason.
Okay. I do dinner for breakfast all the time.
Breakfast for dinner and dinner for breakfast.
So to kind of back up a little bit, so you had talked about your stepdad, when you put the bat out, your stepdad was coming towards your mom. Can you describe to me a little bit better kind of what was going on there? Like, is there a reason you put the bat up?
Yeah, he was walking towards my mom, and I just didn't want him to do anything, so I kind of just stuck out the bat. Like, my mom was right beside me, and he was right there, so it wasn't, like, between them.
Okay.
It was kind of just, like, I just stuck it out to be, like, keep your distance, kind of.
When you say you didn't want him to do anything, what did you think he was gonna do?
Hit her.
Okay.
Yeah, it's, for the most part, been pretty, like, mundane, but there have been a few, like, violent times with him when I was really scared that he was gonna hit me or hit my mom, like, just because everything was kind of crazy. Me and him have always kind of not gotten along, like, just since I was little. And so there have been a few times that we've gotten in fights and stuff like that, and so, so I'm just kind of always scared of that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then, so that happened, and he grabbed the bat from you. So kind of tell me that again real quick.
So I kind of stuck it out, and this is when he was like, if you hit me with that baseball bat, you're going to jail, and I didn't say anything, because I'm like, okay. And so I'm holding it by, like, the end of the bat, like, the place where you hold it, and so he kind of took it, and I kind of, like, lunged forward and kind of lost, like, my footing. And so my mom was like, just let go, and so, I kind of, like, slipped and I fell, kind of on, like, my side.
Okay.
Yeah, and then from that, my mom said to go to the car, so I just got up and ran out the door.
Okay, did you see, when you fell towards your side, did you see what he did with the bat?
No, I wasn't really looking in that direction, because from where I fell, the door was kind of more in my line of vision, because I fell looking this way and the door was, like, right there, so I didn't look back.
So he was at a different line of sight than what you were looking at?
Yeah.
Okay. And then at some point you saw him kind of take a step back, and from what you're saying, and tell me if I'm wrong or not, you didn't necessarily see your uncle pulling back, but it seems like that maybe.
It seems like he wouldn't have taken a step back on his own, so it's more of an assumption than anything. I didn't see him physically take him back.
And does that make sense based on where your uncle was at that time?
Yeah, he was behind him, because he wasn't on this side with me and my mom, so he was behind him.
Okay.
Because that's kind of just the order where everyone walked out.
And when that happened and then your mom told you to go, did you see what happened with your stepdad and uncle?
No.
Okay. And then once you went outside with your brother, you never came back inside?
Oh, I went to go get my mom's purse from inside so that we could have, like, her wallet and everything, but this was all happening, like I said, like, in the bigger room right here, and so I went through the garage door, and so the garage door is right here, and then there's, like, a little hallway, and then this is kind of where everything is, and then this is my mom's room. So when I went in, I kind of, like, just tuned everything out, ran to my mom's closet, ran back, so I didn't see anything, I didn't hear anything.
When did you go back in and get her purse?
After my mom came out.
Okay. So after you heard that loud noise?
Yeah.
Okay. And when you heard the loud noise, was your mom outside or inside?
I'm trying to think. I think she was inside when it happened, and the door opened, like, immediately after.
Okay. So very quickly after the door opened?
Yeah.
Okay.
So it wasn't, like, a long period of time, because I remember not, like, thinking about it for that long, and if my mom hadn't come out immediately, I would have, been thinking about it for a lot longer than I had.
So obviously I don't know, like, your mom and stepdad and uncle like you do. I don't. So can you tell me kind of where the three of them were at, kind of emotionally, and how they were behaving when all this was happening?
When all this was happening, or, like, before?
When all this was happening. So, like, when you came out of your room and he took the bat from you and...
Yeah, so my stepdad was, like, he was, like, I don't even know how to explain it. He honestly just looked like kind of a crazy person.
Okay.
Like screaming, and like his face was beet red. He just looked like really mad. I remember when he took the bat from me, I saw his face for like a split second, and I honestly like, it didn't even look like him. He just looked like pure like rage. Like he was just seeing red. So I haven't really seen him like all the way like that before. That's like the craziest I've ever seen him. And then my uncle was kind of calm, like not super calm. Obviously it was like a stressful situation, but he's like, I don't know, he was kind of just standing there in the doorway, kind of just being protective of my mom, but he wasn't yelling or really saying anything.
Okay.
And my mom was just kind of, he was yelling and my mom was kind of just like talking.
Okay.
So yeah.
But you don't remember, if you do, like what your mom was saying at all, or what he was mad about?
No, not really. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Honestly, like
we're talking about something that probably happened over 2 seconds of time.
Yeah,
so.
honestly, it feels like 2 seconds and 40 minutes at the same time.
Yeah.
So I don't remember what they were really saying. I just kind of heard yelling over everything.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I kind of just do that whenever things are like really loud. I kind of just like tune what people are saying out, because I don't know, just yelling isn't fun, obviously, for a kid to hear. And with my biological dad, I always heard him like screaming and stuff, so I kind of just learned how to like tune it out.
So when you woke up to yelling, and you had said you weren't sure what they were actually saying, did you know who was yelling when you heard the yelling?
Yeah, I knew it was my stepdad. Well, at first I kind of didn't. Like when you first wake up, you're kind of disoriented. And then I remembered that my stepdad was like coming in to take my little brother to school today, so I immediately like knew it was him. And then my uncle I knew was staying, so I knew that was him. And then my mom, obviously, I knew that was her.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And then, so you stepped out of your room and you took the bat with you. Is there a reason why you took the bat with you?
Honestly, I think that was kind of just like first instinct.
Mm-hmm.
Like obviously I didn't ever hit him with the bat or anything like that. It was kind of just for like security, I guess, to know that I had it. I didn't do anything with it. In hindsight, I probably just shouldn't have brought it out at all because it caused more trouble. But it was kind of just first instinct, and it was right by my bed. So I kind of just like jumped up and grabbed it.
So I'm trying not to put like words in your mouth and stuff.
You're good.
So was there something in particular that you were concerned about that you would have taken the bat with you?
Only if he had been violent towards like me or my mom.
I'm assuming you're talking about your stepdad?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. But it wasn't like, oh, I'm going to take the bat and like do something with it. It was kind of just like, I need something in my hands to like feel safer.
Okay. That makes sense.
Yeah.
So my kind of second dumb question is, and I don't know that there necessarily is, but I always kind of want to make sure, is there anything that, we didn't talk about or I didn't ask you about, or anything that you think is important or anything that I should know? Because it's harder for you because you were there, and so I'm asking questions about something I didn't even see. So I just want to make sure like I didn't miss something or anything that you think I should know about.
That was pretty much it.
Okay. And if you think of something, in 5 minutes and tomorrow or whatever else, we can always talk again. It's totally fine. So I talked to your mom about, we have some victim services people that work here. They're not cops. They're really good at what they do. So I really want your mom to talk to them, because I think it would be good that your mom has, and you guys have maybe some extra support if you need anything, go moving on.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to check in with your mom real quick, and if she's good to go, then I'm going to introduce one of them to you guys. That way you guys can talk before I take you guys back. Okay? Sound fair? Okay. Do you have any questions for me at all?
No.
Okay. If you do, let me know, okay? Okay.
I don't know. Poor Tylee. Can you imagine? She sat there and covered for them dumbasses and then they killed her. Horrible. Can you imagine? Like, she's sitting there covering for them, talking crap on Charles, who's been a good stepdad to her. Pretending she, worrying about her uncle. It's horrible. Yeah. Her body language is definitely interesting when the officer leaves. Like, ugh. I know, I'm tired. What should we do? Help me decide. Do we wait a little bit longer? Do we call it a night? Do we keep our ear out and pop back on if something happens? But how will we know? If you all fall asleep on me. If I fall asleep, for crying out loud. Let me look at Jurors await death penalty after finding CHAD Daybell guilty of 3 murders. Click on the image to read the full story. This is just news. Nothing new. Everything we know. We've been there, done that. Huh. I'm thinking if they, let me just see, make sure the court stream is still going. Still no update. Yeah. No, everything I keep looking at still no update. Let's see. I mean, their stream is still going, so I imagine they would say something. Let's see. I don't think I can look at a computer screen much more. Now here we sit. I don't know. It's very bizarre. I feel like if they thought they were going to not make a decision tonight or they wanted to sleep on it, I figured they would say they were done for the night, But I figure that if they think they're getting close, then how about if I just leave the stream running? I'll just leave it up. We can all take a break. I'll keep my phone by me. And if anything happens in the next little bit of time, we will come back but I'll keep the stream running. How does that sound? You guys can chat if you want, or you can leave if you want, or we can all reconvene if we hear anything. How's that sound? I'm going to grab something to eat anyways. I have food, but I'm going to grab something out of my refrigerator. Okay. I'm going to keep the stream running, and I'll keep my phone by me. So anybody hears anything, shout me out in Discord, or I'll keep an eye out too, and we'll keep the stream running. How's that sound? Okay. We can play some music or something. Sounds good to me. Okay. We'll play music. And if you see something going on here, be like, red alert, red alert. Okay. I'll turn on the music, and I'll turn off my microphone because earlier today you guys heard my gardener singing, apparently.
I was talking about the feelings that I am having personally for the victims and their families, that in a lot of ways, although Chad has been found guilty, nothing necessarily changes in their lives. Their loved ones are still gone, while at least Chad will be dealt with and put away, and he won't be out to harm anyone else or do things like that, at least not in the way he did. There's still a bit of heaviness and sadness, and it was nice to hear from Jason tonight that they are in better spirits and that some of that burden has been lifted off of family members to be able to share their victim impact statements. Both times I listened not live, but right after to Samantha, and again when Nate played that, and I can't help but get teary-eyed because I don't understand how Chad could sit there and see his loved ones, people that he has known for half of his life, and not have any reaction at all to their pain, when these are people that I have met a handful of times, and I can feel their pain and understand that, and I think that tells you the mindset of Chad in general, that to have no emotion at all, to just sit there and totally disregard your sister-in-law, your father-in-law, all of these family members, and even Kay and other people that I don't know.
We have
as
some
well.
news. There is no verdict. The jurors are retiring for the night. The jurors are going to the hotel for the night. They have not reached a verdict, but Caitlin just texted me that the jurors are retiring. They will be back in court tomorrow at 8:30 a.m. and they will continue deliberations. So they had dinner and they obviously felt the need to take a break. This could be one of
Sounds like they retired for the night. Like it's over. I don't know how that got up there. Did you guys put that up there? But, they're going home. So we will check in the morning. I don't know why. Okay, they have retired for the night. It's over for tonight. They're going to bed. They ate. I guess they can't get a decision tonight. So I guess, did anybody hear what time they'll be back tomorrow? Because that means we will go ahead and live stream tomorrow and wait for more information. I am assuming they will be back tomorrow morning. I missed it. I didn't hear if they're coming back in the morning or what time. So if you guys could let me know if anybody did hear that. Donna Donald, did anybody hear it? 8:30. Okay. So 7:30 my time. So we will live stream tomorrow. I will put up a link and we will continue our little chit chat and waiting patiently for the actual verdict of what's going to happen to Chad Daybell. Death row or life in prison. I don't care. One or the other. I just want to see his face when he gets the verdict. All right, everybody, have a great night. Love you all, and stay safe and stay well. And I knew as soon as we walked away, something would happen, right? That's just kind of how we roll. That's what happens. If you want something to happen, walk away. Walk away. All right, I do appreciate you all. Thanks. Stay safe and stay well, and I'll see you tomorrow. We'll be back for sure.